Good morning and welcome to the opening call. Just a two up for us today. I am John Hoagland. With me is my good friend Ray. Ray, how you feeling this morning? You ready?
Oh yeah, I'm feeling good. Kind of winding down the week. Looking forward to provide the proper context and help our listeners.
Yeah, it's happy Thursday, May the 21st. First thing we're going to do is we're going to take a look at this opening range trade in gold. And I don't know about you, Ray, but I'm not a fan, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
We've got a double distribution trend day to the upside yesterday. There is a
Hmm.
distribution of time and volume between 4506 and 4586, and a distribution of time and volume between 4543 and 4527, let's say. So the tendency for the following day on a double distribution trend day that opens between those is to trade to both high volume nodes. And we're right in the middle of it. The
Hmm.
market has opened. We've got the first minute in. It did take one little look down below that first 1 minute. What do you think, Ray? Do we take this? Do we just let it go?
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't know. I mean, right now we're coming into an area where we could potentially see a reversal. I see it's potentially going to trigger short, but on the daily chart we seem to be at a demand level. So I don't know. I'm kind of neutral on it. I don't know. I think we can go with it possibly if it triggers.
Okay, so we've looked below that first 1 minute. So it's going to have to be a short if it's going to be anything. Let's see
Right.
if it invalidates for us. Now, this opening range trade, if you're new, we just take a look at that first 1 minute in gold and crude oil, the first 1 minute at 720 to 721. The market opens and closes a 31, the next 1 minute bar outside of it. We go with that trade. Now, we just did not trigger the short. The market, the 1 minute bar closed inside of the previous 1 minute bar. So right now, we don't have a trigger to get into this. If the market takes
Mm,
out the high of that 1 minute opening range, that that negates the trade, that invalidates the trade. So we're
yeah.
still looking to see if we see any kind of close below that first 1 minute bar, maybe on this second bar. It's
Hmm.
60 ticks right now is the range. So we're looking at least 70 ticks of risk if we're going to take this trade. I'm going to get down to the micro gold here in case we decide to take it. But again, because of the current situation, because of the current context, I'm not really a fan of this trade. I think it's probably going to end up trading both sides of that 1 minute opening range and probably relatively early today. That's
Looks
just
like it
me. Ray,
looks
what's
like it
your
just
call?
closed. Looks like it just closed right on the tick here. But yeah, we'll have to see. I'm with you. I'm with you, Coach. I think we can. If it doesn't trigger below, certainly looks like it's going to invalidate here. So on its own.
Yeah. Yep. And we do have some 730 numbers to contend with on this trade as well. So I'm gonna put my foot down and say we are going to pass on
Okay.
the 1 minute opening range trade today in gold. If we can, let's take a look at the economic calendar
Mm-hmm.
for today. We do have some numbers here at 7:30. We've got the Philly Fed index. As always on Thursdays, we always have the the jobless claims. That's always on Thursdays at 7:30. 8:45, we got uh, manufacturing PMI flash and PMI flash services, manufacturing. 9:30, the nat gas storage. We do have some talking, possibly by some talking feds, possibly today. I do not see anything. Well, I do see a couple on the schedule here. Number one, 10 o'clock Trump will be in an announcement with the EPA administration. We've got Goolsby speaking at 10:30. We've got Barkin, who will be barking about 11:20. There is a 10-year tips auction at noon, and that pretty much winds up the economic numbers for today. We're still seeing the market pushing below that opening range, but again, not expecting this to be a high probability opening range trade in an already low probability situation. Let's take a look here. We did have some earnings, and the biggest earnings of our life was yesterday. Nvidia came out and it beat expectations on earnings per share and revenues. It does look like it is holding pretty much inside the range from yesterday. Taking a look at it here, looks like it is set to open just a little bit lower, but not by much. So nothing really shocking on the Nvidia earnings yesterday. This morning, we did have Walmart, another biggie here this morning. It came out as expected as far as earnings per share are concerned, but did beat on revenues. We also had John Deere beating on earnings per share and revenues. Advanced Auto Parts, of course, doing very well, earnings per share and revenues, both beating expectations. There's another one on here I was looking at. Williams Sonoma, I do not see the numbers out just yet, but that's pretty much the important ones we're looking for in the prior to the open here. We have Ross Stores coming out after the close today. Right. Why don't we go ahead and jump into the trading checklist? Hey, Ray, do you want to do the checklist today or you want me to do it?
Sure. No, I'm happy to do it.
Let's do it.
All right. Let's see if I can get the list. Oh, there you go. Now, have we done our pre-market research? That's what we're doing right now. We're going through our morning checklist. Have we checked our mindset? Is our mindset set in sort of a humble way that allows us to kind of explore? Do we have something that's going on that could impact us in navigating the markets? Have we checked our trade entries? And then obviously at the end of every session, we need to review our post-market checklist and see how well we did our trades. Did we follow our processes when we executed our trades? I know for one, I've already got my pencil sharpened and ready to go and take notes as I'm taking my trade. So looking forward to seeing what opportunities present themselves today.
Awesome. Great job, Ray. It's all about context, risk management, patience, mindset, accountability, and review. Great job.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. We've got just a few minutes here, just a couple of minutes prior to the economic releases due out this morning. We do have a little bit of news that we can jump into right here. A little bit of news about OpenAI public offering. Let's run it.
OpenAI may very soon file for an initial public offering, possibly as early as Friday. The Wall Street Journal says financial powerhouses Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley are drafting the IPO paperwork for the company, headed by CEO Sam Altman. The report says the goal is for OpenAI to be ready to go public as early as September, but plans remain fluid and could change. Private investors have valued OpenAI at more than $850 billion. The company began more than a decade ago as a nonprofit artificial intelligence research lab. It won a legal victory this week against co-founder Elon Musk, who plans to appeal the verdict.
Well, wasting very little time in getting to their initial public offering, it sounds like. Why not, right? Okay. We are about 30 seconds away from getting our jobless clams and Philly Fed out here. We'll take a look at those, see any market reaction, and then we jump in to the charts on crude oil. Just going to keep a quick eye on the equities as well as everything else as these numbers come out. Again, in 15 minutes, we got the S&Ps trading 74.25 half. We got the NASDAQ trading 29.24 240 approximately. Let's see if there's much reaction to these numbers. You can see the dome on the micro gold getting very, very thin. Let's take a look at the ES. Down to one lots here. Okay, here we've got the numbers. The U.S. initial jobless claims previous last week was 211,000. They were looking for 210,000. That came out a little bit less than that at 209,000. Continuing jobless claims. Let me see if I can find that here. They were looking for 1,786,000. That came out a little bit lower than that, 1,782,000. Housing starts came out a little bit higher than expected. They were looking for 1.41 million, came out 1.465 million. Philly Fed Business Index, a little bit of a hit on this one. This might be a little bit interesting to the markets. The previous U.S. Philly Fed Index was at 26.7. They were expecting 17.8, came out minus 0.4, a little retraction in business in that district, which might be a little bit unnerving for certain sectors. All right. Building permits were up. They were expecting 2.5%. That came out at 5.8%. And next up at 8:45, we've got the U.S. S&P Services and Manufacturing PMI flash numbers, as well as the composite flash numbers. And then, of course, EIA natural gas after that at 9:30. A couple of announcements from the president with the EPA administration. And that's what we're looking at so far. All right, Ray.
Yes, sir.
You got your pencil?
I do.
You've done your homework.
Sharpened.
You're not tardy. You don't even feel tardy. We are ready to go ahead and start looking into these charts. Now, as always, we start with the daily on gold on Thursdays. So the market is really has been attempting to break to the downside, but I don't think it's been doing a very good job. So we're still kind of looking at this market as balanced rotation. We did put in a lower low here, so we're starting to see a little bit, perhaps a channel to the downside. I know Jay and I and others have been looking for the market to get a little bit further of a break, but we've tested this 200 session simple moving average, which is leaning to the upside. We've also been respecting the 50 session simple moving average on the daily chart, which is tilting to the downside. So this market is really doing what range bound markets do. It is narrowing in scope. We put in higher lows. We just put in a lower low, but we're still up above this 200 session simple moving average and below the 50 session simple moving average. And we've really started to become somewhat magnetic towards this 45.30 weekly kickoff low. The weekly kickoff low, what is it? These are levels that I calculate on the weekends where I'm looking to see if we can attract longer time frame business, longer time frame traders, longer time frame institutions to adjust inventory at these levels. They're deemed to me to be important to longer time frame traders. And I think as a day trader, it's important to recognize when and where we are approaching or at or near these levels. And sometimes it takes time for the longer time frame to kind of make a decision around these areas. Quite often, you can see that they're rejected right away or they're broken out of and left behind very quickly. But when this happens, it becomes a little bit choppy and a little bit more difficult to trade, especially for trend traders. Range-bound traders have a tendency to do this better because we're kind of centering price around that important inflection level of the weekly kickoff. Now, we've been saying that the gold market has been largely in short time frame control because the volume has by and large been relatively small. Yesterday, when we start talking about open interest, we added 6,800 in new contracts to the upside. We did
Mm,
run into some buyers down here around this 200 session simple moving average.
mm,
If those buyers are going to be longer time frame, they may not be done yet. We are seeing the market still centering price around that weekly kickoff level. So I'm not seeing that this is a lot of longer time frame. I think the longer time frame is still sitting on their hands and waiting for new information before they make a decision to adjust inventory at this level. Ever since we've been in this range, we've been seeing open interest kind of waffling up one day, down the next, up a couple of days, down a couple of days. That's pretty typical of shorter time frame traders. Ray, what are you thinking on your daily chart? Is there anything that you're finding remarkable, or are we just in a short time frame area of balance here?
Yeah, I mean, again, I had drawn this little consolidation triangle pattern here, and we broke into the downside and really hovered below it so far. Yesterday was kind of an interesting day. There was maybe a little bit of reaction that we got yesterday to the upside, but that hasn't really generated any sort of price action or continued price action in that direction. Okay, so when we look at the DMI, we see that the DMI was there's three lines here. There's the red line here, which is the negative DI, which kind of indicates the selling pressure in the market. The green line is the positive DI, which indicates the buying pressure in the market. And then we have this blue line, which indicates the momentum in whatever direction that we're currently in. So you're seeing a falling negative DI, which indicates that maybe while we are in a downside trend, it is maybe losing a little bit of momentum here to the downside. And that's why you're getting that slope to the downside. Um, the positive is kind of giving us a little bit of a curl here, indicating that maybe there is some interest that's being building up here down, as you mentioned, kind of maybe there is a little bit of accumulation on potential long time participants in this market. I've kind of drawn this line here down right around the value area low here. That's kind of giving me maybe a kind of an indication is if we're going to hold and maybe potentially lead into a swing higher, then this is probably a reasonable area for that to take place. Because again, if we don't make a new low, then either we're going to remain in this range or head higher. And heading higher, I have some areas here, point of control of this visible range volume profile that I can use as a potential target for this move. So right now I see a market, as you mentioned, a market that seems to be consolidating, waiting maybe for some additional new information, and maybe we're getting a little bit of a nibbling here on the bullish side of this market, right? And maybe we'll remain in maybe a little bit of an accumulation phase here down below before we make maybe a potential leg higher in this market.
Ray, I like the fact that you use that visible range on the daily chart. It's just a really kind of a long time frame composite profile that shows, where price has been kind of spending time, where it's been rejecting, and we did take that look down at that value low on that
Mm-hmm.
visible range right down there over the last couple of days. And there was very little interest in seeing any continuation down below that.
Correct.
So I
Correct.
do like the look of that, and the fact that your ADX is still showing negative, but a little bit of a hint of possible buying coming in down at this level.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ray. Great stuff. Let's take a
Thank
look
you.
now at the 30, and we'll take a look at why I did not think that this opening range trade was going to work and how it has already failed us.
Mm-hmm.
Good miss on that one. All right. So, we still have a island top, a 6-day island top. Market gapped regular session to this area, spent 6 days in balance up here and gapped lower from that 6-day balance, which creates a gap to the upside and a gap to the downside, which creates that island top. We're looking for more continuation to the downside if that's what the market's going to do. It's a reversal pattern. So we would look for the market to continue lower how good of a job has it been doing moving lower since the big push to the downside? It has not been, if you were to ask me, performing all that well on continuation to the downside. We saw 1, 2 days, almost 3 days, where the weekly kickoff low gave an example of an area of support. It was tested below several times. This one on a daytime frame rejected, overnight rejected, held it that day. We opened above it. What was this? 2 days ago, Tuesday. And then the market broke pretty confidently. The one thing that I've been saying ever since then is when we have the breakout of this weekly kickoff low, the volume was good, but the next bar was even better. The recovery bar was even better. We had better volume on
Mm-hmm.
that bar, indicating, you know what, we did see some pretty serious buying coming in off that low. Well, we looked at it in the overnight night before last. It was our low yesterday. So we're still seeing that this area here is providing a degree of support. And again, that 200 session simple moving average on the daily chart is kind of coming in right across there. And we're looking for, again, potential support or failure at that level. So what did we do yesterday? Yesterday we had the double distribution trend day. Uh, so what I want to do here is I want to show you what that looks like. So the market opens and ranges basically right in here, and there's a little bit of a high volume node. The market leaves this area of balance and continues very quickly to the upside and creates another area of time and volume. So this is where the term double distribution comes in. You've got a distribution of time and volume on the low. You've got a distribution of time and volume on the high. When the market opens the following regular trading hour session in between those high volume nodes, there is a tendency or a probability, whatever probability you place on that, that the market will trade to one or both of the high volume nodes from the double distribution trend day that occurred the day before. Well, where did we open? We opened in between them. So that tells me that there's a probability that it's going to trade below the open to this lower distribution of time and volume, as well as a move to the upside to this distribution of time and volume. Now, if we go down to the 1 minute chart, I'll be able to show you how that opening range trade did not play out. So what I want to do is I want to put on the 720 bar here. This was the opening range bar. And I'm going to put that there, and we're going to make it a little bit thicker so everybody can see it. And we're going to lock this in. So the market did finally give us a trigger to the short side right around 4508. And it continued to pay us to a degree, but your stop has to be a little bit above the high of the opening range. So while it did give us a little bit of opportunity to take a profit on that, that it has now been taken out by a probable stop level, just eyeballing. Maybe our stop was up at 45.16, and it did. It took out the low of the opening range, took out the high of the opening range. Not a good opening range trade, and that's why we took it, is because the double distribution trend day opening between them was a high probability of price trading above and below the opening range. We know that opening range trade is low probability, and it was even lower probability today. So we decided we were not going to take it. What about overnight inventory? Do we have any overnight inventory in this market? The market opened right about here at 45.47. We looked higher, but we've been trading lower ever since. So we've got overnight inventory to the short side. That's another reason we did not want to take the opening range trade to the short side, is we've already got some relatively weaker hands shorts in this market. So we've maybe looked into this lower distribution already? Maybe we trade to the higher distribution. As far as value is concerned, we opened inside value as well, which also tells me we're likely to find better trade locations as the day goes on. Ray, what are you seeing here on the 30-minute chart in gold?
Yeah, I mean, like you've been saying, I mean, we are in some downside structure, but as I mentioned in the daily chart, it doesn't feel like it's moving in that direction all that well, right? So, as I look at my charts here, and I have kind of identified some levels, we are reacting over the lower end of value from yesterday's range here. We're developing a little bit of a bullish candle here, which could indicate that maybe we are maybe a little bit extended here to the downside, and maybe a move back to VWAP might be in order for this market here. That would be one scenario that I could see happening. And then if we are to continue to the downside, I have a couple of other levels that I've identified. Well, I've already talked about the level that we have here on yesterday's volume profile, kind of fixed range volume profile that I've drawn here. And then I have the visible range volume profile. That's also offering me another kind of visible location. If the market is going to continue, that would be kind of another logical area for the market to potentially reverse. Right. So the nice thing about these kind of looking at a possible bullish move here is that I don't have to take a whole lot of risk in this trade to participate in that move. But I need to be super patient, I would say, and disciplined in not taking any, every trade that I see that looks somewhat bullish. I need to wait for certain levels that make sense. The value area low from yesterday's range, certainly one of those areas. And the area here at 4488.7 also seems like another logical area here. Now, if I look at the DMI, I see that the downside momentum or downside pressure seems to be waning here a little bit. We're getting the momentum indicator maybe kind of picking up, but it's not really in any sort of strong. It's not moving in any sort of strong direction because this blue line is still below 20. We'd like to see that. We'd like to see that blue line above 20 to really give us an indication that the market is indeed in a strong trend. So right now, I'm kind of thinking that I would probably be better served in maybe waiting out if I'm bullish to wait out for better price location. And I'm kind of holding out for this 44.89. If should we get there, great. If not, then the other scenario that I'm kind of looking at is maybe a move back to VWAP up here at 45.32. And that maybe could give me maybe a continuation move here to the downside. So that's kind of what I'm looking at here in the gold market.
All right. Thank you, Ray. Great stuff. Before we move on to the E-mini S&Ps, we've got another little news clip here. Apparently, there is a possible executive order where the administration will be reviewing AI before it's released. Let's run it.
As soon as Thursday, the White House could issue an executive order pushing for a voluntary government review of new AI models before they're released publicly. It's according to 3 sources with knowledge of the situation. Sources say the order will include a voluntary agreement in which AI companies would share advanced models with the government for a period of time ahead of launch. Timeframe has been a point of discussion between the industry and the government. Options include a 90-day or a 14-day pre-launch period. 2 sources say some of the biggest AI companies, including OpenAI and Anthropic, have been engaging with the White House on the executive order. Experts have said advanced AI models can supercharge cyber attacks, and an early review could help the government protect against threats before they're unleashed in the world.
Right, thank you. All right, let's dive headfirst into the S&Ps. What do you think, Ray?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, so what did we talk about yesterday? We talked about 3 down days in an uptrend. 1, 2, 3. The 4th day is usually a day that it's going to rally, which we did see yesterday. We added 11,000 in open interest as well. Volume was actually still pretty good on that push off of last week's low. And I feel like the market has established a new area of short time frame balance. We needed a pullback. We got a little bit of a pullback. If we stay in this balance for a little bit longer, that should help even out inventories as well. But everybody has been waiting for NVIDIA. That's out. We're kind of getting towards the end of earnings season. So the focus, well, where's the focus going to be now? And we did get some news here this morning. Apparently, Iran has said that their uranium is going to remain
Hmm.
in Iran. So a little bit of another sticking point that keeps coming up as far as the discussions with Iran that definitely moved crude oil. We'll see that moved the equities as well. But we're kind of, looking at the development of a new area of balance, and I'm loosely putting the extremes of that up at 74.70 and 73.10, 73.60 on the lower end. We're still inside last week's range. We've looked below the last week's low a couple of times. We do have the 20 session simple moving average following price, but following relatively far behind it. So going to be looking at this as kind of range bound to breakout rules, and the fact that we are in a range. If we can't break out, we fade the extremes. A substantial breakout, we go with. Right now, we're in range bound to breakout rules. Ray, what are you thinking here on the daily?
Yeah, I like actually when I review the daily, I like looking at the 4 hour because I feel like I get a lot more detail in that in the day in kind of zooming in on those daily candles. And if you look at the 4 hour here, right, a lot more detail here we're getting, and you can see that we're getting a little bit of a maybe a head and shoulder pattern possibly developing here. This being the head, this being the left shoulder, this being the right shoulder. And if this is going to play out, and again we don't know exactly how this is going to play out, but if we take the upper end of this head all the way down to the neckline, well, that gives us the kind of the magnitude of this move. And assuming that we can get below this neckline, that could provide an opportunity that would take us a lot lower in this market, maybe back down to this 72.25 level. So anytime I don't have enough information on a daily chart, I like looking at this 4 hour chart because it allows me to kind of zoom in on these daily candles. And again, looking at the
Mhm.
DMI, while we're seeing maybe a little bit of maybe buying pressure, that buying pressure has kind of waned of late here, and we're starting to see a little bit of a spike in the selling pressure. So, developing a little bit of a bearish engulfing candle certainly doesn't seem like we come back and revisit this 73.74 level, maybe as low as 73.50 level before we see any sort of turn in this market. Right now, the I'm not really super excited by the bullish move here. It doesn't seem like it's very impulsive. Seems like it's more of a grinding kind of push to the upside, and all these stronger moves seem to be more on the downside here. So right now, I would say that the market is looking a little bit range bound. I think again we need to kind of focus in on the edges of the ranges to really participate in this market. So I'm kind of looking at these daily levels, marking up my daily levels in preparation for the market.
So Ray, you and I are really, I think, really in alignment where the low of this current area of balance is, and where this market could see some legs back to the downside. You mentioned 73.50, 73.60 was my level,
Yeah,
73.70 you mentioned, and a
yeah,
continuation of that move. If we do take out those lows, I think you were looking at down around 72.75, and we've
yeah.
got the weekly kickoff low at 72.80. You and I are aligning very nicely with this, and we'll see how this, of course, plays out over time. Let's take a look at the 30-minute now and see what we can see. So this this trend line, one, two, three, 4 points of contact. We broke to the upside yesterday. The question then would be, does that remain supportive if we do kind of continue this trend line, and if we do return to it? It was resistant, became support. We got a nice up move yesterday, again adding 11,000 in open interest. And the market has been holding value, at least in the overnight session. Now this is this 5 o'clock bar right here. That's when that news came out that Iran is planning on keeping their weapons grade uranium, and that's not part of the negotiations. So the negotiations will have to continue. um, as far as overnight inventory, we don't really have anything to talk about there. I mean, the market opened right up here at 74.31, and we're currently trading 24.25. So any overnight inventory that accumulated overnight has already been reconciled. So we're not going to look at that one thing that we do want to notice is, we've got the market inside of the value area from yesterday. Now, remember the value area, as far as volume profile is concerned, is where 70% of the volume occurred yesterday as it relates to the position of the point of control. So we did take a look at value low on this platform, 74.16, after those numbers came out, and we found support there. So there's not a whole lot of change in the perception of value so far in the S&Ps. That's all right. That can certainly change. A quick look at what happened yesterday as we opened, we tested down to that trend line, and buyers took over, and then we put in what we call a P-shaped profile. We have a narrow profile here, and when we get to the high here, it gets a lot wider. It's where the market spent a lot more of its time and volume, and that indicates short covering. Well, when you look at the open interest, it was an additional 11,000 contracts, would indicate new buying coming in. So there was probably a combination of new buyers and shorts covering that brought price up to this level and created this P-shaped profile. Well, when we think about short covering, it takes buying power temporarily away from the market. But when we saw new buying coming in as well, where are they going to try and support? They're going to try and support value. They're going to try and keep value even or going higher. If we start to lose value, then I could see this market rolling over and heading back to the downside. And of course, everybody is focusing on the news. This is a very news-driven market. All of these markets are very news-driven. So we're going to have to see how we do, or if we do hold the low of value, which again is, let's just call it 74.16. All of the moving averages are in play and reachable today. We've got the 100 session down here at 74.0850. We've got the 200 session, which is lining up very nicely with value low from yesterday for a little bit of confluence there. The 74.1580 is where that 200 session is. The 50 session, 24.320. 74.32. We've got the 20 session up here at 74.41, and we've got VWAP, and they're all very tightly packed here, which does indicate that the market has fallen into a degree of range. So be careful. I'd still feel as though this market is in short time frame control. There are a lot of short time frame levels to focus on, and it's going to be hard to pick the right ones. Again, adding 11,000 contracts on a P-shape short covering means new longs. On the breakout above that trend line, market may be holding new longs, and they may try and protect. Here we go, right to value low and right to the 200 session simple moving average. Little confluence there. Let's see if that can hold. Ray, what are you looking at here on your 30-minute chart?
Yeah, I'm looking again. Certainly, the level that you just mentioned, this 74.18, does seem to be a level that is of importance. That's value area low, as you mentioned from yesterday. The other area I'm kind of focusing on is this 73.90 level. That's the of this more composite volume profile that I have here on the right hand side. That seems like a logical level. Again, if I'm not willing to participate in the short trade, because again, I'm seeing some price structure to indicate that we could get lower, and I'm looking for maybe more of a bullish opportunity, then this 73.90 does seem to be a kind of a logical level for where we could potentially see a bounce. Okay, taking a look at the DMI is on the bullish side, seems to be falling. We're seeing a little bit of a spike here in the negative DI, and that's aligned with what we're seeing in the way of price. So right now we're kind of, I would say, kind of at an interesting level. If you're going to maybe remain in range. Expectation is maybe that we hold this 73.18, maybe go a little bit lower down to maybe one of these high volume nodes that I have here around 7,400. 74 could offer us maybe a location where we could reverse. But otherwise, I think you need to continue to focus on extremes of these ranges in order to really participate in this market. I don't think you want to be in any sort of this area that we're in right now. I think we need to focus on the extremes to look for opportunities.
All right. What's I going to say? going to say? I think that's what we've got for the S&Ps right now. Market's still sort of trying to hold this value low area in the 200 session simple moving average. Ray, one last quick question on your charts.
Sure.
That DMI, that ADX seems pretty low as far as participation is concerned. Does
Yeah.
that come into your decision?
So again, it's kind of a secondary kind of view, but yes, I think certainly if I'm going to be in some sort of trending kind of session, I want this ADX to be aligned with whatever direction the positive or the negative. So the fact that the ADX is really not participating in this is indicating that whatever move that we're in, there's not a whole lot of momentum behind it. And so that does play a somewhat, if I'm in a trend trade, that's not a kind of a view I'd like to see of the ADX.
All right. Thank you very much. We've just now got crude oil opening up. We're going to take a quick look at the crude oil opening range trade. Do we like it? It's
Maybe
another
some room to the upside.
situation similar to what we saw in gold. Double distribution, or at least some single prints right where we opened up here. What do you think, Ray? Do we go for this?
I'm thinking there might be some. We are a little bit extended here up to the upside, so maybe a push down, but seems pretty strong with these last couple of candles here in the overnight. I think we can.
Okay. All right, here we go. So here's the 1 minute chart. Let's see if we get a breakout outside of it.
No, initial rejection.
Just hanging right in the middle of it for now.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if we get a trigger. It's only a 21 tick opening range, so it's
Yeah, not bad.
relatively low risk. Yeah. For those of you who've been around for a while, you might remember there was a 57-minute opening range trade about a year ago when
Wow.
crude oil wasn't really doing all that
Yeah,
much,
yeah.
but the price remained inside that 1 minute bar for 57
Wow.
minutes before it broke out. And I think we
Looks like
actually
it
took the
broke its
trade
head
and it
below.
actually played out for us.
Yeah.
We just took our first look outside the opening range to the short side.
Mm-hmm.
23 tick opening range so far.
So if we're going to trigger short, right?
Yes. We got 24 seconds to see if we get this trigger. JK window cleaning remembers that. Yeah, that was
Oh,
quite
moving away from us.
something. Oh, here we go. Now we got some movement here. We're going to close below here. 43 ticks. Okay, there's the close. Short 2. Stop is 101.40.
Okay, I like that.
And I'll put this on the micros just so we can see it on the chart just for a moment. And then we'll take a deeper look at what we are thinking here in crude oil. So there is the trade.
Mm-hmm. There goes.
All right. So, all right, we've got the trade on. Let's do our third news. Apparently, there's a lot of buy now, pay later going on. Let's bring that in, and then we'll go through the charts in crude oil and the NASDAQ.
All right.
From big purchases to even small everyday ones, more retailers are offering shoppers options to buy now and pay later. It's essentially a short-term loan from a third party, and it allows you to break up the price into a few payments over time. But buyers beware.
All those bills are going to come due that people aren't really expecting, and it could cause some serious problems.
John Kiernan with personal finance site Wallet Hub says if you don't pay on time, you could be hit with big late fees.
Hunt down the terms and conditions, see what the exact costs are.
Unlike credit cards, many buy now pay later plans don't charge interest. Instead, these lenders can charge a flat late fee for every missed payment, and some will charge you a percentage of the overdue amount. There's also not much oversight. Typically, anyone over 18 can choose these options even if you have bad credit, and that's where consumers can get into trouble.
Basically, the companies want consumers to spend money they don't have and not to think about it so much.
The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau warns that outstanding balances could be turned over to a debt collector and hurt your credit score. So, if you're not confident that you can pay on time, it's best to skip the buy now, pay later option. For Consumer Watch, I'm Jen Sullivan.
Right? Be careful, folks. Be careful.
Mm-hmm.
It's good that the economy is still being, is still strong through consumer usage buying, but just be careful. Don't get in debt. It's a hard thing. Dad always said it's easy to borrow money, hard to pay it back. Hard to pay it back. Let's take a look at the daily in crude. So, news driven, of course. We are in a narrowing balance. We've got our trend line up here. We see we have higher lows that have been kind of following that 50-session simple moving average. So if we are going to follow suit and stay range bound, we go from low to high to low to high to low. We'll see if that plays out for us today. We did get some news earlier that did knock crude prices a little bit higher. So we're going to have to see how that plays out. Yesterday, open interest, we sold off yesterday. We lost about 5,000 in open interest. That is, of course, the estimated number. And so it wasn't like new shorts came in. This was trapped longs. This is what ranging markets do. They get people trapped on the upside to the long side, and then they take them out. They get people trapped to the short side on the low end, and then they take them out. So this is a very, very typical to what range-bound trades do. We've been seeing very low volumes overall, so I still think we're largely in short time frame control in this market. We're currently getting a little bit of heat on our opening range trade here. That's all right. This 20-session simple moving average has been showing degrees of support since we kind of broke out back above it on the 11th of May, and we're seeing some continuation. Ray, what are you seeing on the daily chart?
Yeah, like you mentioned, I think I see a market that's relatively range bound. I drew this little ascending wedge pattern on this daily chart, and you can see that we're technically still making higher highs and higher lows in this market. So the path of least resistance, at least for now, seems to be to the upside. Now, the question is, where do I participate in this market? Well, you can see here that this lower line has offered us, nice little locations to participate in this market. And right now is probably sitting at somewhere in this 95 range. Looking at the DMI is relatively flat. Okay. So indicating that we are in some sort of range bound kind of price action, right? I can't remember the mentor that taught me this, but if I can maintain things in a box, we're in range, right? So this is in range, not really sloping in any one direction, indicating that we are in range bound price action. So again, I think on the daily chart, if I'm looking at this chart, I'm looking at lower levels. I'm looking at the lower end of this trend line if I'm bullish. If I'm bearish, I'm looking at the upper end of this trend line of 105, lower end of this trend line at 96, maybe 95, maybe for opportunities. But until that happens, we're probably best served in waiting for better price location.
Okay, I'm just watching. Thank you, Ray. I'm just watching this opening range trade. I'm not liking it. We have negative delta. We're at the highs, and that's it. We're out. That was a quick one.
Yeah.
That's all right. Let's take a look at the 30. All right. So this is when that news came out from Iran, keeping their weapons grade uranium Okay, that's going to complicate things. Of course, the crude oil market's going to not like those complications. And we did see a pretty decent rip to the upside. However, we still are in range. We are above value. We did see the market open with the opening range at the high of the session. That has been taken out. So we're looking at here. Prior to the open, or prior to, when I first sat down, the market was kind of hanging out inside of value. We're trying to reject value. We're coming up to some pretty decent confluence in this area up here. We've got the 200 session simple moving average coming in at 101.68. We've got the 100 session simple moving average coming in at 101.50. We also have last week's high right here, 41,057. So there is some confluence here. Would allow you the opportunity to manage risk. We'll see how this plays out. It is basically inside the initial balance from yesterday, but above value. Looks like we're rejecting value. I'm looking for this market to continue to get another look at weekly kickoff high, which is 102.55. This has been a sticky area. Again, we've traded both sides of it. We held it as support on Tuesday. We held it as resistance yesterday. Do we get another look at it today? Is my main question. Jay, excuse me, Ray. I keep doing that with you guys. Jay, Ray, Jay. You can call me Ray. You can call me Johnny. Ray, what do you think on the 30-minute chart here?
Yeah, I'm seeing a market that maybe is accepting value back higher. We see that price was kind of hovering at the low end of this visible range volume profile, and with these last couple of candles, we got closed back inside the range. So I'm thinking, while we are a little bit range bound, I'm thinking maybe a little bit of rotation back to the upper end of the upper end of this visible range volume profile. I think is very much in order in this market, and we're seeing that the DMI is kind of following the path. It's kind of giving us an indication that there is a fair amount of pressure that's coming into the buying pressure that's coming into this market. We have an ADX reading that's sitting at 24, which is relatively strong. We have a crossover of this positive across a kind of a dropping negative DI. So that's kind of indicating that there's alignment to maybe further upside. And I'm kind of looking at this red line here, this point of control of this visible range volume profile, as a maybe a potential target for this move up here at 103.71, at which point maybe that could offer us maybe another kind of rotation back the other direction. But right now I'm seeing, out of the markets that I've seen so far, this seems to be the most bullish.
And what are we shorting for? It's just an automated trade. We take it. We think it's going to work. It didn't. It's all right. So, well, Ray, let's give them what they're looking for here. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ and see what we see. So, again, always a little bit different, but the same as the S&Ps. Can we say that? So, again, my good friend Rick Macroeconomics, one of his mentors, Linda Raschke, said when you see 3 down days in an uptrend, the 4th day is generally going to close higher. Well, it happened again. It has been a long time when we look at these markets where we've seen 3 down days in a row. We've seen 2 dojis, 3 down days, then an uptrend. But you've got to look pretty hard. Here's another 3 down days. Next day closes higher, but this one is perfect, right? 3 down days, the next day closes higher. What did we do as far as open interest is concerned? We added 1,400 contracts, not anything really huge in the NASDAQ. We do have some new longs in this market. We'll see if they're going to protect, but we also have the same balance extremes that we have in the S&Ps. I'm looking at the upper balance extreme up here around 29,420. Shout out to Eddie, 29,420. And we got 28,660 on the downside for the area of current balance, 1, 2, 3 days, largely in that area of balance. Around negotiations, that was the headline that came out earlier. Did change things a little bit. We're still waiting for some more new information. 8:45, that U.S. Services PMI flash manufacturing and composite flashes. So there's still more information coming out. Those are probably not going to be hugely impactful. But Ray, what's the daily look like to you?
Yeah, again, I'm gonna zoom in on this on these daily candles using the 4 hour again, and again, you can see that we
You
are
got it.
developing the same kind of head and shoulder pattern that we talked about in the ES, right? And I think this is even maybe a little bit clearer to me than maybe what the ES was showing me. I have a candle here that's developing bearish. So I'm feeling like, okay, well, this move a move down to 920, 930, maybe as the lows here, doesn't seem out of the realm of possibility here in this market based on what I'm seeing on the daily. Now, the DMI really not giving me any indication, and that's, again, a reflective of the type of price action that we're seeing in the market. But this, to me, looks a little bit ominous to me, this kind of head and shoulder pattern that I'm seeing here. And the fact that we are developing a little bit of a bearish engulfing candle does give me at least the view that maybe we will come back down to this 28,000, maybe the low end of this value range that I have here on the right-hand side, maybe as low as 28,555. Thankfully, it's not 666. So, but yeah, so I've seen a little bit of bearish kind of price action, maybe bearish to range kind of price action is kind of what I'm seeing currently in the NASDAQ.
Okay, let's take a look at the 30. All right. So overnight, largely inside of volume value from yesterday. You got your overnight low down here, 29,109. You got your overnight high up here, 29,469. Uh, no real overnight inventory. I mean, I'd like to put this little thing on here. There's where we opened right there about 29,250. We're basically still trading right in that area. So any overnight inventory has already been reconciled. We're not going to be looking at that as anything important. Watching value low here, of course, there's very little change in the perception of value. The market did settle very well yesterday. Settlement prices all the way up here at 29.3390 half, which is right up against the session high up there. So again, yesterday we opened, we looked lower, we rejected, and we put in another P-shaped profile. That P-shaped profile, again, is indicative of short covering, not necessarily supported by the increase in open interest. We did bring in some new longs here, so it was a combination of both that finished this day so strong. And I'm just going to be watching value high, value low, overnight high, overnight low initially for any opportunities as this market begins to establish its day session range. P-shaped profile, short time frame downside trend broken. 1, 2, 3 down days. Next day was an up day. We'll see how it plays out today. Keep your eyes and ears peeled on the news. Of course, stay with Topstep TV. We will be announcing all that news as the day goes on, and we're hoping y'all have an excellent trading day. Ray, what are you thinking about here on the 30-minute chart?
Yeah, I mean, again, a market that's kind of waffling in and around are some of our moving averages that we care about. This is the 9. This is the 9 moving average in gold. I have my VWAP in blue here, and you can see that price is waffling in and out of it, right? So again, giving us the indication that we are in range. DMI also kind of giving us the kind of same look and feel here. So again, I think we need to continue to focus in on the edges of the ranges. We're at an edge now. We have this value area low. We're relatively close to this visible range area. So if this is an area where maybe we could see some buyers, well, this is at least one area of that possibility. And then again, we have this kind of high volume node that I think is going to maybe eventually attract price at some point down to this 28,912 level, assuming that we can break this area with some volume. Market has been super resilient. I always have a hard time kind of shorting the equity markets in general, okay, just because of the resiliency of these markets. But yeah, I think if we get some volume in that direction and maybe a retest of that same range, I don't see, I mean, again, I see that there's a possibility that we could come down to this 28,900 level, at which point maybe we can find some buyers. But right now we're at the lower end of that range. We're not seeing a whole lot of reaction in the bullish direction here at this point. So I'm thinking that maybe there is still maybe some more opportunity to the downside in this market.
Okay. Right. Ray, thank you very much. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Your knowledge and experience is priceless on these mornings. Let's take a look at the schedule for today. Fast Markets is coming up here in just a few minutes, and we've got a really, really great show. We've got Jack, Jay, Mandy, Ted. I'm going to pop in for a little while. We got Dakota, we got Mohammed, and we've got a special pop in by Mish Schneider for some more macro views. I'll be here for the morning highlights as usual, taking a look at the trades that were taken this morning on the opening range as well as in fast markets. We've got power players at 1:15. We've got Jay along with Yusuf and Dolby. Group coaching today, as always. I'll be there with Anne Marie and Hoop. Trade with Topstep today. Gabe is going to be there with VWAP George, and Vinny Dutix will be there with you for Trade with Topstep. And Power Hour is going to be Jack, Braden, and Dolby. That is our schedule for today. We're going to take a quick look at some prices here in these markets. Boy, crude oil continues to push to the upside. Now currently trading 101.91. Feeling pretty good about cutting that where we did, Ray.
Absolutely.
We've got the S&Ps 74.20, still holding barely above that value area low we were looking at earlier. NASDAQ, same thing, just holding on tight above that value area low from yesterday. Currently trading 29,197. And we've got gold continuing to push to the downside. You know, that short was tempting for the opening range trade, but just the fact that we'd opened where we did just had a good kind of sense or feeling that we were going to take out that high, that opening range, which we did. But now we're continuing to see this market test to the downside. We are at value low from yesterday, which kind of a double distribution, kind of has two value areas, if you were to ask me, but continuing to push to the downside, trading into that lower distribution. I want to take a little bit closer look at this. So this lower distribution is one of the areas that we were looking for market to test too. If we do find some basing here, you can see this market rotate all the way back up to the upper distribution, maybe up around 45.37. That's if we do manage to find some buyers down here. We've checked the point of control from this lower distribution. If we do turn around, we could see just a repair day. That's what we call a repair day. Ray, how you feeling? You ready for the trading day? Do you feel like you've done your homework? Do you get to go to the dance? Do you get to party today?
I think so. Yes. Ready to go. Let's see what the markets provide us. Remain patient and disciplined.
Okay. Again, we just had some releases of data this morning. The jobless claims did not come out real bad. It came out 1,000 less than expected. The shocker was Philly Fed. That came out considerably lower than expected. They were looking for 17.8. That came out minus 0.4. Looks like we've got everybody almost here ready for the day. Almost ready to get into fast markets. I see almost everyone there. Let me know when we are good to go. Thank you again for joining us today. Hope you enjoyed opening call without some of the usual cast.
Yes.
We do our morning opening call every day, and again, we hope that it helps you on your trading day. All right, so Ray, I think we're
Time to
good,
do the
ready to
thing.
do the thing here. Any last words?
No, I just remain patient and disciplined and follow your processes, and good things happen.
Awesome. Thank you again, Ray. You're going to do the thing. So, folks, glad you're all here. Top of the chat this morning, we had Shubham, very popular at the top of the chat. Shubham, one of our good friends. We got Trader Hub, we got Chunky Bear, we got Coog, we got Gorillionaire, Tommy C, we got Charles Henry, we got Tandra Hammer, we got Just Elias, we got Jay Zatar, we got Dan Trader, and again, thank you all for trusting us with your time. Let's have a great trading day. And as you sit down to your trading day, remember to remain humble, grateful, creative, and centered. Pray for peace. Let's head into fast markets now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on!
Good morning, Branch Nvidians. We are through the earnings. We got a crazy day coming for you. We got the SpaceX S1, which we will go through in detail because that's one of the more fun financial documents I have ever seen. Jay, thanks for stepping in as host. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing great, Jack. I'm doing great. Great to be here, and I'm excited to kind of go through those SpaceX numbers. Let's see if they're actually making some money there. We thought Nvidia was going to bring us to new all-time highs, and we didn't see it just yet. But we'll see what the market brings to us today. But welcome to Fast Markets, everyone. I'm Jay. That's Jack. We got Ted and Mandy here trading with us. Let's trade it up today. And there's that horn. We can officially start now. Mandy, we're going to start with you. What are we looking at coming into the morning? How are we trading today?
Ooh. Hey, haven't taken any trades yet, but we are ready. We are ready for a awesome Thursday. I think this is going to be probably my last trading day of the week. So my goal today is just capital preservation. I have a family thing tomorrow, so I'm going to be out, I think, most of the day. So I'm going to tell myself I'm not going to trade at all tomorrow. Like I'm going to be solely focused on family. So I need to take a break from the charts. It's going to be a good thing. But yeah, I am looking for a retest around 157, 152 possibly. We might do it right at the open. Would love to see a bounce back to VWAP into the 280s. But I mean, heck, we are pretty low compared, even lower than last night's lows. So I am short biased, but it's hard to keep a good thing down.
Absolutely. Looking for those 157s potentially to the downside. I did look. That is the pivot point in the NASDAQ as well. Currently trading 29,188. Ted, what's going on, man? How are we doing today? How are we looking at the markets? Oh, Ted, you might be on mute, Ted.
There you go. All right.
There we is.
All righty.
Now we're talking. Well, kind of like you brought up, there's a list of new stuff out there now that earnings are gone. I'll just give you my levels. I'm looking for an ES right away. I think you see support at 7395 in the ES. That's the cash equivalent of that is 7375 in the SPX. Like Jack mentioned, earnings are out of the way, and then you had the minutes yesterday. So what's going to be the new thing they're going to talk about? I think it's going to be the Fed. Are they going to take the bias off? Are they going to raise rates? That would cause a major change in hedge funds. Let's say you had $1 billion and you got 250 million at your prime broker. You may have to trim your positions by 5% if they did something like raise rates. That would mean a sell in equities. I wouldn't want to be forced out of my equity positions because of a rate hike. I would look for this new Fed guy to come in and keep it steady and look for no change. But it is something in the back of my mind I'm thinking about. That's it. That's my fast version.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Ted. 73.95 is potentially looking at to the downside. We will see what these markets do in just about 20 seconds when they open up. Jack, any levels that you're seeing right now, any potential levels of interest? We're going to let this options data kind of play out for the first hour or so.
Let it play out. Of note is we're going to open up right around 7,400 in the SPX. We mentioned the rate hikes. I mean, now I'm looking at the Fed watch for December. 42% chance of quarter point higher, 17% chance of a half a point higher, and 3% chance of 3/4. There's more than a 60% implied probability that we are actually going to have higher rates, at least for the Fed fund rates. We already got the higher rates now, but for December. So that's a big change.
About two
we
micros
are officially
in the MNQ.
Long 2 micros for Ted. What price you get there, Ted?
I'd like to add, it looks like 233.
233 trading 214s. Ted getting right in there, adding to that position. Starting it off early, seeing a little bit of selling. There was a nice burst of buying right on that open.
There we go.
400 contracts traded in a second, and we're right back up.
I took it out.
And you're out?
40.
There we go.
About 15 points. I'll take it.
15.
I'd like to do 10 more of those.
Like that. 15 points just 10. Like that.
Me too.
Here we go.
We got the scalpers in the house,
babe.
Mandy. I've heard recently that you've been waiting for the first 15 minutes or so of the market to play out. I think Ted waited about 15 seconds there, but hey, if you see the price action that you like, get in there, get out of there.
Absolutely.
Really nice.
That's
scalp there.
Ted's
from
process.
Ted.
Yeah, that's Ted's process. Mine's different. That's what's great. We have our different strategies, different things we're looking for, time frames in which we trade. That's what I love about trading is it fits him, mine fits me. You just got to figure it out. It takes some time to figure it out, but yeah, you guys are gonna have a nice scalping morning. I'll let you guys know that. Yeah. We're gonna bring our A game today.
I heard another order filled. Ted, what are we doing here now? We back in long?
Already took them off. Put $102 in the bank just there. I'm only using 3 micros. I only need 450 to take this to an XFA. That's my goal.
Okay.
I'll be there by the end of the day.
Nice. We're seeing some selling coming in here. Crude is catching a bid. Crude new highs of the day there, $102.21. Crude is on the bid. It does seem like the peace proposal talks that we thought we were getting closer to. Maybe we haven't gotten as close as we thought. Crude up at 102.21's made a low of the day, $97.25 on the bid. Now taking a look at the early tilt, 58% long in the S&P, 66% long in the NASDAQ. 50-50 in crude, 50-50 in crude, and 59% short gold.
Another buy?
I just took a short for a quick 15 points on 2 micros out.
Quick scalping just like that. Ted just adding.
I think we're heading towards that. I think the 73, 75, because Jack and I love watching these XPX options. If I was a buyer of the market, I'd be patient. I'd wait for it to come to me. And I would like to buy it if it got down to 73.75 in the cash. And if you looked at NVIDIA last night, they're only trading 15 PE right now. So they're actually turning into an Apple stock. As long as they grow into their earnings, they just have to keep delivering. So it's not really a high flyer anymore. That could be a $300 stock. This isn't financial advice by the end of the year. Easily.
Interesting stuff there. We did get the NVIDIA earnings last night. We also got one of the top 10 companies in the NASDAQ, Walmart, reporting this morning as well. Jack, what's your feelings on these earnings that we've seen from NVIDIA, maybe even from Walmart this morning?
NVIDIA earnings are interesting. Like we talked about yesterday. Let me just bring this up really quick. We definitely got the Lucy with the football for those that were in options, right? So let's see where we are here. So 3 o'clock yesterday, basically we opened this morning pretty much exactly where we closed yesterday. So we crushed all those options. Right now, Nvidia's up 1%. I guess most people have covered those options. We might see the move now. They beat on revenue. They beat on earning. They did all the things that we'd expect. But when you are reaching 6 trillion in valuation, you expect a lot more than even excellence. It needs to be a juggernaut. They did increase the dividend from one. It's kind of funny. They had a 1 cent a share dividend. They increased it to 25. Once again, it's a $226 stock. So to the average mortal, that's not a lot. One thing that's cool though, that increases the just cash income Jensen gets every year from $8 million to about $200 million a year. He owns a lot of Nvidia.
Jeez, that is good to be in that spot. Good to be in that spot. We're seeing some. Yeah, go ahead, Ted. What are you saying?
No, I see
in the S&P
a little
here, in the
inverse
NASDAQ
relationship between ES and NQ. Nvidia's flying, NQ's popping, ES is not participating with that move.
It might be trying to figure out what his friends are doing because the Dow is selling off right now. The Russell is selling off as well. The S&P is always stuck in the middle, right? It's who's it going to follow today? Is it going to be the NASDAQ? Is it going to be the Dow? And usually it gets stuck right in the middle here. I got a pivot point in the S&P 74.15s. We're trading 2 points above that right now.
Wow.
Still a pretty muted open. Actually, I don't even know if we can call it muted. It's been 100 points in the NASDAQ. We've seen Ted take some scalps here. Mandy, still waiting for this first 15 minutes, correct?
Yeah, I've got about 8.5 minutes left. Kind of surprised we didn't get all the way down to that pivot point there at 157. I have a support level also around that area, 152. It has been a beautiful support or resistance level, depending on what side we're on, at 152. Same thing all the way down. If we can hold below 152s, I would look for a bearish opportunity down to 058. That's another area. Upside target outside of Topstep daily levels and pivot points 441. Last night I think after the close, where was that? What time was that? Yeah, last night we tagged it 441 and multiple times actually. It looks like at the 12 o'clock hour and the 3 o'clock hour. I think that could be the upside if we can hold above VWAP, which is sitting right now at about 280s. We didn't break that yet. Yeah, or sorry, yeah, overnight. I may need to scrunch this up, but yeah, around 270s to 280s. We're rejecting that right now. So yeah, we'd have to have a nice hold above into the 300s for me to want to get a longer side target, like a TP3 up at those 440s.
Awesome stuff. Crude is still on the bid here, making a new high of the day in crude, 102.56, new high of the day. Seeing some selling in gold as well. That tilt is still long in the equities, 60% long in both the S&P and the NASDAQ now. Holding up for here, but I think we are still inside this 1 minute opening range. Like these longs, Ted?
I like the ES now. I like your 15 level.
It's holding that pivot. We traded it below it a couple times, but really
taking
no volume.
A little long in the MES.
All right. Head along in the MES now.
MES. Price is 19. I'd look to get out of these things at 25.
Good Lord, we got Walmart down 6.5%. That's weighing. Remember, that is a NASDAQ stock, and it's worth $1 trillion.
Yes, it is.
Actually, not anymore. The market cap's at $983 billion. They might have to take it out of the Tech 9.
Did they miss?
Let me.
Looks like inline.
Look real quick.
They beat by $2 billion. They their EPS was lower though. Their overall number.
And the problem might be forward guidance too. It's kind of crazy. Stocks like Costco and Walmart. I mean, Walmart is trading at like a
pivot point.
50 price to earnings ratio, which for a company like Walmart is, I mean, good for them, but that's pretty crazy. It's
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
you know, they're not doing chip fabrication that I know
They sell
of, but
groceries,
they might need to.
household items, right? Yeah. I guess guns in some areas. I don't know where you live, but yeah, Walmart's not necessarily changing the world, are they, Jack?
No.
Well,
Keeping our
you can
pantries,
make the
keeping our
argument that they
pantries
are,
stocked.
and they
Keeping our
do
pantries
have a
stocked.
lot of like tech in there. You know, they're an Amazon competitor. They have all delivery. There's stuff they do, but it's still, you know, that's always been one that's. And I'm no like earnings head. I more like get weirded out when things have crazy price to sales, which we'll talk about later with SpaceX. But yeah, I mean, that's an expensive multiple for Walmart. That's what I'm saying.
It is. Crude back on the bid here. We're seeing some more selling in the S&P. Back below that pivot now, 74.14's last trade here.
I used your
29.209.
15 as a stop. I used your
out,
15 level as a stop. That was easy. That's fine. Your 15 level was right there. Stop out if it breaks below.
If we see some flow below that, those 95s and then 75s to the downside look good, but we'll see what happens here. We do have numbers coming out in about 5 minutes, so maybe the market is going to consolidate a little bit before that. We do have these PMI numbers coming out in about 5 minutes. Services PMI forecast 51.2. Manufacturing PMI forecast is 53.8. So we do got some numbers coming out here. Of course, the unplanned headlines can always move us around as well. So make sure you stay tuned in to Topstep TV. We'll be bringing you any market moving news. And
Once again, as you mentioned last week, we're now through the second of the two events that could have maybe unclenched the rally. The first was options expiration on Friday, and now NVIDIA earnings. So like for this first half an hour trading something, I'm interested to see if we form some kind of trend here. We still have Micron earnings in like 24 days. They just do their own thing.
Jack, do you think at some point when they talk about this, the Fed, you know, their target of inflation is 2%, right? I've been buying the same stuff for 20 years. For example, a 3-pound pack of turkey was $6 10 years ago. That same pack is 14. So do they have to adjust their targets maybe where they're not expecting 2%? Maybe they should expect 3. I think this guy Warsh, I don't see him being a guy that's going to raise rates. It would be not good for equities. And I think this little inflection point now with the war, it's temporary. But at some point, they may have to change their old ways of doing things because everything I buy is up. And I don't see it going down.
Well, yeah, part of that's by design, but they've been missing it. I worry if they raise the target, you get into like an inflationary creep, right? You know, let's say they change their target to 3%. Well, then it's like, okay, we're just running above that at 4%. And then that's where you get the problem. Now you want like, and some of the gold bugs will disagree with me here. The reason you want, we target 2% inflation, we don't target 0, is because if you end up with like disinflation, right, deflation, it can be it's a real problem, because the problem is if money now is worth more than money in the future, then people don't spend, and you can ruin your economy that way. So you want ideally stable but low inflation. So that's why they target 2%. They're not doing a good job of getting to it right now. And as Warsh is just one guy ultimately. The composition of the board hasn't changed at all unless they appoint new people. Basically, we swapped Powell for Warsh, but then switched Myron for Powell. So the votes are still the same as before. We've replaced basically Myron with Warsh. So the market seems to think we're going to get some rates increases.
We got this number coming up in a minute and 30 seconds. I want to ask you about yields right now. I'm looking at the 30-year, looking at the quote board. Honestly, there's 36 markets we could trade with Topstep. We got 5 that are in the green right now. Everything else is red. And I'm looking at the 30-year, which is down 0.5%. What are yields doing right now?
Well, they're up, right? So that's a mathematical relationship. We're about 5.15 in the 30-year yields. The high which was reached, I think yesterday, was close to 5.2. We got to like 519. We'll wait for this number.
1 minute.
Ooh, short.
Let's get a flush to 95.
Yeah.
1 minute into the number, again, we got PMI numbers coming out. So if you are in a position, understand that these numbers have the potential to move these markets around just a little bit. Slippage is a real thing, even in simulated markets. So understand that you might be taking some more risk. If you don't want to be in a position, hit that flatten all button a couple of times on your platform just to make sure you don't have any ghost orders out there. Amanda, you were saying that the short potentially looks pretty good here.
Sure. Yeah. I need in 30 seconds, and then I want to see what happens at this first candle.
Do you have an overnight low of 29,200?
I need it below 214 for a 1 minute candle close. So we got 20 seconds. Sorry, what was that, Ted?
Do you have an overnight low of 29,200?
I got a low day 113s right now.
Yeah.
All right. I think I think you're right. If you break your 14, you can tag that easy.
Yep.
There you go.
All right, we're gonna go.
First move is wrong move.
Yeah.
After a number.
Here we go. We got these numbers. Services PMI came in at a little bit lower than expected, 50.9. Forecast was 51.2. Manufacturing PMI came in a little bit higher than expected, 55.3. Forecast was 53.8. Composite PMI 51.7. Forecast was 51.8. Seeing a bid here in the equities. Still in this range for now. Crude oil selling off just a little bit here, 102.15s. All right.
Agree.
Nothing I like yet. At this opening, like first minute of this 5 minute candle, I don't love that we bid up here. I was looking for shorts, and it's just not vibing yet for shorts. So I might need to wait for a 1 minute candle close confirmation below 180s now at this point before I get into anything. Longs, I'd be looking for a close above VWAP 261s on the 1 minute.
Got a plan. Does the market even care about these flash numbers?
A little bit.
Yeah.
It might, right? We saw a little bit of volatility there.
If they come way out of line, they can.
Right.
But I'm taking the long again in the MES above your 15.
Ted long again here.
Goes. Yep. MES.
19s again?
Small. Yep. Using your 15 pivot point as a stop. I like that. I like knowing my downside, right? And I'm just using it. I'm going to hit it manually. I'm not going to put a stop.
There you go. Catching a little bit of a bid here. Crude selling just a little bit here. 74.20s last trade here in the S&P.
So yeah, in the big stocks, besides Walmart's down 7%. Nvidia is flat. Nothing. Tesla's up like 0.9. Amazon's down 1.3. Nothing huge besides that. That Walmart's significant. Once again, below, they are booted from Club Trillion for now.
And right back into the range here.
Don't do it. Right into pivot. Flatten it.
Flat there. This is a big range we got going on here. So far for the regular trading hours, 94-point range in the NASDAQ. We are right back in the middle of the 1 minute opening range. The S&P looks a little heavier here, hanging out below that opening range. The 1 minute opening range in the S&P is still the high of the session so far, regular trading hours, but not really getting much as far as direction goes here. Looking at our quote board.
Around 14, you're below.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm short.
2
MNQs.
Short.
Mandy, you short as well?
I want some money back.
All right. Let's see what we got going on here.
152s. Or let's go to pivot point 160.
Okay. Mandy short, Ted short. S&P breaking down a little bit here. 74.11s last trade there. 74.12. Mandy, what price are you short from?
198 quarter. I want to flush right here right now. I actually should put this tight. If we aren't flushing, I don't want to participate. There we go.
Still
I'm just
thinking
gonna wick right up.
73.95 ES. We see it, which would help us in this trade.
We need to hit 188, and that will help us. I have a parabolic SAR there at 188 on the 1 minute, and that would nicely help us get down there.
Got the Russell catching a bid here.
That's pretty good. That's good for Qs going high, lower.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe we get the inverse here. And Siri, I was not talking to you. Let's move that phone to the other side of the desk. Mandy and Ted both short right now.
Even though we're down nearly 40 points in the ES right now, I will note the VIX is below 18. VIX is at 17.6. I think some of this is some of the volatility is taken out because we had NVIDIA earnings. Once again, if the day comes when NVIDIA misses earnings or revises downward forward guidance, look out.
Is that our limit down catalyst, Jack?
It very well could be.
All right, I'm short 3.
All right, Mandy adding to this position now.
Yeah, it's a perfect setup for the pressure play. MA popped on top. That's a sell signal on the 5 minute. MA popped on top on the 1 minute. That's a sell signal. Textbook answer for me, or textbook strategy for me right here.
There you go.
190s, we need tagged, and then I would love to see a flash if we hit these 190s. But NQ is doing NQ things and being super wicky right now.
Yeah, this 200 zone. There's a lot of negative
no
delta.
Risk, no Rari.
Here we go, Ted.
True.
No risk, no Rari. So,
there's a ton of negative delta at this 29,200 area, 29,000 to 29,205s. About 700 negative delta in that 5-point zone alone, which just means a lot of the aggressive selling we're seeing is getting absorbed. Now, if they are able to break below that 200s, maybe they can sustain, but it seems like somebody is on the bid there, holding us up here at these 200s.
Nice patience.
See if we get this break now. There we go.
Great. There's a tag of the parabolic SAR. I would love to see this continue all the way down into those 170s, possibly. We also have a Topstep daily level right here, right now, 191. We are just having a hard time flushing past that. Dang it. I'm going to reduce my risk.
There it is.
Below the wick.
I did the same. I'd like to add. I did the same, put one on, and I'd like to add somewhere around 214.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, big pop there.
Goodness.
Yeah.
What was that? We just had
That's newsy.
Is that a headline?
Oh, oil sold off.
Yes, it did.
Okay.
Oil selling hard here.
Glad I moved to
Oil
reduce
selling
that
hard
risk.
here. We just had about 260 contracts trading a second in oil there, about 1,100 in the S&P, right back up to that VWAP, that negative delta getting absorbed there. Not hearing anything on the news just yet. Something's probably coming out. Another 1,000 lot just filled in the S&P. Oil getting sold here. 101.50s now last trade in oil. Equities catching a strong bid. Gold on the bid as well. 29,260s last trade here in the NASDAQ. 265. 74.28. Not hearing anything on the headlines just yet, but when oil does that, that's when that correlation matters. If oil drops $1 in 30 seconds, the world is going to be paying attention. So something probably came out here. I could grab my phone again and check if something came out on Truth Social, but oil back below 101s at this point.
I'm doing the same.
Hey, other headline, because we haven't mentioned it yet. As a reminder, the 213K subscriber extravaganza continues. Sometime during fast markets, we're going to drop a form with a little question to do a little contest. And the awards, we're giving out 100. We are awarding 100. Sorry, need to say that carefully. 50K no activation combines. So check that out.
What do they have to do, Jack?
All they have to do is fill out all the fields of the form we put there. There will be a question. Don't leave that blank, because we are judging you on that.
There we go. There we go.
If you,
Al Jazeera, Iranian official denies reports that Iran's supreme leader said that uranium must stay in Iran. So we are back to the
That's a big
headline
deal.
carousel of somebody said something and then somebody saying that somebody didn't say that something. How the hell do you keep up with what's going on?
That is
You
crazy.
trade the price action in front of you.
Jay,
Wow.
logically, that was a scrolling headline this morning on just about every news channel that military grade uranium was to be included because they were worried about being bombed by Israel. So that was a sticking point. So for them to remove that language, that's this pop right here. That's just part of trading and realizing there's headline risk out there during a war. Actually, right?
I think that's the environment, Ted. Right? It's I don't know that you can predict what the headline is going to be, but it's just understanding the environment that we're in right now. Right? It's same thing last year, right? Tariff time. It's okay. There's going to be a headline. I don't know what it's going to be, but it's going to be one. And then
that's why
hoping for the volatility here. We're seeing a bid in the NASDAQ here, 29,305 last trade there. S&P on the bid, 74.38. The 74.38. We got crude coming right back down to VWAP here, $100.45. Again, crude is down almost $2 in the last 3 minutes or so. Gold on the bid here as well.
I'm thinking along MES. I got to go with the headlines here. That's a big deal.
Yeah,
I thought the market would go up here.
Do you give it space on this one? Because that headline, that initial headline, might have been holding us down here, but is it just you kind of see that as free room to run now with the bad news out of the way?
I'm looking at the left side of that cup. You see the left side of the cup at 74.52 in the ES.
Yep.
William O'Neill, the old left side. It's a strong pattern, cup and handle.
Oh boy, so crude down to $100, 50 cents.
Fun today.
That 30-year down 5.13 in the yields.
Adding.
Once again, I don't know how much news that it once again, it's like every time these things get reannounced, there have been talks in the past. Notice they did not say that they're open to the idea of giving it to the U.S. There have been parts of this that are like they will give it to a third country. I believe the third country being Pakistan. So I don't know if the U.S. agrees to that. Let's see how it shakes out. Bot's going to bot.
That's what it feels like. It just feels like, hey, just poke the algos, right? Wake them up real quick. See if they're paying attention.
Send it a little jolt.
Right. Yep. We got.
I'm going to put an ultimate stop down 50 points just in case.
Okay.
Another headline. Something else. If I lose 200, I know I can make it back.
I'm also long one.
Okay.
We came and tested the moving average on the 1 minute, which is a great setup for me. And we're holding above this VWAP so far, at least on the 1 minute. 5 minute, we're kind of tagging it right now. That's why I'm only entering in one, looking to add more into it. Would love an upside target to 441s. If we can just clear the runway and go.
Yeah, if we get above 37 in ES, I think we'll see a big pop.
See people talking the form. The form is coming out. It'll come out.
Gotta wait.
One of them will come out during fast markets, and one of them will come out later in the day.
There might be a way to get that form to come out a little bit quicker. Hit that thumbs up button, like and subscribe. Tell your friends and family to as well. We appreciate you all joining us here for Fast Markets. Saw somebody in the chat say they're looking for a signal from Jay. One of the things I was looking at, it was all that negative delta at 29,200s, right? We know there's two sides to every trade, but with the selling that we saw, negative delta means that there's somebody aggressively hitting market order sells, and they weren't necessarily getting anything for it right away. So to me, that looked like a potential trap. Obviously, we see the bounce. I didn't know a headline was coming out, but for right now, what I'm seeing is a VWAP. If you look at a 3 minute chart, a VWAP that's still in the middle of that range, which is telling me range bound market forward right now. Of course, that can change. Delta for the NASDAQ for the full session. This is including the overnight is negative 200. In the S&P, that is positive 3,100.
We tagged the EMA on the 5 minutes.
Same.
We are looking
Yes.
to hopefully push through. I need a candle close above 79s to add into this.
And also, let me
You have
clarify
so
that.
much room on that. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah,
No.
so much room.
I was just going to clarify. That is not a signal. Anything we say here is for trading, for educational and information purposes only. Nothing we say should be considered any type of trading or investment advice. We share that Topstep risk disclosure every day, a couple of times throughout the stream. So take trades on your own merit here. Crude still selling off $100.50. We got the top of the hour coming up in about 20 seconds. Mandy, what price are you
Someone
long
mentioned
from?
289. Or sorry, 283. Excuse me, 283.
283. Gotcha.
All right, I'm
283.
adding a second into this.
Very nice.
You were going to say, Jack, someone mentioned.
Oh, someone mentioned like, yeah, the quantum stuff right now, like D-Wave and stuff like
And the
that. I
third.
guess there's some sort of like Trump. They gave like $2 billion to like 9 companies or something like that. So yeah, I'm taking a slight reaming on that for this time go around. Lost most of my unrealized from this go around in it. I'll let it shake out.
Okay.
Once again, not financial advices. Those aren't real companies.
Is that the thesis behind the trade, Jack? It's just is it like the SPAC era?
Well, to
Yeah.
me, it's like if someone's going to make advances in quantum, it's probably going to be, say, Google.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Not a company that
That's a
used to sell beverages.
Right. You
Yeah.
look up the company headquarters, and it's like a abandoned shack somewhere in Florida.
Like a company that's got like
There we
$4 million
go.
in revenue.
Right. Nice bid here. Nice trade here. Mandy
Nice
and
bid.
Ted both long S&P and the NASDAQ. We got settlement price in the NASDAQ, 29,390 and a half. Looking like a
All right,
decent
out of
target here.
1. Still have 2 running, making up that news candle here. We'll be back in the green before we know it. Follow the process.
Following the process, the
Hey,
market is catching.
something I
It's
noticed,
still
yes. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Ted. No, go ahead, Ted.
You, Jeffer. Something I noticed yesterday, it was very hard to scalp this market. It was one where you had to just put it on long, leave it, have a trailing stop. It was not my kind of market yesterday. This right here is a little better.
Yeah, this all that absorbed selling at those lows. We think about it, right? You sell something at 200s, you sell a ton at 200s, and you don't get anything for it, right? You might be the first person to start buying. Hogue has been saying it. These markets just eat shorts, and if they don't get any traction, they could fuel the rally higher here. Nice push here, 29,330. Wow, 336 now.
Moving my stop to break
All right.
even.
I'm moving my
Nice
stop
trade,
too,
Mandy.
just now.
Thank you.
Moving a
I
stop
refuse
as well,
to let
securing some
a
profits.
green trade go to a red trade.
Yeah, at this point, I 100% agree.
Here we go. That tilt is heavy long now. 74% long in the S&P, 74% long in the NASDAQ, 65% short in crude, and 50-50 in gold here. Somebody out of their trades there.
I am. I cleaned up my
Go,
mess
Ted,
from earlier
flat.
on the headline.
Nice job. Nice work. Catching that momentum as
All
it's
day.
going. Feels like a long day already. We're a half hour into it. Half an hour into it.
Mhm.
Speaking of
yeah.
which, this is called Fast Markets. So hashtag Fast Markets on your favorite social media platform. We see these markets moving
I'm
fast
out.
already. We got Ted and Mandy. Mandy's flat there as well. Nice trades.
Nice.
Ted and Mandy,
Yeah,
some of our
green.
fastest traders on the stream. But share with us
Oh,
your
yeah.
trader wins. Trader
This
wins,
is
your
like one
trader
of those
losses
2x
on your favorite.
those 2x ETFs. This isn't the this is the triple X ETF, right?
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
You know, there's ones
Absolutely.
where you can go 2 times bearish or 2 times bullish ETFs. This is 2x fast markets today.
2x.
Lever it
Nice
up.
spike up volume there. Jack, any options levels that you might be looking at here? We're about a half hour into the session.
Oh, I gotta check this.
Yeah. I got it marked out on the screen here. 74.25 in the spots, about 74.45 in the futures. Starting there, I do see some resistance above for the next, 10, 15 points. Now, obviously it can blow through it, but it's a place where I might be looking for a turnaround. It looks like for now, that's kind of where we topped out.
Right here, right now, it's definitely seeing that momentum slow down just a little bit here.
That's why I got
70
out. I just don't want to be wasting my mental capital. So where I could just get back to break even on my days so far, we're getting close to printing a red candle. I just said, you know what, let's just scratch it. It might push. I'm going to look for another setup to get long if we can, but mental capital is a huge thing I've been trying to really focus on the last week or two. I think that plays a huge role into my trading more than I was realizing. And if I'm sitting in a trade for what's considered a long time for me, which is, 10 plus minutes, that's long. And that wipes me out mentally. So I think Ted knows exactly what I'm talking about. We don't love hanging out in those trades. So mental capital is a thing that we need to preserve 100%, especially on days like today with news, range bound, wiki. We were range bound, not anymore, but during that time, right? Mental capital is a huge thing that you need to consider. That's part of your trading.
Absolutely. I'm looking at this tilt. This tilt is continuing to build long in the S&P, 77% long now. I don't know the last time I've seen such a heavy tilt in the equities. 77% long in the S&P, 70% long in the NASDAQ, 58% short in crude, and 50-50 in gold. 77% long in the equities. That means somebody is making some money out there. Tag us on your favorite social platform. Show if your trader wins, your losses, your trader platforms as well. We'll bring those to you later in the day. Seeing a little bit of a pullback here now, 29 to 90s. Last trade here in the NASDAQ.
I'd like to see NASDAQ and NQ get back above 300. I bought 2 MESs. I don't see any resistance in the SPX until 74.50 and 74.60 are the largest volume in the strikes on the options that Jack and I watch. So 74.60 is a possibility. Like I said, I came into today with one goal. I have this combine that I want to turn it over to another XFA account. It's my total focus for the day. I need to make $500. I'm here till 4. I think I'll get it done and accomplish my goal on the day. So
you got this, Ted. No
little
doubt.
40s and 50s is all I really need to make. I'm sure I'd love a gap up and make it all at once, but that's unrealistic.
Stacking bricks, Ted. Stacking bricks.
That's right.
Base hit.
I'm seeing just about 30 points off of where price is right now in the S&P. Somebody's sitting right at 7,400 with a 600 lot. Just kind of hanging out down there. I don't know what they're doing, what they know, but just chilling on the bid down there. Interesting spot here in the S&P as well as 74.25 to 74.27 range. That is the delta point of control for the day. The heaviest amount of delta in that 2-point range, about 2,400 contracts. So definitely some strong buying in that zone if we do see a pullback. Seeing what happens there. Crude back on the bid here, right back above 101s.
Quick thing with that long trade that I took. Shout out to Scott. He's been on a couple times on Topstep. If you guys know him, he's our kink trade guy. He signaled it out to me and I saw it, and that's why I added into my position. If you look at this 5 minute, especially with a lot of news, it doesn't hit every time, but it has a high probability. We've Scott and I have been back testing it, and it's pretty consistent. Anytime you get your MAs, EMAs kinked or bent, right? Like not nice and flowy. Think about like bending like a hose or a fold in a paper. That's what happened here on this 5 minute when we had that large 5 minute candle, right? So you look for about half the distance of the candle on the reverse, and it hits really high. It's like a 70% accuracy usually on that. And so I bid up when we got above, or I stood by when we were above VWAP. The pullback down to that VWAP EMA, that's half of that candle. Perfect addition location. And then we took off. So shout out to Scott for that kink trade. It's a nice little tool to have in the toolbox. I don't trade the kink all the time, but it's a good one to just be mindful of that retracement before continuation, especially after a large candle.
Awesome stuff. Thanks for that, Mandy. Seeing the equities back on the bid here. Ted, I heard another order. Phil, did you get back in long there or add to that position? 74.
No, I'm just moving to stop above my entry. Just I hate being unrealized green, and I'd rather make $1 than be than realized red. It would drive me nuts. So there it is, out.
See, we got the Russell is on the bid here. Shout out to cousin Rusty. 28.33, making new highs of the day as we speak. The Russell is on the bid. It is the one out of our 4 equity markets that's in the green right now, 0.4% to the upside. Who in the chat is trading the Russell right now? Bink, I know if you're out there, Bink is trading the Russell, but who else out there is catching the rest of that move to the upside? Let's see if the other equities follow. When they all move in the same direction, that's when we get some of these pretty big moves here. Crude trying to figure out what to do at 101s. Any change in yields, Jack? They moving around?
Not really.
Kind of
We're
stable.
at 5. Yeah, we're at 514 in the 30-year right now. 10 years at 4.61. 2 years at 4.1.
Are you watching 2 and 10 for like I would watch 30 for just me personally for housing, but I'd watch 2 and 10 for our markets, equity markets. What do you prefer?
Well, I mean, like 2 is a good barometer for like where we think like the Fed's going to be doing coming up, right? It's short enough out there. 30 years good barometer of the health of the economy and our future. And I think probably most for mortgage rates is probably the 10. You'll notice mortgage, like we're at highs since 2007 pretty much in the 30-year. The 10-year is still about 40 basis points below its high from 2023. And you'll notice like mortgage rates right now are still lower than then. So probably the most dangerous one, I quote the 30 a lot because we're at a very important level. The 10-year, I think, is probably the most dangerous if it starts creeping up.
Mm-hmm.
Back to some range-bound activity here. This is what these markets feel like, man. They range until a headline, they go parabolic for a second, and then they range again. And we just gotta
hurry up and wait.
Yeah.
Hurry up.
Dodge all the mines in the middle. Still holding up pretty well though.
No pun intended.
Yeah, right.
Mhm.
We got a VWAP, regular trading hour VWAP in the NASDAQ starting to leave that opening range to the upside. It's at 29,252 right now. Full session VWAP 29,269s. But let's see if we get a pullback here or if this is going to hold up. Dow turning around a little bit.
I was hoping we'd hold 20. I was hoping we'd hold 300 in NQ. Get back above and I'd feel good. Otherwise, cut bait, move on, wait for another. Got to be here till 4.
But we did respect for now that options level up at 74.25 in the SPX.
Agreed. All right, that's bad. So, done. See ya. Get another one. I think I'll do this 5 times today. Up, down, up, down, up.
There is that tag of that regular trading hour VWAP in the NASDAQ, pretty close to it. 252 was that price. See if that holds.
It's a range, right? It's arranged with that, like VWAPs or anything. They don't need to tag it perfectly. Got to consider it. Is it an addressed? Was it addressed enough? Like, did we get close enough to it or wick enough to it? Doesn't have to always tag. I like Hoag's rule. We talk about that often, right? Like 10% it. If your strategy or the theory is going to get to a range, give it a few extra dollars sometimes to guarantee a close on that. I've been wicked out one too many times.
So I just looking, Nvidia is just down 0.3% right now. There's someone on Twitter, I forget who always has the running bit that's every time the Nvidia straddle gets killed on earnings, Ken Griffin gets another dinosaur, and Ken Griffin is getting another dinosaur after that price action right there.
And wow,
there's a pop.
Wow.
There's a drop. What is going on?
Jesus.
Thank you, man.
This is a
Hot
this
fight.
is a little
Permanent
psychotic
Hormuz toll. Permanent Hormuz toll is being discussed right now.
Whoa.
Watch
Oil dropped a
these
bit.
wicks.
Oil's gonna Permanent Hormuz toll is the headline that just came out. Oil back on the bid here after about a 50-cent drop. These are headline-driven markets, everybody. Have a technical approach to trade this, but technical approach to fundamentally driven markets right now. Know where your stops are, and be careful of leverage right now because these things are just jumping around. We got words being thrown around that can get these markets moving. Let me
the trade is
exact
on that
headline,
Kielbasa
Jack.
site.
Kielbasa.
Get on that
Iran
Kielbasa
and
site
Oman.
and bet there'll be a headline.
Right. Yeah, seriously. Iran and Oman are discussing a permanent Hormuz toll that comes from Iranian envoy. We are seeing the equities now sell aggressively here. 29,220 back into the range here. We had about 400 contracts trade in the NASDAQ off that headline there. Back to this negative delta zone that we were talking about in the 29,200s. Let's see if they gain any traction or if it holds again. But that is your headline. Iran and Oman.
What a morning.
Considering a permanent Hormuz toll.
Well, you know who's definitely not going to agree to that.
Oh, yeah. So do we wait for the reply?
So does this just go on and on and on? I don't even have to say it. I could think of at least one individual in this that is not going to like that.
It is.
We're breaking out.
The
We're
song
below
that
this range,
never
all of a
ends.
sudden it's getting bearish. Jesus.
It is the song that never ends. We talked about it. We've been talking about it really for the last 2 months or so, but these are headline-driven markets. So it is a perfect time to bring in that Topstep tip of the week. Expect the unexpected. Plan for sudden market swings. Use stops to limit losses. Watch news and global events. And the most important one, stay calm, adapt, and execute. Unfortunately, the algos do not jump onto what we say here at Topstep TV just yet. We're still working on that for now. So we got to control what we can control, and that is our risk, that is our emotions, and that is our decision making. So stay calm, adapt, execute your trades, have a plan for getting in and out, and we will keep this thing moving. Remember, we're all in this together, chat. We are all in this together.
Can I add a fifth bullet there?
What a wick.
What do you got, Mandy?
Wow.
What do you got?
Watch Topstep TV because that's how you're going to get the news. That's how you're going to get the insights and stay alert. And these are, like you said, Jay, these are headline driven markets. And I mean, other than financial juice, I think this is where we get and we plug it into the Topstep X. These are where you get real time things. So I mean,
absolutely.
I before that didn't know much about news before I started watching Topstep TV about 2 years ago. And now I'm profitable. So thank you, Topstep. I love this place, you guys. It's a great place. It's a good
That
one.
is what we call a ringing endorsement for what we do here at Topstep. So if you like what we're doing here and we've helped you with your trading, do us a favor, hit that thumbs up button. We appreciate you all being here. Let's see. So the S&P, I talked about that positive delta area, 74.25s up to 27. We're below that right now. And the NASDAQ is coming back into that extreme negative delta for the day at these 200s. This is where we saw the pop before, right? If you sell something and it doesn't go back up, if you sell something and it doesn't go down, you got to cover and buy the cover. So we'll see what happens here. Do they gain any traction? And headlines are flying around right now. Ooh, what a fast markets. We still got, 2 hours to go. 2 hours to go.
I mean,
So there's
all I'm
an
saying is that
interesting. Go. I'm sorry, Jack. You go.
yeah, I was just to say that, like, if Iran and Oman are talking a permanent toll, right? That does not bode well for this getting solved anytime soon. So take that and do with it what you'd like.
Yeah. I wonder, so we get those headlines when we get them, right? I wonder when the we'll call them participants that maybe are in charge of the mechanisms. I wonder when they get those headlines. Right?
Sometimes
are you like
before.
in the middle of, you're right.
Negative.
In the middle of writing a peace proposal and you got to just throw it out because you hear that and you're like, okay, start over.
Right.
It's when people have negative latency that makes me the most concerned. That's what I really worry about.
Yeah.
Wow. Look at
and
this.
here we go. There's the selling.
Insane.
I'm going to add
Wow.
to.
Are you short?
It's just too juicy. Yeah, I'm short. I want those 152s.
Looks like you're going to get them here, Mandy.
Scalp. This little scalpy scalp. Lock in profits
Negative
as we go
delta zone is
down.
winning now.
Jay, there's a statistic that you might be interested in and probably already know about, but harmonic rotations, like what's the average move per minute in like the NQ?
Okay.
It has been on average between 20 points. Whether we impulse there or we gradually trade that 1 minute time frame. In this news day today, we have 30 and 50 point moves in that same 1 minute time frame. Double. So it's double what the market's used to.
There you go.
It's called a harmonic
There's my
rotation.
152.
I know I'm getting a little geeky, but
it's all good, Ted. It's all math. We love to see it. Mandy,
it's all
really
math.
nice,
Exactly.
short here. We got these markets
Yeah, I took
selling
it off. Just needed a base hit. You guys saw it, that first trade. I was looking for those 152s, and then that news came through. Once we started flushing below this Topstep daily level at 191, that's where I could feel momentum picking up. Wanted to get in. I think I snagged about how many points? 70.
I like it.
20 points. That's all I need.
There you go. Very nice trade there, Mandy.
Well
Ted
done.
as well. We've seen
played.
the equities selling off here. We still got some more time to go on fast markets, but a really nice trade there. Right back at the pivot here in the NASDAQ 29 153s. S&P right back at that pivot as well, Ted, 74.15s. That has been an interesting price all day. One of the things we had Karab on yesterday talking about the news. News expedites the move. I see a lot of people in the chat saying, hey, the news didn't do this. It was going to do it anyway. Whatever you do, have a plan, trade that plan. We saw Ted and Mandy do that today. We are going to let you guys get out of here. Ted, Mandy, enjoy the rest of your day. Mandy, you said family time tomorrow, so enjoy some time off the charts and have a great long weekend. Ted, we will see you again sometime next week. I am sure of it. But for now, chat, we are going to bring in a special guest, first time on Topstep TV, Mish Schneider, Managing Director at Market Gauge Group. Mish, very nice to meet you. Welcome to Topstep TV. Chat, do the thing. Welcome, Mish, to the show. How are we doing today?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much for having me. It's great to meet you. I've been watching you guys on YouTube, so love what you're doing.
Awesome stuff. Well, Mish, great to meet you as well. Market Gauge Group, help us gauge these markets. What are we seeing right now? This is insane volatility. Markets are jumping at pretty much any headline that they can. What is going on right now? What is your focus?
Well, I like to break things down into these 7 sectors that I've comprised of what I call my economic modern family, which is something that I created over a decade ago, really to help me understand what's going on in terms of the economy and how it relates to Wall Street, and then sector rotation within the different key sectors. because my background was commodities and I was on the trading floor in New York for 14 years. So coming
Yes.
into the world of stocks was a whole other animal. And what we're seeing right now is, if you look at the consumer area, which I think is so key and right now being really dismissed as an issue, XRT, for example, which is what I like to use as my barometer for the consumer sector because of its combination of stables and discretionary, it's been under a lot of pressure. It's in a bearish phase. It's under all the moving averages. It's under a calendar range that we like to use for 6 months. And yet it has found quadruple support over the last year where it just held around that 77, 78 level. So what that's telling me is that there's a lot of pressure in the consumer, but it hasn't gotten to the point yet where it's breaking down to a critical life support type of situation. And then, of course, you look at the opposite side of that, which would be semiconductors. And we're getting a little bit of a sell-off today, but it's been what I call Wonder Woman. I call that sister semiconductors because of the, because my characters all, by the way, have, they're all animated now, but they were started with cartoons. I needed to have images of them. I really basically needed to personify the market. And we're doing great stuff with that now. We can talk about that later. But nonetheless, if you look at the difference between what the semiconductor space is doing and the consumer, it is a head scratcher. Like you said, it's been very difficult to ascertain what's the next big direction. Is Granny and the consumer going to catch up? We just saw Walmart come out with concerns about higher prices. Or is the semiconductor and tech space so oversaturated that eventually we get a much bigger correction? And I'm not sure I know the answer to that yet. However, if you look around at the other sectors, IWM, which I call the granddaddy of the U.S. economy, the Russells, doing okay in a bullish phase. Look at transportation. You would think that would be super impacted by the gas and oil prices, but yet doing okay. And then you go to the financials, not doing so okay. So I don't know if I remember, I've seen bifurcated markets, of course, a million times, but for how long this has been going on, I don't think I've seen that very often.
Gotcha. I think one of the things that the world is probably looking at, right, and you're a commodities trader, is what's happening in oil, right? The market hates uncertainty, right? Tell us what's happening, and we pay attention to the headlines here. We're all day trading here, and minute by minute, we're getting different headlines. What personality would you attribute to crude oil right now, and what we're seeing in the energy markets? I got a couple. I don't know if I can say them on air, but what personality would you attribute to crude right now?
Well, I guess right now I would call it a cousin, right? Because it is related, obviously, to everything. But yet, right now, it's a cousin that is annoying, shows up, but then disappears. And that's what's so interesting is right now, people don't seem to be all that concerned about oil prices. If we're looking at WTI between 95 and let's call it 105 a barrel, they just think that, okay, that's extended, but it's not in crisis mode. And I think that's why, again, we're seeing the consumers, of course, reacting because of inflation, going shopping. We know food prices and gas prices are much higher. But in terms of the overall retail sentiment of the market, not looking at that as, oh my God, we should be so worried. And they also forget history. And we know, especially I know, because I wasn't trading at this point. I was still a little young. But in the 70s, after we had the 1973 oil crisis, it took a while for that to really impact the rest of the market. And I think that's kind of the situation we may be experiencing. If we get over 105, I think people will start to pay more attention. If we break under 95, I think people will start to pay more attention.
We hear a lot of people mentioning that 105 price. Very interesting up there. And like you said, it does feel like, and we pay attention to the correlation between oil and the equities. And when the war started and we got oil above $100 for the first time in a long time, then we see that correlation. But the markets just have a very short-term memory. Right. And oil prices are where they were when we had the aggressive sell-off in the equities this year. But now, okay, this is status quo. We just have to adjust to oil prices being at $100. Like you said, the consumer, it's one thing. The stock market is a completely different thing, and it moves on to the next thing. So let's look forward. what for you is the next potential catalyst in these markets to get us somewhat directional? We saw the biggest earnings of the year, of course, with NVIDIA yesterday, pretty much in line with expectations. What do
Right.
you look forward to now as a potential catalyst to get things moving around here?
I think we have to look at interest rates and what's going on with the whole bond market and debt and how that's all related. Because again, we have another really super stretched rubber band here of the yields being high and yet the debt exceeding 39 trillion, as I read today, and has just gone straight up since October. And what that really means for the market, because in order to pay back the debt, of course, at higher interest rates, it makes it more difficult. And we do have a situation where we are buying back our own debt to kind of keep things alive on one hand. But on the other hand, obviously, we're hearing a lot of hawkish talk because of the inflation numbers with oil and gas. So I try to dismiss all of that and just look at the price. And yesterday, we did see somewhat of an attempt after the minutes came out of the yields to go down a little bit. And right now we're back down. We're close to the highs. Obviously, we've not taken out the highs of the yields, but we can see what's happening with mortgage rates. And more importantly, what's going to happen here with governments. You know, we have Japan selling our debt probably back to us and others
Right.
not buying it anymore. So I think that's really we have to watch. If I like to look at TLT, you know, I always like to pick one instrument. Otherwise, you can get
Okay.
totally confused. And if you're looking at
Right.
the long bonds right now, they look like they bottomed yesterday. Now we're getting sort of an inside day, you know, after a big candle up, we're inside of that. So we don't know. Breaks down again under yesterday's low. I think we're going to see another spook out in the market. However, regardless, all of the hawkish news could be behind us, again, getting back to oil and the anticipation that it's not going to go much higher. And if we see the yields start to come down, I think that will be very good for a lot of sectors of the market that are waiting to go up because of the high interest rates have not yet. Interestingly enough, the Russell 2000 are very interest rate sensitive, and that's been going up.
Yes.
But part of the reason is Bloom Energy is in its basket, and that has really helped the case for the small caps.
Interesting stuff here. We got the Russell right now. One of our, out of the four major equity markets, the Russell's the only one in the green today. And again, the most interest rate sensitive. With these yields rising, how much pressure is this putting on our new Fed chair, Kevin Warsh, and the Fed in general? What are your opinions on that? Obviously, we know the president wants rates cut. If you look at the Fed Watch tool, it's pricing in rate increases for next year. So how much pressure is the Fed under right now?
Oh my God, I can't even imagine. I mean, you know, we go home every day and we can, day traders, of course, you can be flat, or in terms of position trading, obviously, you know, that's one worry. But then having to carry on the back of your shoulders what's going to happen with the U.S. economy, and of course the rising debt, rising inflation, and yet the understanding of what's happening here with yields can't be fun for Wash. And we have a very divided Fed, which is also something that's unusual. I think what's going to be interesting to me is, you know, looking at Powell. Powell may have made a couple of mistakes here and there, but he really handled things with a cool head. And it was clear that he was the ultimate decider of rate policy when the Fed would meet. I'm not so sure what's going to happen with Wash. Is he going to step up to that plate? Is he going to be more integrated with what the other Fed chairmen say? We don't know that yet. But what we do know is, right, I'm sure he's getting screamed at constantly by the administration looking for lower rates. But at the other hand, he has to say, well, the market's not that bad. Unemployment is still not that bad. All things considered, earnings were, like you mentioned before, were pretty good. You know, I don't see any big reason to do any intervention. So I imagine for now, he may do nothing, which might be the smartest thing until we see how things play out.
There we go. Awesome stuff. Mish, Schneider, again, thank you for joining us here on Topstep TV. If our audience wants more of you, they're liking what you're saying in the chat. I don't know if you have the chat up right now, but where can they find more of you and your group, Market Gauge Group?
Well, I don't have the chat up, but right now I'm really focused on trading and financial literacy more than anything. You know, these characters I told you about, because of AI, we've been able to bring them to life. So I think what I really like to direct people to right now is that YouTube channel, and that's at the Economic Modern Family on YouTube. And if you just go there and give it a subscribe, a like, share. We're creating videos that are a lot of fun and very informative, deal with everything we've talked about today, except they do it in a more palatable, humorous, and educational way.
Awesome stuff. Mish, I know you got one new subscriber here, the Economic Modern Family on YouTube. Thank you again for joining us on Topstep TV. Hopefully we'll see you sometime soon. Enjoy the rest of your week and a nice long weekend. We'll see you soon.
Thank you so much, Jay. It was great. Thank you for having me. It was great to meet you.
Thanks. We'll be right back after a quick break. Again, Mish Schneider, Managing Director of Market Gauge Group.
At Topstep, we've paid out more money to more traders than anyone in this industry. Over $1.4 billion and counting. Now, we're making that payout process even faster. With automated approvals and real-time payment processing, approved payouts can hit your account instantly. The best payout policy in the industry just got a lot faster. Trade well.
Speaking of a cast of characters, we got two new characters joining us here on the stream this morning. Welcome in Dakota and Hogue to the show. Hogue, we saw you for the opening call. Dakota, what's going on, man? How are we looking at these markets today?
Jay, how is it going? Seems like it's been, just last night I was talking and hanging out and trading it up together. But yeah, these markets are rocking. Lots of volatility. Back and forth. We just seen that nice 200-point sell-off here in the NASDAQ. Trying to hold and good trading. Good trading if you could get on the right side of the market.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the big question, right? Can you get on the right side of the market? What is the right side of the market with all this volatility that we're seeing? Regular trading hour session so far, we got a 212-point range in the NASDAQ, and we're right back at the middle of it. Hogue, help us make sense of what we are seeing here.
Well, I will certainly do my best. Technically, it's kind of doing what we thought it might do during the opening call, and we've seen a lot of headlines, but it really hasn't changed that much. Looking at the S&Ps on a 30-minute chart, yesterday's regular trading hours session right here, and we were kind of looking at the market opening inside of value. Seeing that we added open interest in the S&P and the NASDAQ yesterday on a push to the upside with some probable short covering as well, that made the value area low from yesterday pretty important. On this platform, it's coming in here at 74.16. We were looking for the market. We were looking for the buyers that came in yesterday to protect this level here. There's also some confluence in this area as well with the 200 session simple moving average, the 100 session simple moving average. So when we look, while it's been a volatile session this morning, we haven't really moved all that much. We're still in value. We respected value low. We looked higher. We looked lower. Market is really seeking new information. And technically, again, this was kind of my expectation. My number one hypothesis was, let's see if we can hold value low in the S&Ps. For those of you looking for delta right now in the S&Ps, smack dab in the middle of the range, delta is negative 700. Initial balances. Initial balance low in the S&Ps, 74.1050. Initial balance high, 74.4375. And again, here we are, smack dab in the middle of it. What about the NASDAQ? NASDAQ any different? Well, not really. We had an increase in open interest yesterday, joined by some short covering. Main hypothesis was, let's see if we can hold value low for, let's call it 29,171. And again, we do have some confluence just below that, the 200 session simple moving average and the 100 session simple moving average converging right at the session low so far. So again, hypothesis number one, stay inside of value, technically has been playing out. Where are we? We're smack dab in the middle of the regular trading hour session range right now. And those of you that were asking for delta in the NASDAQ, it's basically flat. It's minus 30 contracts, minus 30. Makes sense. We're right in the middle of the range. Those of you looking for initial balances, 29,127 is the initial balance low. Again, a lot of convergence there with these moving averages right there. And the initial balance high 29,340. If you want a quick look at gold, we were looking at the double distribution from yesterday and looking for the market to remain inside of those high volume nodes. Traded to the low volume node here. We came back in. We've looked both sides of the initial balance. It's really trading like a range bound market that is looking for new information. And as we've been saying, it's really been short time frame control because we haven't seen any movement or directional activity away from the weekly kickoff high, which is 45.30. And in crude oil, we got a little bit of help from some of the news that came out. We traded up to weekly kickoff high 102.55. That's when the news came out, and it has brought us right back into the range. But we seem to be having trouble reaccepting value from yesterday. Value area high in the crude oil 100.45. If we start to show acceptance, I could see the market rolling over to back down to $97. But again, so much of that depends on the news. Again, relatively short time frame controlled in gold and crude. That's my story, guys. I'm sticking to it. Good morning,
Awesome
Jay.
stuff.
We missed you this morning on the opening call. Jack, Dakota, great to see you. What's going on?
Good morning.
Good to see
Not
you,
much.
Hogue.
Well, we
Go ahead, Jack.
have an announcement really quick. We are about to drop that form for our 213. Oh, a little music in the background. Hey, extravaganza.
Okay.
Here's what we're going to do. Hurry. You're going to have 15 minutes here, right? You go to the form. It'll ask your name, last name, Topstep username, Topstep email, and then a question. It can be short, your answer. It could be a sentence. Just don't leave it blank. How does this work? Well, we're going to pick from each of these forms, right? This is not like 100 at the end of everything. 100 will be selected to be awarded a $50K no activation fee combine from Topstep. Now, we're going to announce all the winners on the 29th of May. But I cannot emphasize enough, each of these forms, there will be 100 of those awarded. You do the math, it ends up being like 14 or 1,500 of them being given out. So get them in there. We're going to post it. You see it at the bottom there. It says contest form. Follow that link. Send it in. Today's question that you'll be answering is, how do you typically handle the emotional hangover of a losing day? Well, I am intimately familiar with that right now. I am having a day of reaming in my personal account. So, yeah, only have a limited time to enter, James is telling me in my earpiece. In
15 minutes. Go ahead, Jack.
James and back, let us know what the time we're closing this is. 9:55 Central. After 9:55 Central, we are shutting off the spigot. And guess what? There will be one more opportunity for 100 more coming up sometime later today. But for now, what was that number again? That time? It was 9:55, I believe.
Means you got 12 minutes and 50 seconds to get that form filled out, chat. Make sure you fill that out. Don't say we never gave you anything. Given about, Jack, you said 1,400 accounts approximately?
Yeah, I mean, we're giving out 100 for each of these forms.
You said 150K no activation fees?
50K no activation fee. No
50K.
Activation fee.
That's wow. Okay. No
they can be honest. They can be funny, your answers. Just be sure to put an answer. With that, we can go back to Dakota and the rest. Dakota?
Jack,
what do you see?
Jack. Well,
any levels?
I'm green on the screen from last night during slow markets. I had a nice NASDAQ trade, and I haven't placed a trade since. This price action, it's volatile but unchanged. So violently unchanged could be a good way to describe it. We got Walmart down 7%. NVIDIA, and I mean every stock I have on the Tech 9 is red. Crude oil up to 101. So it seems like we're starting to be happy in the range that we've created, slightly down And I mean, you can look at this at the 5-minute chart. Every 5 minutes, it's like 100 points up or down, 50 points up or down. So this is a tough one. This is definitely a tough one if you are a breakout trader like myself or looking for clean price action. I think even Adobe would struggle in this. Yeah, this is not
It's
even much of
volatile
a
in that range,
either.
man. It's like a. I said it's volatile in that range, right? With these headlines dropping, they quickly expand and then come right back. We're right back in the middle of it. But in the NASDAQ, we saw almost 100-point pop from the high of the opening rate, 1 minute opening range, and we're right back in the middle of it. While Mish was on, we did have a headline coming out from OPEC. OPEC Plus is likely to agree to an oil output quota hike of 188 barrels at the June 7th meeting. So in about 3 weeks, more supply of oil, maybe mechanisms trying to get prices lower. Output hike there.
That's not much.
Drop in the bucket.
How much? Yeah, how much oil does world use per day? Well, the world uses about 102 to 104 million of barrels per day, and they're adding 188,000 per day. So good for them.
Yeah.
All right. And
Like one of those
have
like
a Trump announcement
eye
at the top
droppers
of the hour.
in the ocean. Yeah, we do, Dakota.
Mm-hmm.
Do we know what that announcement's about?
Is it the contest?
Topstep contest.
I don't know, man. Does anybody know what the announcement's about?
It makes an announcement with the EPA chief, so Environmental Protection Agency. What do you got, Jack?
Oh, yeah, that's probably what it was. But yes, he will also be, I'm sure, pumping that you only have 10 more minutes to fill out this form for one of 100 free 50K no activation combines. We're doing this again. We'll see what the response is. If people do not like these contests, as shown by their not hitting the like button, then maybe we might have to adjust in the future. So subscribe, like, get in there, have some fun. But yeah, so something with the EPA.
Here we go. Top of the hour. I'm sure he's might go off script there as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this market. I mean, most mornings I'll have a decent direction. It's post NVIDIA earnings. NVIDIA is down 1.7. Big story for me is Walmart being down, over 7%.
Is this still selling?
Hit. Yeah, 7.3% is where it's at right now.
Wow. On its lows. Close to its lows.
Yeah. And I would like to lean towards a short, but
he said some somewhat, like ominous things. For instance, this is a quote: Walmart CFO, customers are having financial stress. And, stress on the consumer probably weighs more on Walmart than it does, say, SanDisk or some BS quantum stock.
Agreed. We just heard Mish talking about that. I think every guest we've had on is making the distinction between the consumer and the stock market, right? Stock market looks like it wants to continue to bid, but the consumer is under some pressure right now. So interesting for our consumer staples, how they continue to report here. We got news from Iran, 31 ships passed through the strait with IRGC coordination. You're saying, Dakota?
I said NASDAQ struggling to hold this level, so I'm short 2 from 212.
Okay. Short 2 micros from 212s.
Yep.
Looking for a little breakdown here.
Yeah, I'm going to look for a break and a retest of 180s. See if we get down to these 180s.
It just bounced off the VWAP 30-minute overnight VWAP right up there at 2257.
Yeah,
Dakota short from 220s looking pretty good here. 29,209 last trade here in the NASDAQ, 74.18 last trade in the S&P. You got a downside target on this one, Dakota?
Yeah, I'm looking for 180s.
180s.
I'll take off half, and then maybe we can leave a runner if it wants to go.
Some stuff. Dakota got some green on the screen, looking to add some more. Speaking of green on the screen, we're going to bring in Gabe for some of our top live funded leaders. There you go. Get those 180s. What do we got, Gabe?
Man, what an absolute transition there, Jay. We got some live funded P&Ls and payouts that we're going to hit. Let's start with some payouts. This is from yesterday. Here we got Craig. Took home $21,426 straight to the bank. We got Nigel, $18,103. We got John, $15,656. Millen, $12,534. And Naley, $10,720. Shout out to all those taking out payouts from their Topstep live funded accounts. Next up, we got some P&Ls as well from yesterday to tackle. Now, all these traders are trading the NASDAQ. What's new? We got Kai, $36,983. We got Ajmeet, $34,283. We got Cairo, $24,761. Oguzhan, $17,324. And Hao, $12,962. Absolute monster day for some of those live funded traders. And as always, like we say, there are two sides of this coin. So we may be celebrating some wins for a few live funded traders, but there's always going to be a couple traders out there in the red for the day. Manage your risk, follow your plan, but I'm going to send it right back to you guys.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Gabe. Dakota, nice trade there. You still in?
Yeah,
you got your
profit
180s.
for one, and I have one more left, and I'm trailing my stop loss. We're bumping up against these 70s now, looking to flush through that. I mean, we're flushing through it as we speak. There's the 170s. I'm going to call this one good. This is a winner. See money, take money.
There you go.
We're flat.
Well, you know what they say.
Did you just call the low?
What did they say?
They say, I got so much dough, you can open up a pizza shop.
Nice trade.
Where'd you get that one, Dakota? Where did you get that one?
I got that. I made that one up myself, Jay.
I was gonna say he got it off a popsicle stick, but
no.
I don't think it reached that level.
A slow markets viewer. Shout out to you if you're tuning in. Yeah, so much dough you could open up a pizza shop.
There you go. There you go. Everybody catching a slice of these markets right now. The tilt is short, 57% short in the equities. 29,171 last trade here. Hogue, initial balance low. We look like we are potentially getting ready to run the initial balance lower. It's holding at this pivot, 74.15s in the S&P. Do we like longs here?
Oh, I don't hate them because my main hypothesis was holding value low from yesterday. So we've had 3 attempts to accept below it, and we have not been able to do so just yet. You know, this is the S&Ps, and again, we do have some confluence just below that with these moving averages. The 200 sessions at 74.19. We get the 100 session at 74.09. And you know, volume value low on this platform is right here at 74.16. So if we're going to hold this, and again, this is kind of based off the action from yesterday. We did see some pretty decent increase in open interest on an up day. If those buyers are still present or protecting these levels, it's going to be tough for us to get down through there. I think the best case scenario is we sweep the IB low and come back inside and see a failed downside auction for continuation to the upside. With all of the news that's come out already today, we really haven't moved all that much. We're already seeing buyers coming back into the NASDAQ at value low, 29,178. So I don't hate it as long as you can limit the risk, and that value low is offering that opportunity.
This is kind of where we popped before. And I'm still seeing in the NASDAQ all that negative delta from 158s all the way up to 210s. There's just a ton of negative delta there. And again, if they're not getting what they're looking for.
I heard you say that. I'm not seeing like any like iceberging there. I'm not really seeing
Yeah.
the same kind of negative delta that you're seeing on my platform, but it doesn't mean that it's not happening. But
Right.
yeah, we're seeing buyers down there.
Somebody's buying it.
Those
Somebody's
incredible
buying it.
ideas.
Jack, we know we have those levels on the upside. We heard Ted mention 73.95s on the downside. That 500 lot is still sitting there at 7400s. Any movement in the options market at
Yeah,
all, or were
well,
they kind of just keeping us
it's
pinned
a
here?
little. There is a little pinning here because we are exactly at 7,400 in the SPX. So right now, so far, we've had a pretty good range between the two options levels I mentioned, which are 7,400 in the SPX and 7,425, which would be 7,420 and 7,445. So we've been kind of bouncing back and forth. It wouldn't be surprising, big fat round number, for us to get some business done here. So, like, once again, if you're leaning bullish, you don't think it's going to break this down, this could be a decent spot for an entry.
Yeah.
Oil's
Right.
bounced
Let's
back
see.
a little bit. We're back above 101, 101.30.
Top of the hour coming up in about 5 minutes here. We got a couple of things. We got the president announcement with the EPA. We have Kansas City Fed manufacturing and composite index. We got Goolsby speaking at 10:20 Central. So a couple of things coming up in the next hour or so that could bring us some volatility. Of course, the president being the main one here. See if we get any responses to some of the things that we've heard. Again, the big headline so far today, I think, Iran and Oman discussing a permanent Hormuz toll. We saw oil sell off. Actually, no, that was. Man, there's
It's
so many to
sold
keep up
off
with.
on the Iranian headline about
Yes.
them denying that they said they wouldn't be open to moving the uranium. We bounced back on Iran and Oman also saying they were looking at permanent tolls.
Yeah. What will be the response? We're right back in the middle of the range here.
Yeah, we're gonna find out
Take
in
that.
5 minutes.
Yep. Hogue, are you seeing iceberging in around the 74.25s in the S&P? In that area, 25s up to 27s?
74s. 20. No, I mean, yeah, actually, wait. 74.25.
Yeah.
Actually, I mean, there's positive delta of 800 at that
Right.
price. Now, that's over the last 3 30-minute periods of time, which would indicate sell
Yep.
iceberg orders.
Yeah. That's what I'm seeing as well. We were above it for a little while, but now it's starting to act as a resistance in that zone there. And president coming up in a couple of minutes here. And I've been saying the 2-week
But
point
nothing
of control
tremendous.
is 74.20s. No, it's not major.
Delta's pretty
kinda
much
just-
flat in the S&P and the NASDAQ, negative 300 in the S&Ps, negative 250 in the NASDAQ, and that's regular trading hours, New York session only. So we're not seeing anything huge. We're in the middle of the range. No major delta in either direction. It seems very, very range bound, which is surprising with the number of headlines that we've had and the volatility that we saw, but the volatility has been very contained. It's been just inside value from yesterday.
Absolutely. Looking at the calendar for what we got later in the week, or later in the week. We got 1 day left in the week, but we do have Michigan sentiment out
Almost over.
tomorrow. Yeah, week's almost over. And a reminder to everyone, Monday is a holiday.
All right.
Are markets closed full day Monday? You guys know?
Memorial Day.
We won't be
Full day or
here.
half day? We won't be here. We won't be here, whether the markets are open or closed. We will not be here on Topstep TV. We'll be back on Tuesday. Gotta figure out if that's a full day or not on Monday.
I can tell you in a second here.
Thanks, Hogue.
I think so.
I think it's a full day.
3-day
Uh,
weekend. 3-day weekend.
Equities will open Sunday night at regular time. They will in essence close at noon on Monday. They go into pre-open and then they'll reopen at
Okay.
5 p.m. on Monday.
Okay.
All of this
I
will
have
be
to.
trade date on Tuesday. Equities, interest rates, energies will trade until 1:30 Central Time on Monday, where they will go into pre-open and then reopen at 5 p.m. on Tuesday. Grains will be closed all day, opening their regular time on Tuesday night. FX will be
Here's the bid.
open all day. Like the currencies will be pretty much open all day. Metals will go into pre-open at 1:30 Central Time on Tuesday. Livestock and grains, of course, will not open. So yeah, there is some trading. Just be aware that they're shortened hours and take the day off. Why not? Everybody
There
else
you
is.
go.
Yeah, you should.
Absolutely. I know I will be.
Yeah, definitely.
There's that bid, Hogue. I was thinking about buying those 180s in the NASDAQ. I didn't do it. And nice little 70-point bounce from there. But we're right back to this regular trading hour VWAP, 233s. S&P is back above that positive delta top of the hour coming up here. Again, president scheduled to speak as well. I do not believe we'll be bringing in that feed, but I am watching it on the side. So if we get any market moving comments, we will be sure to bring them to you. Kansas City manufacturing number coming out here as well. Prior number was 10. Let's see.
Break out of this range.
Man, Dakota. What is it going to take to break out of this range, man?
Well,
right now we're dead set in the middle of it, I think.
We might hear it from Trump.
Yeah.
It looks like it will want to break out to the long side, to be honest. What's that, Hogue?
You were going to say, Hogue?
Smack in the middle?
Smack dab.
All right, we'll be waiting to see what happens with Trump's speech. Little bit of a bounce above the 7,400 SPX level. We're at 5.14 in the bond yields. VIX is down to 17.5. Walmart's still down 7%. Only thing the Mag 7 that is up, and it is by a thread, is Google. So a little bit of seeing a big day for the momentum stocks. We've had this huge pop in quantum. Micron's up 2%. SanDisk is up 5.3%. We got anything else of note, like CoreWeave's up 4.6%. Some of the speculative stuff is back.
And we're right back down here. Jack, how much attention do you pay to the size of these bill and note auctions from the Treasury? Do those numbers mean anything?
Yeah, I mean, I paid a lot more attention to them when I was actively like trading Treasury spreads. Like we were trading the actual cash. So generally, we would try and be, certainly for a bond auction, we would generally be flat because most of our strategy was doing spreads of futures against the actual cash.
Gotcha.
I'd say I pay attention to it more in aggregate over time to see if like the composition of what we're offering is changing. Obviously, we're probably not too keen on auctioning off a ton of 30-year debt right now.
Right.
When, the coupon on it's going to be over 5%.
Right.
Maybe one of the great, like, even if you don't like debt, it's kind of annoying that we didn't, as a country, auction off way more long-term debt when interest rates were like 2%. Would have been a really great deal if the government was sitting on a lot of debt at 2% for 30 years. We may never see that opportunity again. We kind of missed one there.
There we go. Thank you for that, Jack.
I'm long.
I knew it was coming, Dakota. I knew it was coming. We're going to let Hogue get out of here. Dakota is long, Hogue. We're going to let you get out of here. Thanks again for joining us. We'll see you back for the morning highlights. Anything you want to say before you head out here, Hogue?
No, just trade well. It is a every day is different. Every day is a challenge, and every day is interesting. A lot to learn today, I think. Trade well, everybody. Jay, Jack, Dakota, we'll see all you in a little bit.
See you in a bit, Hogue. We're going to throw it over to Dr. Volatility. Let's see if he can do what he does and get us out of this range.
What's up, everybody? I hope you're all having a good morning out there. I'm James Harden. I'm here to talk to you about the things that I want you to know about in regards to Topstep and Topstep TV. And hey, I mentioned, hope you're having a good day. But if you're not, you can join the real life PvP server that is our Discord channel. That's right. Hop into the Discord channel with over 200 traders worldwide in there. You can always find someone to talk with or fight with, but be sure that you're doing it all in the Topstep Discord. And while you're there, be sure to make some friends. We got Trading Buddy channels. We have channels for the languages you speak. We have channels for the products you trade, and so much more. Our Discord is always getting ramped up. We have awesome moderators and ambassadors in there if you ever need help. If you need support questions, I guarantee you your question has been asked in Discord. So go ahead, if you're not a member, click on the link that's in chat, join our Discord, and become a part of the movement today. We got a lot of cool things planned for Discord and our users in the days and weeks ahead. So go ahead and become a member of the Topstep Discord now if you're not already. I promise good things come to those who join the Discord. Then be sure to come back because you already know what I'm about to say, but it's group coaching time. Well, it's the time of the day we collect your questions for group coaching. That is. And if you have a question for Hogue, you have a question for Hoop, or you have a question for Anne-Marie Band, then you're in luck because those three guests will be on group coaching today at 12 p.m. Central Time. We're going to drop another link in the chat. This one's going to be pinned to the chat, and this is how you get your questions in front of these coaches. Click on the link, fill out the submission form with your question, and then tune back in at 12 p.m. for group coaching. We do try to get to each and every question that is submitted, and if we don't have the time, we do push it to the next day. So tune in all week long, each day, every day to learn something and see if your question is answered live during group coaching. Now, before we go back to fast markets, I do have another piece of Topstep TV news as we are looking to sunset some of our shows. Topstep TV is focusing its live programming around bell-to-bell coverage of the U.S. trading day, and as part of that shift, 2 of our shows are coming to an end. London Open with Aaron Trades will be airing its final episode tomorrow morning, May 22nd. And Metal Markets with Deanna airs its final episode May 27th. The good news is that you're not going to see them go anywhere because Deanna and Aaron are going to continue to appear on Topstep TV, in our Discord, and active in the Topstep community. Thank you to Aaron and Deanna for everything they brought to these shows. Be sure to tune in for their final episodes and show them some love. Again, Aaron Trades, London Open, final episode tomorrow morning, 1:30 a.m. Central Time. Last, but most certainly not least, before we go back to fast markets with our good friend Mohammed, I have a cautionary tale for everybody out there. America's most well-known competitive eater is on probation. Joey Chestnut pleaded guilty to 2 counts of battery. The incident happened in March in a suburban Indianapolis restaurant. Chestnut admitted to slapping a man who recognized him and tried to shake his hand. According to court documents, video shows Chestnut pulling the man in and hitting him. He told police he was so drunk at the time he doesn't remember doing it. The 6-month probation will not prevent Chestnut from competing in the Nathan's hot dog eating contest on July 4th. ESPN is reporting he will do so. Chestnut is the reigning champ of the contest with 17 victories under his belt.
Well,
as long as he could compete, I guess, right? That's wild.
That's a defense.
Getting slept by the hot dog eating guy.
Yeah, that's never meet your heroes, right?
Right. Joey, can you sign my hot dog?
Swap. Also, like, never go up to like a hammered guy in an Indianapolis bar who's known for eating 100 hot dogs.
Right.
That's more of a machine or animal. Man, Indianapolis has some wild. I remember a few years back there was a. I gotta look at this story. It's one of the funniest stories of all time. There was a judge convention in town, and apparently there was a parking lot fight at like 3 a.m. involving 3 judges that had like come back from a strip club, and one of them ended up getting shot in the leg. The judicial bench, man. Indiana
Hey,
never
they,
changed.
all that schooling, do a lot of partying, I'm sure. I'll get the doorbell. Who do we got? More Mohammed for the week.
Hi.
Welcome back. Topstep TV. Good to see you. How we doing today,
Hi,
Mo?
Coach
What's going on?
Jay. Hi, Dakota.
Hey,
Jack,
Mo.
how are you, everyone?
Doing great.
This market is not making it easy for me. I get chopped today. Really, I get chopped. This market is chopping me. I'm reassessing now. I was short, however, missing my target by a couple of points and hit to my stop. And then when I see this market is rejecting the lows after the opening range, as we can see here, I took the short here. It was nice waiting here around 7410. Never happened. Take out my stop. Then after this strong 3-bar reversal, passing the 50% of that range, I thought, yeah, we are going to the high of the range now. They have no excuse not to do it, but not this time. They take my stop one more time. So 2 losing trades, and I'm reassessing now. I don't want to judge in a trade right now. It's not clear to me.
We did just get the first response to the permanent toll. Rubio saying a tolling system in the Strait of Hormuz would make a diplomatic deal unfeasible. We got oil back at $102 right now, seeing a little bit of selling in the equities. Again, Iran and Oman proposing a potential permanent toll in the Strait of Hormuz. Rubio saying that would make a deal unfeasible. And we're seeing some selling coming in here at the equities now. 29,150 last trade there in the NASDAQ, 74.10s in the S&P. There you go, Jack. There's our first response.
Yep. Well, good to see
Exactly
we're making
what we would
progress.
expect. Right.
By the way, I was able to pull up. I got to show this judge story. Here you are. 3 Indiana judges suspended after White Castle brawl that left 2 of them wounded. That headline does not do this justice. All right. Before a judicial conference, they had a failed attempt to visit a strip club called the Red Garter. A brawl in the parking lot of an Indianapolis White Castle ensued. Apparently started just after 3 a.m. when one of the judges, Sabrina Bell, raised a middle finger at 2 men yelling from a passing SUV. It ended in a all-out brawl in the White Castle parking lot in which 2 of the judges were shot. One in the chest, one in the stomach. All survived.
Jesus.
Sheesh.
What happens in Indianapolis? I mean, it's crazy to become a judge. And then after failing to get to a strip club, getting shot in a White Castle parking lot that's
who
next
tries
level
that
degenerate.
case? Who tries that
the
case?
Supreme Court. I think by definition, the Supreme Court has to try that case.
Yeah.
It's weird. There's like an amendment if a judge gets shot in a White Castle parking lot.
Wow. That Tristan Trout says, "What in America is this?" Pretty.
Let me know in the chat if you, on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being you behave yourself very well, and 10 being getting shot in a White Castle parking lot after failing to get into a strip club. What is your behavior like at corporate conferences abroad? Trying to get a feeling for y'all.
I think I'm at like a 2.5. If it's a corporate conference, I think I'm at like a 2.5. Right? You might have a couple drinks, you might stay out late, but you got to be on your best behavior. I have seen people be not. I've seen some 10s. I've seen some 10s. I think I've told that story on air before. If somebody wants to go back and find it, but I have seen a 10. The man was fired and sent back home to India. Very interesting times.
Rough thing to wake up to.
Yeah.
Heads up, I'm looking for a short. Looking for a short here after we break the low of this range. Now we are retesting that level of 74.15. If I see some momentum going lower with a strong red candle, that's my signal, but it's not coming yet. So this is me avoiding a V-shaped recovery. Want to see a conviction to the downside first. Then at that high, I will put my stop. Let's see, because coming back to the moving average. That's a pullback. That's a nice pullback after this drop down, making a new low. So maybe they will try again. They do. Currently, they are not. So nothing.
Cancel the order, Mo.
Yep.
Seeing a little bit of a bid
coming
coming
a
in.
little sticky here in the SPX. Oh, now we popped through it.
Something's going on.
This pop oil selling. I am long here. Hold on. Headline just came out. Somebody's traveling to
I'm
Iran
looking for a
today.
long now. Looking for a long now.
So we got a headline. I didn't hear the name.
Again.
But someone traveling to Iran today. Rubio says we want to sell India as much energy as it will buy. And I heard an order filled there. Somebody get in? Or is that we still got Ted's audio here? It might be Ted's audio here.
It's still sharing his screen.
You can mute
He's a
the video
BTST
tab.
out there. Whose order is
Gotcha.
that?
Thanks, Jack. Because I'm hearing orders going off. I'm like, somebody's trading this up right now. I mean, I don't knock it. I like the volatility. I am long myself here. I'm long 2 micros from 29 to 09.50 in the NASDAQ. Rubio says the Pakistanis will travel to Iran today. So we're seeing some selling coming in here in oil.
Ooh, okay, that's
and a little bit of a bid
bullish, right?
Bid ski here in the equities. You would think so. You would think so.
You said it was going to happen.
Pakistan
yesterday.
is the mediator, right?
That's a giant 5-minute candle in ES.
Yes, it is.
That's
Mo.
a rejection from the low. They sweep the low just to take me out of my trade, and now they're back. I will not fall in this trap again. I will wait.
Yeah, Mo. It is a mess here. This is Dakota where we were talking about. If you're winning, it's range. If you're losing, it's chop. It depends on the perspective. That's the markets we're getting right now.
Mm-hmm.
There is a lot of back and forth, headlines flying around, and the market's not really doing too much. Nice little bid there, though. About a 15-point move in the S&P. Again, Rubio saying Pakistan is supposed to be traveling to Iran today. See if we get some resolutions here. Right back into the middle of the range. 29,250 is VWAP in the NASDAQ. We're trading about 13 points below that right now.
Yeah.
S&P back above VWAP. What do you got, Mo? Yeah, Mo.
Although I lost in my 2 trades, but I'm still seeing this as a range day, big range day. Market starting a rally up and retesting the same low and going up again. Going low cannot make a new low. However, they managed to sweep that low a little bit. So it's a range day. I mean, I had that trend line from the high rejected 2 times, actually 3 times. Now, and they're testing it. So if we manage to get back above 7430, that's a confirmation for a breakout upside.
Back to the middle here.
That means we will still in the same range, which means I will not trade it.
So Hogue and I were talking about these 74.25s in the S&P. I'm still seeing in about a 2-point range, 74.25 up to 74.27s, positive 2,700 delta in that 2-point range. And we keep getting kind of glued there. So somebody is absorbing a ton of volume here, very similar in the NASDAQ right at these 240s, about 1,000 positive delta in this 10-point range. So a ton of orders getting absorbed here. Is this going to be a launch point at some point in the day is what I'm thinking. But for right now, still seems like some absorption here. We can see every time we get up in this range, it slows down. Any movement? Somebody in chat saying Apple take any movement in the big stocks right now?
Buyers stepping in.
Still got Walmart down near 7%. Besides that, Nvidia's down 2%. Broadcom down 1%. Nothing really up. Apple's up. Apple's gone up a little bit, but it's still just up 0.3% of the day. Google is basically flat.
Let's see here. Right back into the middle of this range. My stop's in profit in this already. We've rejected too many times here for me to take a loss on this trade. Honestly, I might just cut it.
NASDAQ breaks through these 250s. We could see.
Oh, we're going.
300s.
I agree with you, Dakota. Yeah, if we could see some sustained buying above these 260s, then why not run to settlement here at 390s? But question is, can they break it? I got Delta full session for the NASDAQ negative 610. In the S&P, it is positive, and this is from the overnight session. Positive 1600, not a whole lot. But you got London close coming up in about 12 minutes here. Looking at the tilt, 60% long in the S&P, 56% long in the NASDAQ, 56% short crude, and 55% long in gold. Gold just been in a range really all day, 45.0890 last trade there. Oil trading 101.38 for now. Goolsby comments coming up in just a little bit here as well. So that could get us moving. Let's see here.
Let's get through these 250s, shall we? Let's get some buyers into this market.
I would love that for this trade.
Incredible. Let's get it.
Just need to see some buying coming in here. Seen some buying in this 1 minute candle right here. But I think we need to close, 250s at a minimum here. And then I think we should be good to go. I may trail my stop just a little bit more here. S&P holding above that positive delta as well. All looks good until it doesn't, right? We get another headline that comes out and, we could get moving again. But these markets are feeling a little bit jumpy right now, right? That's why my stop's already in profit, right?
Mm-hmm.
With the action I've seen today, I don't really see much of a reason to give anything back on a positive trade. I'm actually long 2 micros. I'm going to sell 1, and we'll just let the other one work from that point because of this jumpiness in price that we've been seeing. Chat, let us know. Let's get a little vibe check. How are we doing out there? Are we up on the day, down on the day so far? Are you staying out of this chop range? Seen some people in the chat earlier saying, hey, you know what? This price action is, I feel like a gambler trading this price action. Scale down, size down, and if this is not favorable price action to you, the best option we have as a day trader, Dakota, is that we do not have to be in a trade. So you don't like what you see, stay flat for now.
I'm back.
Hey, Mo, welcome back.
Welcome.
Yeah, I think I know what is causing this issue every time.
Oh, we got you back here, Mo. What are you seeing here? I know you were initially looking for that short, but then you with that bid there, maybe flipping long here. What are we saying?
Yeah, as I said, if we got at 74.30 again up, we are looking at a true breakout. As you can see, we can see it from both ways. We have an opening range that is tagged to the high first, and then tagged to the low. Now, the rotation should continue back to the high again if we are in a range, and we are in a range. So above that 50% of the range, we have closed 2 candles above it, now 5-minute candles. If we manage, and when I look to the 2000 tick chart, we had this trend line coming down, okay? And then we have this V-shaped recovery. We might test that trend line, broken trend line, and that will confirm the breakout of the trade. So I'm having this buy limit order, stop market buy at 74.30. If we got there, that means we have that momentum required to do the breakout after this small consolidation here, taking out those weak hand buyers. And then we go up. That is my signal to go higher. Other than that, we are in this lousy range. Yeah, it could be a case for a short to the low side. However, I'm giving the benefit of the doubt for the buyer.
Awesome stuff. We got I've been talking about the selling that's absorbing a bunch of buying in this area here. We got 1,000 lot on the offer in the S&P 74.30s. So someone is still looking to conduct some business in this zone. Let's see if they get filled there. 74.28 last trade here, holding above all that positive delta for now. But somebody needs to come in and buy 1,000 contracts if we want to trade above 74.30, unless they pull that order. While we wait to see if that happens, Jack, I heard we got some news. If you want to hit Jack's news update.
Yeah, let's hit a few tidbits. Then I have a discussion topic later. All right, everybody. You know the drill. We talked about this. NVIDIA beat earnings. They beat revenue. They raised forward forecast. Surely your calls will print. Well, buddy, I got news for you. It rarely happens. Now, I want to show this to me, maybe just personally, is a very interesting chart. It was shared by Rory Johnston, who's been on the show before, but it's annotated now. We're right here. We have the Brent crude pricing, and we have various times at which we've got announcements of de-escalation going to Trump. And this has made this whole last couple months pretty hard for me as far as trading, because you can't just, I like usually to trade midterm and kind of like swing and trail things, right? And you see this, the opposite would be equities, but you see how even if oil's drifting up, you just get hammered on these random things. You can see back on March, I think the war is very much complete. Huge sell-off. Here's another one. Very productive conversation. Sell-off. You just get nuked. So unless you're a true believer, one of the rare things where it's like you got to play options and trust the process, I get. But you should know pretty much every week or so, if you are short equities or long crude, there's a hammer coming for you.
Oh,
you have the confidence to survive it. It's crazy stuff. Next story hits a little close to home. Shed a tear. Schlitz beer is discontinued after 177 years. I gotta be honest, I never thought that one would go away. And here in Chicago, I used to live, you can still see they built a whole lot of Schlitz ale houses back in the 1890s. I used to live, this is Floyd's pub right here. And they exist no more, but you can still see they have these wonderful terracotta Schlitz globes. Those things are actually three-dimensional. They come out. So if you get a chance before they discontinue, see if you can find, there's probably like 10 or 15 of them in Chicago. See if you can go to an actual Schlitz ale house and get a Schlitz for old time's sake. Take a picture of yourself with it. Send it to Topstep. I'd appreciate that. I'll shed a tear. That is the news for now, although there is one more story, more for discussion, I want to talk about at some point, like maybe in 10 minutes, if things are slow, which is that SpaceX S1, because
yes,
there's a lot going on there, my friends.
We got to talk about that, Jack. Maybe after this London close coming up in about 4 minutes there. I'm flat on that trade, like I said. In this area here, if we're not going to Dakota right off those 260s, man, we rejected. So,
yeah.
Taking the scalps, let this market try to figure out what it's doing.
Either.
You don't like them, Mo?
I don't like it. Yeah, they took me in that trade. In my stop at 23 below this consolidation. So if they break it down, that means they failed the breakout. So this is me getting out. I'll wait. I will see whether they will take my stop or not. At this point, I cannot do anything more.
Well, you know what they like to do? As soon as you guys get out, that's when they want to rip it in the direction you're looking for.
Yeah. If we see a momentum spike, I may get back into it, but just kind of managing what the market is presenting right now, I don't think we stay in this range, right? But how we get out of it is the question. And I think at this point, I kind of just have to let the market decide. But it is holding up pretty well here. Again, that 1,000 lot in the S&P did fill at 74.30s. We had about 1,300 trade in a second, right at that 74.30 range here. Holding some of this positive delta now at that 74.25 area. Let's see if they can gain some traction.
They're trying.
It's trying, Mo.
You can feel it. They are trying and failing. They cannot make it. At some point, they will just give up.
What do we need to do to motivate these buyers, Mo? What do they need to hear?
Giving them my stop.
Well, we don't want to do that. We want to make money off of it. But let's see, oil catching another bid here. Oil back at 102s here, catching another bid. The haters. Somebody came in. The S&P looked like it wanted to catch a bid, and then they threw that 1,000 lot out there and slowed down the momentum for now. Yep. So Dakota, I think we've clearly identified that this is a range-bound market. Is there anything that could get you back into a trade here?
I like the longs.
Okay.
I like to play back up to 300.
Yeah.
But you can see it's struggling here at these 240s, 250s.
Yeah.
I think patient pays. Let's see what the London close brings here in just a couple of minutes. But yeah, let's see if we can get some buyers into this.
We will see. Well, if crude continues to catch a bid like it's doing right now, they might not want to come in and buy it. We'll see here. Got Mo back. Again, London close coming up in about a minute here. I like your trade, Mo. I might have gotten out too early. I like your trade.
I like my stop. I like my stop. This is the only thing that's working in this trade.
Yeah, we'll see. Give him a minute here with this London close. 45 seconds here, 40 seconds until this London close. Let's see what we get. Tilt right now, back to pretty much even. 56% long in the S&P, 57% long in the NASDAQ, 60% long in crude, and 50-50 in gold. Hey, the stop is working, Mo. That's called good placement right there.
It's a good sign. It's a good sign. Maybe I will flip short if that stop is stopped. Bicycle trade.
Zero just vibing says, do you pay attention to HTNs? What is an HTN?
I
don't know.
High trading.
I might pay attention to it. Yeah. Take a guess. What is an HTN? I don't know. Crude selling off here, rejecting those 102s. Maybe HVNs, high volume nodes.
That fuel
I don't know. Let us know,
higher.
Zero. Fine. It's trying here.
Here we are. We are hanging out 230s. 230s line in the
London
sand.
London is officially closed for business. Didn't really give us too much there to work with. Right back into the middle of this range again.
Yeah, I'm out.
And right back down. Right back down. You out there, Mo?
Yeah, I'm out.
There you go. Flat on that trade there. Good risk management mode, not doing what you want it to do. And coming right back down here. High trade nodes, so high volume nodes. Yeah. You might have heard that I've been kind of quoting some of these. I look at a delta profile on a different platform. Somebody was asking me if I use Bookmap. I don't. I use Quantower, which you can connect your Topstep X account to. But what I'm looking at is a delta profile, right? So where are there, buyers that are, gaining traction in this market? Where are they stuck? And right now we're kind of stuck in between a negative delta node right here at these 200s in the NASDAQ and a positive delta node right at the 250s. And that's just giving us a range there. So there's clearly some business being conducted in this range, and I don't think we're going to get out of it until we're done, right? So we see those 1,000 lots come in. Somebody has some interest here in this area. I don't think they let us out of this range until they're done. So we'll see right back down into the middle of this range.
Yep.
And, that's what we got. I mean, and it's a big enough range to trade. It's a 50-point range in the NASDAQ, right? From that 50-point drop there in the NASDAQ, and you could probably even call it a 100-point range. It's big enough.
Yeah,
it's
about 25 in ES also.
Yeah, that's a decent amount.
Yeah, it's a decent. I was trying with the buyers to do the breakouts. We couldn't.
Yeah, they just don't seem like they're ready yet. VWAP's still flat, not really giving us a whole lot of direction here.
Nope.
Who in the chat is cooking in this range right now? I know for me,
selling off pretty hard too.
Is it down more than 7?
Yeah, we're 7.6% now.
Interesting. It's the number 10 weighted company in the NASDAQ. Might be a little bit less after today. Might have dropped a couple of spots. No, Jack did say it dropped below $1 trillion.
Walmart did, yes.
Here we go. Somebody's making money in this range. Brietta Jasmine in the chat says up 1168 in the range. Nice job.
There you go.
couple traders not trading it. Benson up 850 on micro NASDAQ. Hey, you can make some money in here. I've heard Hogue call these cash register days. And, if you can identify the extremes of the range, you accept that it's not breaking out and you just fade the extremes, there's a ton of opportunity here. So shout out to all of you range traders taking advantage of it. I know for myself, this is when I usually slow down. I make less decisions because somehow I'm pretty good at identifying ranges and my trades always end up right in the middle of them. So
me too. Yeah. Or you go through and you hit your day loss limit and you look back and we went nowhere.
People are making money. It's good to see it in the chat, and I think it's a great time to get an update on the people making money out there in Topstep live accounts. We got Julian K up $34,978. We got Lay up $27,523. Kiara up $20,315. Tyler A, a staple on this list. Tyler A up $19,388. And Sohaib up $16,563. Shout out to our live leaders. Those are the top 5 live leaders for the day. Take most of that home and great trading. That is a great way, even if you take tomorrow off, to go into a long weekend. People are making money out there, and we're seeing the equities continue to sell off here. What do you got, Dakota?
I bet you they could start a pizza shop.
It's a lot of dough. That is a lot of dough. Oh man, here we are. Nice little 80-point sell-off there in the NASDAQ. The question is, where do you buy it? Yeah, right. At what point does this break?
Go ahead.
I'm just saying, at what point does this range break, right? This is...
I have marked the range high and low in ES.
What do you got,
so
Mo?
Our range exactly from the high, 74.30, and take it from someone who tried to do the breakout from the upside and downside, because I had 1, 2, 3, 4 trades. One was successful. I was selling at the high of that range to the low of that range. That was okay. And then I lost looking for continuation to the downside. It never happened. I lost. And then I bought it at the high. Didn't work. I lost. Then I wanted to buy it again at the high. It didn't work and lost. So we have the high of the range, 74.30, the low, 74.15. This is the range. So the plan here is either you fade that range and buy looking to be inside with headlines that could be impossible because headlines could do the breakout. And or you might just wait for the range, and this is the safest plan. Wait for that range to be confirmed broken out. What I mean by confirmed, a break up a decent number of candles and retest, and then when you see a new bid, you go long again. Same thing from the downside. It happened, but there was no confirmation at the low. At that point, you remember I was looking for one, but it never happened, and the market just go higher. So that saved me from taking a short. I should did the same at this high. Instead of buying the breakout, wait for the breakout until you see it by your eyes and buy the put.
I mean, buyers, they keep trying to hold this up. Walmart keeps selling off. Like Walmart's down almost 8% now, but the rest is
getting
holding pretty well.
Dakota, at some point before we get off, we got to talk a little bit about SpaceX. What do you think?
Okay. Hit me with it.
So SpaceX,
whenever you're ready.
Yeah, let's do it. SpaceX released their S1 yesterday, which is really the first opportunity we've had to really look into what their financials are ahead of the IPO. Some interesting stuff here. They're looking for like a 1.75 trillion valuation. They're also, I believe, IPOing with like a pretty small percent of the float, like 4% or something. So anything I say, like it can go way up, it can go way down. You guys are traders. You can follow it, do as you want. But in case you're wondering, this is just like the overall consolidated business. 24 to 25, the revenue change was only 33%, from 14 to 18.6 billion dollars, right? That is not exactly the change in revenue you associate with a company that would be IPOing at 100 times sales. And the more interesting thing is that basically you're buying a company called SpaceX, right? But they don't make any money from the space part of it. All the revenue of that 18, 11 billion of it, 11.4 is Starlink. 4 billion is space, and 3.2 billion is the XAI that they jammed in. And this is what I have an issue with. We can take this down so we can look at the charts. Is that it's, I don't know, it feels kind of shitty that they jammed XAI into this. And I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Like, clearly they did. It's part of the company that's IPOing. So like when you're buying SpaceX, you're buying the space thing, you're buying Starlink, you're buying XAI. And XAI is really struggling. So XAI that they put in there has an operating income of negative $6.4 billion. By the way, on that last thing I showed, the company as a whole has negative $4 billion for 2025 in income. Okay. The space business is fine. Space made $4 billion. The operating income is minus 657 million, but whatever. That's cool technology. Starlink's kind of a horse. 11.4 billion, and an operating income. It's actually profitable. 4.4 billion. But that XAI, 3 billion in revenue, 6.4 billion in operating losses, and it's pretty clear they shoved it in there to make the people that invested in it whole when retail goes out and bids it to the moon, which I don't know is kind of shitty. Any thoughts, Dakota?
Not really, man. I'm thinking about that, and
I got some thoughts.
Yeah, hit it, Jake. Or Jake.
This is not financial advice. It sounds like buy the post IPO dip.
That's
maybe after that first earnings, and some people in the chat are saying it as well. You're investing in Elon. I think somehow they figure it out, or the market and the Elon fan club are just gonna infinite bid it anyway because it's Elon. So would I buy on that IPO with those numbers, Jack? Probably not. But on that post IPO dip, could get some good prices. Do you know what price it's supposed to IPO at?
Just the market cap. I don't know how many shares. It's
cap,
like they're looking for a 1.7 trillion. And just to give an idea, is like that's a little bit more than Facebook than Meta is worth. Is like 1.5, and Meta makes about $100 billion a year in, or $200 billion a year in revenue.
Shows you the optimism around the Elon. You're buying Elon Musk. That's what they're doing,
right?
Yeah, I'll be interested to see how it affects. Like, it's gonna be a huge liquidity mop for retail, although they're not doing the whole float, so it won't be. I'm interested to see how the other stocks kind of that those investors would be interested in do around that.
Got a couple people in the chat saying this is what's going to be the thing that breaks the market. This SpaceX IPO, we will see next month. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I think June 12th or something, and then you have OpenAI racing to get an IPO by September, I believe.
Usually big IPOs take a lot of liquidity from the markets. I have experienced that before Aramco IPO back in 2018. I mean, during that time, that was a lot of liquidity pressure before IPO. It was a huge push down for the market. And just after the IPO finished, by 1 or 2 weeks, the market start breathing. Because big hedge funds and banks, they want to allocate big amount of money for that IPO.
We will see. That could be next month. We're back on the bid here in the equities, 29,261 last trade here in the in the NASDAQ, right back above those 260s, Dakota. This might be it.
Is that the breakout now?
This might
we trust this breakout.
think
I
do
mean,
oil
I
selling a little
mean,
bit here.
I tried twice. If I want to buy this breakout, I will buy it after confirmation now.
I don't know if I trust it.
We got Goolsby
Okay.
speaking right now, Jack.
Fair
We have a
enough.
pretty significant
Let's see it
inflation problem,
first.
but the job market
Let's
is
see it so we
stable.
can trust it, Dakota.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, I mean, same. That's why we're looking at rate hikes more possible than rate cuts right now. Like the jobs numbers have been fine.
Yep.
Here we go. I'm most attuned to the inflation side of the dual mandate, says Goolsby. Here we go. Seeing some bids coming in here. So those offers that were up at 74.30s, nothing on the books right now. And we're back in this positive delta zone in the S&P, 74.25s up to 74.30s. Somebody's buying here. Can they gain some traction of this market? It's been where we rejected Dakota. You said you don't trust it. And let's see.
Yep. I was about to say, can we fade it? Selling higher than it. So because we have
see here.
another level of resistance up there. We can see it. If we have that breakout,
Reject.
they still need to break that resistance up there. So fading this move by selling around 74.33 or so can be a good trade.
Who's
Is that upper extreme of the range?
Did Andre get Ebola? Well, we have a journalistic rigor here, so I don't think so, but I cannot confirm that Andre did not get Ebola. I'll let you know when we find that out.
Here we go.
I cannot independently verify that Andre does not have Ebola.
I like the way this is holding up here.
And
you could have said that the last time we were up here. You could have said that the last time we had
300.
Oil selling though. Oil selling. Oil's down 20 cents.
Let's see if
in this 1 minute candle here. Might be a little bit different. Last time we were up here, oil was testing 102s.
I feel Dakota trying to resist the idea to sell this.
I'm trying to resist selling this. Yes, Mo. It's just
I don't blame you. However, the setup is encouraging actually. You follow your plan. That's it. Doesn't matter what happened.
We do have the president's still scheduled to speak. We haven't heard any comments yet. I do have the press conference in my ear, and it sounds like we're just sitting at a press conference waiting. A lot of background talk, but not at the podium just yet. Somebody said he's got to fill the rest of his orders before hit the microphone. 101.16's last. It's insane, dude. That is insane. Actually, is that insane? Do we know the numbers of trades from prior presidents? Or do we just hear about it more now?
Maybe we just hear about it more.
Yeah. I won't get into the weeds on that one.
Yeah, 3,600 trades in 3 months though. I don't make that many trades. We have some scalpers on Topstep TV. I don't think they make that many trades in a 3-month period. But hey,
we'll have to ask Ted.
Got to be in the market. Ted might be a competitor there. Here we go. I think this might be the bid. Oil selling off here. Let's see what happens at these 300s. You got some orders here at 300s in the NASDAQ. 103 on the offer.
3-bar reversal here.
300s.
It's not a bad thing to see.
This is a market where you blink and we could be down 50 points.
Yep. We saw it this morning.
Yes, indeed.
Not without first 5-minute candle red. So the market cannot go down without a red candle.
Don't blink.
Mr. Longshort says people online have gone through his trades, some really good, some bad. He lost on Palantir. Oh yeah, you're not going to win all of them. You're not going to win all of them. No one has 100% hit rate in the markets, I don't think, unless you just buy forever.
It isn't great though. Like maybe he was down on Palantir when he tweeted out the actual ticker for Palantir and saying they're doing a great job. That cracked me up. Not
All
even
right.
the name of the company. It was like $PLTR.
All right, President is speaking
Love
right
that.
now. Again, we'll bring you any market moving comments. We got
That's the one who can make the breakout.
Yeah, let's do it. Break us out.
Brad Sims long from 235. Nice trade. What's up, Sean D in the chat?
Well, we didn't get to 300, did we? Did we tag 300? No.
No.
So close.
2 ticks, like 5 ticks off. Again, we got the president speaking with the EPA right now. We also getting comments from Goolsby as well. We'll bring you any market moving headlines, but we do see the market's catching a little bit of a bid here. Oil getting ready to test these 101s again here. So 66% long in the S&P and NASDAQ, 67% short in crude. Does this bid hold?
Yeah, we always say trade what you see, correct?
Absolutely, Mo.
That's right, Mo.
So what I'm seeing here, I see a breakout that I was trying to be in previously twice. Now it's happening. I can see 1, 2, 3, almost 3 candles in 2000 tick chart. 2000 volume candles is closing above that level. Now I will wait for the pullback to 74.30. If I see green candle, that is my retest. I will buy it.
Testing these 300s again here in the NASDAQ. Go ahead, Dakota.
As I can say, we got that first 5-minute candle closing out of that range. So that's a strong close for a 5-minute candle.
That's a breakout.
He's talking to the Piggly Wiggly franchise owner right now.
Piggly Wiggly.
Giving shout outs to his friends in the room. NASDAQ just did trade through those 300s, 304 half.
What is a Piggly Wiggly? Is it like a Dairy Queen?
I think so. Yeah.
Grocery store.
It's a grocery store.
You don't.
It's a grocery store.
Yeah. It's
You get your groceries at a Dairy Queen. Come on.
Never been. Who's been to a Piggly Wiggly in the chat? They are in the room with the
I
president right now.
Yep.
You have, Dakota. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, there you go.
Nice catchy name. Piggly Wiggly.
Right.
Yeah, we got cute names here, Mohammed.
Yeah.
Little pullback. Tag those 300s in the NASDAQ and pulling back here, Mo. 74.30s. Back at those 30s. So now, Mo, that 30 was a resistance before. Yeah. Is it becoming a support now?
We will see. If that confirms it is a support, which means we need to see buyers at this level. So if I see buyers at support, which was resistant, I will take that long. But they haven't tested the 30s yet.
We're getting some more buying in. If this 5-minute candle could flip green and break back through 300, I think we could see those 320s be tested.
This could be a strength setup as well. This is a strength setup. I will take this strength at 74.33 long. I stop at 28.
$29,285. Let's trade here in the NASDAQ 74.32. Piggly Wiggly got the chat hot. Well, spicy takes about Piggly Wiggly in the chat. I've never seen one. I have to Google the nearest Piggly Wiggly to New York.
That's fun. I want to see where the nearest Piggly Wiggly to me is.
What's the spelling of that?
Yeah,
exactly how it sounds.
Like it sounds.
Yep,
Piggly Wiggly.
James is telling me that Piggly Wiggly was the world's first grocery store. Is that correct?
It's an
I
old
don't think
one.
so. Not with that name.
It's a very old one.
Never heard of it. And I got family in the South as well. I'm curious where these are now. And here I am.
Okay.
On Google Maps.
The nearest one to me is in Kenosha, Wisconsin. So I could take a very long metro ride and check it out.
The nearest one to me
Andrea's showing her shirt.
She have a Piggly Wiggly shirt on right now? Oh, wow. Okay, I know Andrea. I don't think Andrea's ever been on screen, but we got a Piggly Wiggly shirt in the green room right now.
Wow. Wow, did not
Chat. Did not
Okay.
expect that. I did not expect
Nope.
that. This is what we talk about when the markets aren't doing a whole lot right now. I know Mo is potentially looking for a bid here. Watertown, New York is the closest one to me. It'd be about a 4-hour and 50-minute drive. If I start now, I might be able to get there from at the buzzer and do a live stream from Piggly Wiggly.
It's about this. It would take me on the train, Jay. It would take 2
Right.
metros. My wife's not going to like that.
Yeah, I think I'll pass on that one. But shout out to Piggly Wiggly out there.
Shout out.
See if
Let's
we can
NASDAQ
get
can get back above
affiliate
300
link.
here.
I'm long 2 micros from right here, right now. Stop below 66.
All right.
Buyers are
Yeah, a
holding.
lot of the-
We can see that.
They're trying their best.
Yeah, they are, Mo. They're trying. We need oil to sell here.
Yeah, we got Google, Amazon, and Tesla. They're green. Those Apple. So
Let me call Aramco.
we get this breakout. 5-minute candle held well.
Oil getting ready to test these 101s.
Link setup. Should see 37 at least.
Not the craziest of breakouts. Feels like slow markets, Jay.
Usually what happens,
Yeah, it does, man.
they start buying every red candle. This is trending up. Every 5-minute red candle in the ES should be bought. If this is right.
We'll see what happens here. We do got to make a little bit of a break here. Get into the morning highlights with Hogue. We got oil selling off a little bit. Equities pulling back. The president meeting with the EPA. Chat, thanks again for joining us for Fast Markets. If you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up button. Dakota, slow markets tonight. Who do you got joining you?
I'm gonna see if Braden can join me.
Okay,
we'll see. We'll see. We gotta have the likes. We gotta have the audience support, and I might be able to get Braden to join me. But good job today, man. Your interview skills being polished up.
Hey, man. Hey, man. I learned from the best, Mr. Andre McHugh. Mo, we're gonna see you back on Topstep TV. I think you might be on tomorrow, Mo. So we'll see you then. If not, enjoy a
Tomorrow
long
morning,
weekend.
yeah.
Tomorrow morning we got more Mo. Jack, are you on later today? I believe so.
Yeah, I'll be on for Power Hour while Andre may or may not have Ebola. So see y'all then.
See you all then. Hit that thumbs up button. Morning highlights coming up with Hogue. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
All right, welcome back for the morning highlights. Just getting back from Piggly Wiggly myself, just taking a look at what's going on in these markets. And as always, hoping that you're seeing a lot of green on your screen. Very interesting trading day today. Some pretty decent opportunities, particularly for range traders, which was kind of unexpected because we did see quite a bit of news and things coming out throughout the trading day. Let's start, as always, with gold. We were looking for this market to remain relatively range bound due to the potential for repair from yesterday's range. And that is pretty much exactly what has occurred. We did not take the opening range trade. I was looking at this saying it is going to trade both sides of the opening range with relative positivity. And nobody's ever positive about anything. You know, we don't know the outcome of anything in trading. So the market opened in range in the kind of the single prints between the double distribution trend day yesterday. We opened, we looked lower, we looked higher. We left a sweep below the initial balance low. We put that sweep, but then again above the initial balance high. We're right back above the initial balance high. When this happens, folks, just as context, there is a probability that the market will remain relatively range bound the rest of the day. We've traded both sides of the initial balance. The market has probed below, probed above. We just probed above it again. We'll see how this plays out. But again, no opening range trade today in gold, and it was a good thing. We did take, however, the opening range trade in crude oil for a little bit of a loss. What about the context? Well, we've been struggling to hold price above the weekly kickoff high, 102.55. We did get some help coming off of that today, but let's take a look at the opening range trade. Well, here it is. I mean, here's the initial balance. Initial balance high was 102.66, weekly kickoff high 102.55, rejecting above that price. And again, this was somewhat news driven, but we're trading off of technicals. So this pretty decent technical trade or opportunity up there. 5-minute opening range trade. We were looking at it. It was a relatively small opening range. We put on 2 contracts when we were triggered into the short side at $100.90. Did kind of feed us up just a little bit, but it wasn't very long before the market came around and took out the high of the opening range and took us out at a small loss of about $110. Market has again largely been inside of the initial balance, high and low, just getting its second look below the initial balance low here. We did leave a failed downside auction at one point, didn't really get a full rotation to the initial balance high. A little bit of initial balance weakness in this market. Let's see if we can continue this move to the downside, which is kind of unusual with the uncertainties in crude oil and in the crude oil market these days. Let's take a look at the S&Ps. Here's the 30-minute chart, as always, thinking in context. And if you were here for the opening call, one of the things we discussed was the fact that we had a pretty decent push to the upside and we added a bunch of open interest. This was new buyers coming in. It was also met by some short covering in the form of the B-shaped profile that we had yesterday. If there are still buyers in this market, we talked about this again on the opening call, value low is going to be an important level for us to hold. We were going to have to see some meaningful selling below that level to see any continuation to the downside. This is a 30-minute chart, folks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times we tested below the value area low from yesterday, and every time it has been rejected. We were also talking, as I was only in fast market for a short period today, and this was the time to be here as well. We talked to Jay about the ideal opportunity for me today would be to sweep the initial balance low, come back inside, and see a failed downside auction and a rotate back higher. The target would be 74.4375, the initial balance high. IB low, 74.1050. The market swept it, and it is continuing to work on continuing to push to that initial balance high. We don't know if it's going to. We don't know what's going to happen. But we're always thinking in context and probabilities. Ted traded a couple of S&Ps opportunities for Ted this morning. Got long 5 MES at 74.33, just ahead of 9 o'clock. Did take a pretty decent profit on those. Averaged out of those at approximately 74.40. Nice trade for Ted there. But Ted is such a fast trader. It's very hard to keep track of what he does. So I just put on here, Ted trades too quick to keep track of. But he's a lot of fun to watch, and he's a very, very good trader, and it's always great to have him on fast markets. Taking a look at a couple of the trades that Mandy took, a couple of nice trades here. Let's go on to the 5-minute chart. So Mandy was looking for longs. She got her signal. Got long 3 MNQ, 29,283. Averaged out of those up here at 29,320. A nice trade for Mandy. Mandy then, again, looking for opportunities near the lows here. Got short 1 MNQ, 29,180. Got out of those. Got out of that one, I should say, at 29,150. Dakota came in. Got short a couple of MNQ, 29,212. Came in with money from last night's fast markets and added to that. You got a short 2 MNQ, 29,212. Got out of those. At an average of 29,180. We're still inside the initial balance in crude oil, in the NASDAQ. Who would have thought that? We did see some pretty decent market moving headlines. The market has not moved. Well, let's go back to look at context here in the NASDAQ just a little bit. So very similar situation. Added open interest, saw some short covering yesterday. Value low is going to be an important level for us today. We took a look below it, took a few looks below it. Haven't even taken out the low of the initial balance. The market is just in a rotation. Yes, used to call these cash register days. You fade the extremes. Buy the low, sell the high, buy the low, sell the high, buy the low, sell the high, until proven wrong. Again, that is not financial advice. It's not financial advice. Just taking a look at these markets. Let's take now a look at today's quotable quote.
Hey, real quick, Hogue, before we hit that quotable quote, I just
What's
wanted
up,
to
Jay?
remind the chat real quick. Hogue, chat, I don't know if you guys missed it. There was some confusion in the chat yesterday about exactly what Hogue was saying after group coaching. I just want to remind everyone that Hogue has been at Topstep, and Hogue, congratulations on 15 years of being with Topstep. I can say it for myself. Before even getting on Topstep TV, I was a viewer of Topstep, and the amount that I've learned from you, Hogue, is, you cannot put a price on it. So from all of us here working with you at Topstep for what you've built here, part of the founding team, I want to say thank you for your time, your patience, your expertise, your wisdom, your humor, everything that you've given us, Hogue, to this point. It should not be unnoticed, and 15 years is not a small feat. So we appreciate you, chat. If you haven't done so already, show Hogue your appreciation in the chat, because again, I understand how much he's meant to me in my trading journey, being here with Topstep for 3 years, and as a customer at Topstep first for about 6 years now. So I'm going to let you finish up there, Hogue, and get to your quotable quote, but I have to let you know how much I appreciate you and how much we all appreciate you here in those 15 years that you put in, Hogue. Here's to another 15. Let's keep this thing going. But yeah, back to that quotable quote. What do you got, Hogue?
Thank you very much, Jay. That's really, really kind of you, and I'm really moved. And I appreciate you, and I appreciate everybody. And yeah, if I probably should have said yesterday, I'm not leaving. I'm just saying thanks to all of you, to all the things that I've learned from all of you. Jay, I learned from you. It's just a great place to be, great community here. And again, Jay, I can't thank you enough. That was very kind of you to come in and to say those kind words. And I do appreciate it. Thank you again.
Absolutely, Hogue. Absolutely. I'm going to go get a little bit of a break here because I'm going to be right back on. But you got that quotable quote coming up, Hogue. What do you got? Share some wisdom with us.
All right. Well, this is kind of how I feel about everybody, right? What lies behind you and what lies in front of you pales in comparison to what lies inside you. That's Ralph Waldo Emerson. Anything that's in your past is in your past. Anything that's in your future is in your future. The only thing we have is what lies inside of us. And I think most people don't recognize or realize that each of us is a beautiful, shining light of energy. And just keep those negative thoughts out of your mind. Believe that you are deserving, that you are a good person, and that good things are coming your way, and good things will come your way. Again, Jay, thank you very much. Thanks to all of you. I can't tell you how much I appreciate the opportunity that I've had here to be a part of your trading journey and continue my trading journey here at Topstep. It's been an absolute riot. No, I'm not going anywhere. Let's go for another 15 years. Boy, will I be old then. Don't forget to get your questions in for group coaching. I'm a little verklempt here, but we're looking forward to seeing power players coming up here. We got Jay Dolby and one of the good traders here at Topstep, Yusuf, coming up here again for power players. God bless you all. Be kind to yourselves. Be kind to somebody else. Pray a prayer for peace. Stick around. Still lots to do on Topstep TV today. We'll be right back.
All right, welcome back to Topstep TV Power Player Edition. I'm Jay. To the far right, we got Mr. Dolby Time, and in the middle, our power player for the day, Yusuf. Welcome back to Topstep TV. How are we doing today?
Doing good, man. Doing good. This range is pretty anxiety driven. So kind of got to pick your spots here in this market. I would say everybody size accordingly.
Absolutely. Seeing a lot of back and forth. We got the president speaking right now. We did get some comments from the president here about Iran. The U.S. will get Iran's uranium. We will likely destroy it. The Iran conflict will end soon. And he did also say we will likely have to pay back $149 billion in tariffs. We have great drone technology to knock Iran down, he says. And on the Strait of Hormuz tolls, talked about earlier between Iran and Oman, we're looking at it. We have total control over the Strait of Hormuz. So comments from the president. We were talking earlier today that we were likely going to hear a response. And there we go. Seeing the equity sell off just a little bit. Crude did catch a little bit of a bid, $150. Mr. Dolby Time, welcome to Topstep TV for the day. How are we doing today?
Doing great, Jay. Doing great. Burned my finger yesterday cooking, and it was my mouse clicking finger, so I have to be extra careful not to place orders accidentally. Damn you, chicken mushroom cream dish that I made.
How'd it come
Delicious
out?
Stuff.
How'd it come out?
Fantastic. It was absolutely
There you
excellent.
go.
But I had my wife had to pinch hit to finish the dish though, because I couldn't like touch anything. So it is what it is. It was delicious though. I'll have it for lunch. Incredible range in the NASDAQ today. But of course, as soon as the range trader gets on, who knows if we're going to keep on range trading. We got Trump talking, so he can move these markets pretty well. We can get back up to these 300s. I think it is a must to take a short. That's not financial advice, but as a range trader, that would be the top of the range.
What you got to do.
That's what you got. It's exactly right. Strategy says you take it. So that's what we're going to do.
Got to do. We are coming back down into this 260 range. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. We're coming back down to this 260 range that we were talking about during fast markets. 260s in the NASDAQ, 74.25s in the S&P, where there is a ton of positive delta. We were looking at this zone to maybe be a support for this bounce, and it held up pretty well. But like Dolby's just said, the rejection off those 300s, we're right back in this area. What does that mean for us now? Yusuf, you talked about picking your spots. What are some spots you're looking at for potential executions here in the NASDAQ?
Well, dude, just right now, this is kind of a great spot for a long, in my opinion. I just want to see how it reacts here. I am looking for us to get to about between the 350s and 380s and 390s before we have a more aggressive sell-off. I think there's just a lot of positions getting filled to take from those NVIDIA profits. I am skeptical though with the president speaking. I try not to get into a trade when he's talking, because like he can just say one word and all technicals are out the window.
I'm with you on that, man. It's not worth it. It's not worth it.
On that list, there's a couple of words on that one word list that could be said, and then if you combine them in one sentence, we could get some real volatility here. So we'll see what happens. $100.39 last trade here in oil, $29.258 last trade in the S&P. In the NASDAQ, $74.2750 last trade in the S&P, and gold catching a bid right back at the pivot for the day, $45.1960 last trade here in gold. Seeing some more selling coming in here in the equities. Friend JRG in the chat says just buy every ES dip. We will see how big is this dip going to be. We're seeing some nice selling coming in here now.
For a long-term portfolio, that makes sense, bud. But I don't know about for day trading. It's kind of hard today.
Depends where your risk goes.
For sure.
Where your risk goes. I'm not seeing a ton of directional action today at all. VWAP in the S&P and the NASDAQ. Here we go, Dolby. Hey, range trade, Dolby. What's the low?
Come on. The low for the range? Are we looking at like 160 to 140? Crude on the bid just jumped about 20 cents. NASDAQ just sold off about almost 40 points there. I'm so burnt out of trying to trade when Trump is talking. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. We just gotta we gotta wait.
Go to the casino at that point.
Exactly. Jay, let us know when he's done. Yusuf, what do you want to talk about?
Well, you know, We could talk about the trade that I had this morning
Sure.
before he started talking.
Sounds great.
Yeah, I had actually taken a long here at 7 at this big green candle right after the news at 7:30. It was a different golden I was working with, and I just really went and scalped just 50 points out of this big candle right here. Got an easy $300 a day, and I got
Nice.
in one other position right over here, right at 9, right before the 4-hour candle opened. Man, I got in right at 263. It went up a little bit, and I'm so glad. I mean, I'm so unfortunate that I did this. I pulled my break even up, and at first I was so happy. I was like, man, I did it perfectly. Look at that long wick there at 858, and then it popped right back up. So yeah, I'm up 308 on the day. I'm fortunate to have not gotten stuck in all. Sure, there was additions, but man, it was just moving so aggressively. Is it really worth?
He was breaking up just a little bit there, but he was saying up on the day, we will see whether or not it is worth it to take another trade here. 29,243s. NASDAQ stopped right at that regular trading hour VWAP. 29,234 is that price, and glued again to this price in the S&P 74.25s. A lot of business being done around this area. You identified the high of the range, Dolby, those 300s. What are you seeing as a potential low right now? I am seeing higher. I'm looking at a 1-minute chart. I am seeing higher lows.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like each one of these dips is getting bought back up a little bit earlier than the last one. What are you seeing as a potential low here?
Well, the first, you're talking about that VWAP. I was also going to say midpoint, Jay. If you take a fib and cut out everything else besides the 0, 5, and 1, so 0, 50, and 100, that gets you kind of this modified Fibonacci thing here. And if you could just overlay that over your over the range you're looking at, like we're doing right now, you just draw it down to the bottom, and it gets us to right about, the price is all messed up, about $233 in the NASDAQ, and that's kind of where we found a bounce. I'm also seeing this sort of Dorito pattern form too. So that's a neutral pennant. We got lower highs that have been pretty consistent. We got those higher lows. So absolutely in a range here. But we're diddling in the middle right now. But you're asking about the low end of the range? Depends. It's a little bit tricky when they keep on making higher lows. So if we're like being purists, we'd be looking for like 140s, right? And maybe even like a stop run underneath the 140s. But when you're making the higher lows, the market is kind of enticing you to get in a little bit early to anticipate it. Because if you want to get filled, then you got to keep on moving your bid further up the ladder. But if you're playing like a true range, then you're probably not going to get filled if we're making higher lows. So it's kind of baiting you into getting into the market, maybe at a price that we're not comfortable with as a range trader. But if we do think the Dorito holds, then we're looking at probably 200s to 180s for a possible long, because buyers have been coming in early. Actually, I kind of like that idea. So maybe we'll get some orders in, actually. Let's do that. Get some orders in.
200s to 180s, maybe for a potential dip here. Looking at the quote board, we got 36 different markets we can trade with Topstep accounts. Dolby, you might like this. Speaking about that chicken mushroom dish you were making yesterday, steak prices just got cheaper a little bit. So did hogs. Hogs down 1.74% on the day. Cattle, biggest percentage mover to the downside right now, down 1.8%. We also got wheat futures down 1% to the upside. Corn got more expensive, 0.27% to the upside. Natural gas up 1.3%, and crude oil up 2.18% on the day right now. Looking at our big four, we already mentioned crude up 2.19%, the S&P up down 0.36%. We got gold down 0.37%, and the NASDAQ down about 0.5% right now.
Okay. Don't care about corn. Carbs are tasty, but man, they're overrated.
Yeah.
I don't think corn has any nutritional value.
Well, it's just a vehicle for butter. Just there for the butter, man.
Yeah.
Right. It made that one kid happy.
It's true. Yeah, that was a meme for years. It's awesome.
Right.
Dude, my 4-year-old ate 3 huge corn on the cobs in one sitting the other day. I was in disbelief.
Disgusting.
That's exactly what I said.
I also like longs in crude. If we can get down in crude.
Okay.
I like the longs in NASDAQ right here.
Listen, I get the longs in NASDAQ, but I just, as a range trader, it's just not a good value. Not a good value for a range trade.
Kind of in
Like,
the
if we
middle
like
here.
those midpoint zones, sure.
Yeah. I've tried it a couple times today. Some scratch trades, a couple small losses, but I don't think I've tried to short it. I think I've only gotten long, and having a decent day right now. But I would much rather buy somewhere near those 140s, 150s if we see the failure again there.
Mm-hmm.
But it could hold up here.
Just that 260 is a huge low from being a support to be the next resistance. There's a 1 minute VWAP there, also where it would be frame for shorts. Like
Yusuf,
we
if
said,
you
the risk
can,
reward. We trying to play. Sorry.
If you can't hear us, Yusuf, you're breaking up just a little bit. I don't know if it's when you're moving your mouse or if you got some programs running that you can close, but you're breaking up just a little bit. But I hear you mentioning those 260s up there. We were mentioning that price as well during fast market, so we'll see what happens up there at those 260s. 243 last trade here in the NASDAQ. 50-50 on the tilt. What we see a lot during this segment, the tilt starts to flatten out. I don't know if traders are flattening out their trades or just kind of battling it out in the zone that we see here, Dolby. But tilt was heavy positive at one point during fast markets, positive 74% in the S&P, 77% in the S&P. They did not get paid for very long there. Let's see what we get going here. You do have some bids in?
Yeah, I'm gonna bid oil too. So we're gonna bid three micros in micro NASDAQ, and we're gonna bid some oil at 115s and 100s.
Got you.
I'm curious
Oil
if my
selling
mic
a
is a little
little
better
bit.
there.
Yeah, you
Sound
sound
better.
pretty clear now.
Okay.
Sounding pretty good now. Got some bids in here in oil and the S&P. Poll in the chat: is the range for the day established in the equities? Get your answers in there. If we're talking about range for the full day, I got a high of the day in the NASDAQ 29,464 half. That was in the overnight session. We got a low 29,113. For the regular trading hours, we've been in about a 200-point range in the NASDAQ. I'm going to say yes. I'm going to vote yes on that poll. Let us know in the chat if you think the range is in. S&P low of the day 7407.50, high of the day 7469.75. Get your
I'm gonna
votes
say
in there on
no.
that poll.
I don't think the range is in. I think this is gonna be a second half trading session. I think we're breaking out in power hour or breaking down. One or the other.
We got some questions in the chat about the extravaganza that we're doing, giving away some 50K combines. You will hear about those. I believe the date, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the 29th of May is what I heard Jack mention yesterday. How do you win those? You got to stay tuned into Topstep TV and fill out the form. When we post that form in the chat, we're going to do a couple more of those, but you got to be tuned in to get those forms. Dolby, what price do you have these bids in?
So for crude, $1.15 and $1 evens, and then for NASDAQ, 29,200s down to 29,190s. They're kind of basically the same trade. We've established a range in crude oil with the base at around 115s. So I want to see if we can maybe just sweep the lows, bid back up, and then NASDAQ's pretty much the same idea, just on a larger time frame.
Got you.
But things are pretty chill right now. Is Trump still going?
No, I think he's done. I think he's done. I think we do have a Fed speaker
I was
speaking right now.
3 minutes ago.
I think he's done. He's done for now. He's done for now. Who knows? We haven't gotten anything on Truth Social yet today, so we might get that. But for now, he's done. We do have Barkin speaking right now. So far, long-term inflation.
Oh, I forgot to say this, guys.
What do you got? Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah.
Long-term inflation expectations appear to remain contained. We are seeing these markets in the range holding up here. And there you go, a higher low again in the equities.
Nice midpoint bounce. Could have been a good trade.
Yeah, it's up about 20 points from it,
nerve-wracking.
30 points from it.
Nerve-wracking.
That's why we manage the risk and
Yup.
accept
Name
the
of the game.
uncertainty of these markets. But this is channeling higher. I like what this looks like on Delta Flow saying he's not done. Is he still speaking? I'm not seeing any comments right now. I had that video playing, and I don't think it's playing anymore. But I could be mistaken. Oh no, he's actually not done. He's not done. He's still going.
Right.
No.
Great. Is what it is with him. All right. About to get filled in. Crude.
Isn't it lunchtime on the East Coast? Go eat, Mr. President. Come on.
I wonder what he does eat. I know he likes McDonald's.
Yeah, he does.
I like McDonald's every once in
And
a while.
Diet Cokes. Oh man.
I know it's not good for you, but
hard
chat,
pass.
somebody in the chat is going to tell us not to eat McDonald's, but
hard pass.
Like once every 6 months, I do visit a McDonald's.
Sometimes
Culver's
just the
guy.
nostalgia of it all from when we were younger, probably, Jay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You know what it usually is? It's like if I go play ball, right? If I'm playing basketball for like 2 hours, then I'm like, okay, I earned it. I earned to eat whatever I want. I earned the right to eat whatever I want. Right?
Exactly right. That's exactly right. Put in some work, reward yourself. What's wrong with that?
Right.
Chat, do you have any guilty food pleasures? Put them in there. We will definitely judge you, but that's fine. It's just part of the game.
Gabe, 1 week I didn't want to get groceries or cook. I ate McDonald's 4 times. There you go.
I think you'd be like hungover from eating that much McDonald's. Like I do not feel good after eating that stuff.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's like after a while, it's just like, oh.
Yeah, I had a Whopper from Burger King last week for like the first time in God knows how long, and yeah, I didn't feel very pleasant after it. I'm gonna be honest.
Yep.
But you know what? I figured out that commercials on marketing do work because I was watching the NBA game and there was a BK commercial. I said, man, that looks pretty good. Yeah, they got me.
That's how they get you. That's good marketing. That is good marketing right there.
That was good marketing.
Dude, the old Burger King chicken sandwiches used to be so good. Like 25 years ago.
Talking about
yeah.
The longer ones?
Yep, the long one with lettuce, mayo. Yep, amazing. Old school Wendy's, incredible.
It's not the same.
Just incredible.
Not
Not
the
the
same.
same, man. Not the same.
President is officially done now. He is officially done now. I've seen a little bit of a bid
Yay.
in oil here. Equities selling off just a little bit. And for Breeze, yeah, we got the Knicks playing today. I may or may not be going to that game. We're still trying to figure that out.
Oh,
but
okay.
crazy game there the other day.
Yeah, James
I'm trying to
Harden with his
decide whether or
typical
not
choke artist act.
trying to decide whether or not I go to this game tonight or if they make the finals, trying to go to one of those.
Ooh,
I don't know.
That's got to be a fun event.
I don't know. Gabe says floor seats are nothing. Yeah, the floor seats that they have in the 300 section. Do you know how much it costs to get into that building right now? We need a couple more NASDAQ points in order for me to get some floor seats at that game.
I think they said the nosebleeds are $700-800 for nosebleeds.
Are you serious?
That's what I'm looking at right now. It is $800 to get in the door right now.
Wow.
So
2 courtside seats for a game 1 sold for $53,000.
yeah,
What?
That's a no for me, dog. That is a no
Bro,
for
those
me.
are like-
I'll go watch it.
Those are World Cup prices.
I'll watch it outside. Right. But
Yeah, I'm
it
looking to
could be a
possibly
once
go
in
to
a
that
lifetime thing,
Portugal.
right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. The Knicks look like they're going to be loaded for a while. Man, their squad is awesome.
I think when you catch lightning in a bottle, Yusuf, it's hard to repeat that. we don't have to turn this into a sports stream, but I have some opinions. And I'm not a Knicks fan, but it's great energy in New York. All right, here we go.
Oh man, I don't know what happened there, but I accidentally stopped my file. But I'm gonna get right back in.
All right, Yusuf, long. What price you got there?
Let's see. I'm at 238. Stop. Real tight stop. I'm gonna go for a stop at 210 or 208 and 3/4. I'm looking for a VWAP bounce right here. I'm just comfortable with this trade, so let's just see where it takes us.
Got you. It's long from 238. So we're seeing a little bit of a bid in crude here, $100.48.
Missed it by a tick, literally.
Oh, seriously.
Yep. Hey Jay, you know what I just found out? That's kind of cool. If you hover your mouse over the candlestick and hold your mouse down, it will display the open, high, low, close, and change and volume of that candlestick.
You know what, Dolby? Thank you for saying that, because
How cool that is.
I saw that happen randomly one day and I couldn't figure out how to replicate it.
Yeah.
You learn something new every day. You know, because what I normally do, we quote high lows and a lot, and I got to look up in the top left corner of the charts,
annoying as
kind of
hell.
squint to see it. Yes, it is. But there
We're
you
done
go.
with that, Jay. We're done with that.
You
and if you
learn
hold it
something new
down
every day.
you can actually hold it and drag it and catch whatever bar you land on. So you don't even have to reset it.
Interesting stuff.
Yep. Learn
You
something new
every day, chat.
It's in the training camp. Oh, that's really funny.
Oh,
that's really funny.
Training camp on the Topstep dashboard. You can learn
Great
all
feature.
about Topstep, narrated by the GOAT, John Hoagland.
Yep.
Somebody in the chat said,
Happy 15 years.
Yusuf is my favorite guest. He knows what he's doing. Shout out to you, Yusuf.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that.
Golden pocket, baby.
So was this a golden pocket trade? Yeah, I know you said the VWAP bounce that you're looking for here.
So it's a golden pocket trade on the 1 minute here. If you see on my screen, I have a little scalping area. This right here, we are at a big area where it could fall. This is a golden pocket on the short side where it's chilling. But yeah, I'm just pretty comfortable with this trade. So we'll see. I mean, we're risking sellers not much, or just a little less.
Gotcha.
I mean, he had a VWAP bounce with a pocket on the 1 minute. RSI on the 5 minute is steady right around that point or fifth area. That's got me kind of comfortable. But bearish overall, but I'm very confident we are going to hit the 350s. Something about my game plan from the morning said we're going to hit 350s before we have a more significant dump.
Okay.
All right. 350s is the target to the upside. When we were looking like we were going to break out earlier, I was looking for 390 tests back up to settlement. So we could stop at Yusuf stop on the way there. I do want to continue to find a place to get long here, but we'll see. I kind of like where you are long here, these higher lows. Need a little bit more flow in these markets for some confirmation here. Chat, let us know how you guys are doing out there.
Over the 1 minute.
Yeah, go ahead, Yusuf.
Over the 1 minute VWAP, I'll go ahead and add to the position. Yeah, because that means I can tighten up my risk. Still probably risk about the same, and not miss out on potential gains.
Got you. Yusuf is long from 238s. 238s in the NASDAQ right now, up about 20 points on this trade so far. Looking pretty good. Tilt 50-50 still in the equities. Here. Dolby time flat in the house, right?
Not because we want to be, Jay. Not because we want to be, but we are. But we are. I like Yusuf's trade here. Kind of ripping off that.
I do.
It looks good.
Yeah, I went ahead and added to the position, tightening up my risk. Still risk the same $55. First TP, we will be looking at the 300 level.
I like that.
There we go. What's that average now, Yusuf?
My average right now is at 29,230. I'm sorry, 29,249.
249 is right here, right now. Crude back to selling just a little bit.
I'm sorry, 250 and a half. I was looking at that a little wrong. So 250 and a half.
Gotcha. All right. Pretty much right here, right now. It's a zone. It's the NASDAQ. We do have some news that we can bring in, and then we'll come back to update Yusuf's trade here. We know earlier this morning we had Walmart earnings and Samsung labor deal. Let's bring that in, Gabe.
Walmart's online business is booming. The retailer reported quarterly earnings on Thursday. It said its e-commerce sales rose 26% in the quarter that ended May 1st. Net revenue online and in-store was up over 7% to nearly $178 billion. Net income grew nearly 19%. Walmart says the online jump was boosted by an uptick in advertising and third-party sales on its website. The retailer has also seen gains in its grocery business as well as clothing and home goods. Worldwide, online purchases now represent nearly a quarter of Walmart's total sales. And over in the tech sector, a major strike at Samsung has been put on hold, at least for now. Hours before tens of thousands of workers plan to walk off the job Thursday, Samsung and its unions announced a tentative labor deal. Pending official union approval, the agreement temporarily avoids what would be the largest strike in the history of the tech and electronics company. Workers had been demanding a bigger share of profits after Samsung's AI-fueled surge helped push the company's value above $1 trillion. The labor fight had raised concerns across the tech industry. That's because Samsung is one of the world's biggest makers of memory chips, a key part of powering artificial intelligence.
Thank you for that, Gabe. We'll update on Walmart and Samsung's trade looking pretty good here. Yusuf, crude still selling off a little bit here, $100.20. Did you keep those bids in there, Dolby, or did you pull them?
Nope, we're in there. We're bidding. Hey, we're in, and we got bidding 199.80 as well.
All
We're
right.
gonna look for maybe 180 here on this one.
There we go. Long crude, nice little pop right there. That pivot price in crude, $100.16, pretty much right where your entry was. See how these trades play out. We got Yusuf long the NASDAQ, Dolby time long the crude market. Give us an update, chat, what you guys are looking at in the chat. How's everybody's day going? We're about halfway through the trading session. Are you up on the day, down on the day? Anything that you learned from the day? Are you having fun? Most importantly, are you managing your risk? How is it going out there in chat land?
These 260s are just, man, it's
Man,
like
all
the
day.
ice wall from
All
Game of
day.
Thrones.
All day.
That's a great reference. Too bad that last season's absolute dog doo-doo.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, this thing's gonna looks like it might stop me out here. Oh, that's unbelievable. Man, and
we
it
go.
was doing it too.
Yeah.
We're gonna pull these NASDAQ here and focus on crude. That's
right.
rough, man. That's rough. That's such a NASDAQ thing to do too.
Right back to that VWAP, Yusuf. Didn't help, and it's been doing that really all day. That 260 area has just been pretty tough to get through. The 725s, we've been mentioning it in the S&P all day. Still the heaviest positive delta area that we've seen. What that means is somebody's on the offer, absorbing a ton of market order buys, and until they stop doing that, it's going to be tough to get through that range. And we're seeing the delta continue to build in that area. So maybe they're accumulating a position for whatever the next move is, but for right now, they're keeping this thing in a range. Let's see what we got going on here.
Crude's chilling.
Gold's catching a little bit of a bid. Crude is chilling.
Oh, okay.
You long from 15s?
Yeah, we got them. We got our 15s.
Nice.
We're just long one. Wanted maybe a little bit of a deeper pullback to get filled on the extras, but that's not a big deal. We'll take our one. It's bounced off of
Coach Hoop in
these 15s a couple times.
Coach Hoops in the chat saying we got some snitch traders in the chat. Speaking of the snitch, we were talking about the Russell. The Russell's in a really nice range. Really nice range today. Shout out if you're trading that. Caught a nice bid earlier this morning. Probably the strongest of the 4 equity markets that we had. Still trading in that range right now. But again, I believe the Russell is the 1 out of the 4. Okay, so the Russell's flat right now, trading right at settlement price. So we'll see what we give here. There are some questions still about the contest. The contest winners will be awarded on the 29th when the contest is over. So anytime we post one of those forms in the chat, you want to make sure we fill it out. And that contest will end on the 29th. Well, you will know then whether or not you won. So appreciate the questions about it, and we will update you on those on the 29th. Seeing a little bit more selling coming in here in the equities. Yusuf, do you reassess? Stopped out pretty much flat on that trade.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not against going long again. I need to see some follow through because it was really then or never. If you saw that candle, it's kind of ridiculous that it didn't go through. That guy's really trying to
See
sell
what they'll
all of
do.
his orders.
Yep.
Somebody's doing something in that range.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's a big range. It's kind of crazy. Coach Jay, I mean, if we go back to the beginning of this segment, we started off at a high of 29,309 and a low of 214. So that's almost a 100-point range in this sleepy sort of 11 o'clock segment that we've had here. So
Third time this week?
Yeah, I think so. Like sneaky 100-point move in the 11 a.m. segment.
Yeah.
Actually, yesterday was not sneaky. That was just straight up volatile. But this one was pretty sneaky. But I mean, this range is at 271 down to 215. I mean, that's like good 50 points there. I mean, that's some good money making right there if you like that range. Crude on the bid.
Absolutely.
Needs to prove itself.
I'm still seeing that 500 lot, 7400s in the S&P. They've just been sitting there all day. I'm wondering if our friend, it's 700 lot now. Wonder if our friend is going to get their the price they're looking for down there. 7420s last trade in the S&P, 29,219 last trade in the NASDAQ. We got the Russell selling a little bit, Dow selling a little bit, Crude catching a little bit of a bid here as well. We have a 10-year auction at the top of the hour. And President's comments are done for now. Barkin speaking on AI and the labor market right now, saying that the net impact of AI will not be negative for the labor market.
I love that.
It could take months.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, what you got, Dolby?
No, there's just like this lady and the CEO of Google were doing commencement speeches and were mentioning AI to a bunch of college grads, and they were all just getting booed hard, real hard.
The college grads were booing AI?
Yeah, yeah. Anytime they mentioned AI, they would just straight up boo it. Dude, I get it.
But I'm sure they use ChatGPT to write their final essays or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like how much can you really boo? Right? Like there's a balance, right? AI might be taking their jobs, but it also helped you graduate college, I'm sure. But maybe I'm making an assumption. I just know for myself, I would have been using AI to write every paper.
That's what I mean, man. I waited until after I got my bachelor's degree to come out with AI and all of these, tools to help you succeed. Well, I had to sit there and read a damn book.
Tell me I got to read?
Reading? Yeah, right?
What is this? What's the last book you guys read in the chat? Let us know. When's the last time you read a book? I'm in the middle of rereading one right now.
War and Peace, Coach Jay?
On the bid. Nah, The Way of the Hunter Warrior. The Way of the Hunter Warrior. Cool. Coach Paul's suggestion. It's a book about trading, but relating hunting to trading. Back on the bid here in the NASDAQ, holding that negative delta range again. These 200s.
Ranges, just ranging back and forth. Crude doing the same thing. Crude cannot make a higher high right now, which is pretty frustrating. Just lower highs.
Yeah.
80s, 670s, 50s, 40s. It's getting very, very tight here. Still like the trade, though.
Still valid. Still valid.
Valid.
What do we got here? Some books being read. The Bible, Series 3, Green Eggs and Ham. Best Loser Wins for a couple of traders out there. Psychology of Money, Atomic Habits, C-Spot Run.
I would say that my last book was The Detective Mouse. I read it to my daughter yesterday for bedtime.
There you go.
So that counts.
Bedtime stories. It counts. power of one more. Never heard it. The power of one more. Sounds dangerous. I just need to add
power
one
of one
more
more
contract
trade.
to this trade.
Yeah, exactly. One more trade.
Right. Another offer here in the S&P right at these 74.25s. Again, we've been talking about it all day. Somebody is conducting a ton of business in this range. 500 lot on the offer, 74.25s in the S&P. Until they're done conducting all their business here, we are going to sit in this range. Our range traders continue to cook here. They're presenting opportunities at these extremes if you can identify them. We got people putting money up in this range. So really nice job to all of our range traders out there taking advantage of this. Reminder, we got group coaching coming up after this. That form is pinned to the top of the chat. That is not the form for the contest. That is the form for you to get your questions answered by our Topstep coaches, Hogue, Anne-Marie, and Hoop, coming up for group coaching at the top of the hour. Get your questions in there. Those other forms, those contest forms, we'll announce those when we are going to release them. Yusuf, good job. Nice out on that trade. Not seeing the price action that you wanted. So you took slight loss, but that's all right. We'll be back. You'll be back with us on Topstep TV, I believe, next week. Unless you're on, are you on the reversal challenge again tomorrow?
No, Delvin couldn't handle the heat for tomorrow.
Maybe. Well, Yusuf, maybe. It depends if they get back to me. So keep your calendar open.
We might have an opening.
Let me know
for that reversal challenge tomorrow. So we might see
Appreciate
Yusuf
it.
tomorrow. If not, enjoy a long weekend, and we'll see you sometime next week. Dolby time, we're going to see you a little bit later today. Keep us up to date on this crude oil trade in the chat. Chat, stick around. Group coaching coming up next. Hogue, Anne-Marie, Hoop. That form is pinned to the chat. Get your questions in there. Hit that thumbs up button if you haven't done so already. We appreciate you all being here. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
All right. It is time for group coaching. Welcome, everyone. I've got my good friends with me today, Anne Marie and Oop. Excellent coaches, excellent traders. Lucky to be here with them. I always ask Hoop how much he's up. One of the first things I always ask during these sessions. You are up, aren't you?
$450. You were talking about in the green room beforehand. We start creeping into the holiday weekend. You always are a little cautious if you've had a decent week. So, but we may have some breakout to the downside for cattle. We were talking about in the green room. We don't
Yes.
trade feeder cattle here, but they kind of led us on the way up. Their limit down for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 months out. So
Wow.
it's weighing on cattle right now. If you go to my chart, this is a pretty, Hogue, you always talk about points of contact on a trend line. And, this one's 1,
Yep.
2, 3, 4, 5. We broke that today. Cattle's been extremely resilient for the last year and a half. We always talked about eventually, hopefully that inventory adjustment takes, but we said it could take 16 months. Maybe we're seeing a little bit of that, or just people are tired of paying too much for beef. But we're losing structure a little bit in here. So could be a market state
Good.
change happening. Every time it's done it, it's bounced back. So we will see.
All right. Well, I could go for some cheaper steaks for sure.
Amen.
Anne Marie, how's your trading day going so far?
It's going great. It's going great. All these wicks, if you are just sitting around going, you know what, I'm just going to buy the dip and sell the bounce.
Mm-hmm.
It's a nice wash, rinse, repeat. You just have to be careful about jumping in the middle, right? Not diddling in the middle.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, if you're fading extremes, wait till it gets to the extreme. We're sitting here right in the middle.
Yeah.
In the S&Ps right now, so this would be kind of a no-go zone. A little bit higher than the middle in the NASDAQ, but they're both still very range bound, pretty much staying inside of the early range or the initial balance, high and low. We did see a little bit of a push lower in crude oil that's now recovering, and a little push higher in gold, which is now also recovering. So all these markets, or at least the 4 that I keep up on this screen, back inside initial balance, still inside initial balance, back inside initial balance, still inside initial balance. It does kind of seem like an early start to the long weekend this weekend. A lot of folks will be probably taking tomorrow off, getting out to the Hamptons so they can rig their sailboat and get out on the water, weather permitting. And in Chicago, they'll either be going to Michigan to Paw Paw Lake or maybe other lakes in Michigan. And those that live north of Congress in Chicago will be heading to Lake Geneva. So we'll see a lot of people on the roads. Be careful if you are going to be traveling this weekend, of course. We want everybody to have a safe Memorial Day weekend. There are limited trading times on Monday. Most markets that are even going to open will be closing by noon. Make sure you are aware of that. But it's Memorial Day weekend. The activity will be very low, very low volume. There won't be any major players involved in the markets on Monday. So I'm going to suggest to everybody, take a day off. Take Monday off. I know it's hard. We all love trading. We all love what we do, but just think about getting a little extra day of rest. I know Fridays are kind of mixed emotions because we get a couple of days off and but we're not going to be able to trade, and so we all kind of get hungry for trading by Sunday night. But just take that extra day. I'm authorizing you. I authorize you to take the day on Monday and get back to the markets on Tuesday. Monday's trade will be on Tuesday's trade date. So some certain platforms will treat it that way. Others will treat it as its own trading day as far as like the daily bars are concerned. It's always a little bit of a difference. Always messes me up a little bit because it messes up my profiles a little bit, but we have to deal with what we have to deal with. Okay. Yesterday we started with one. There were 3 questions by somebody by the name of Martin. And we talked yesterday about the first one, and I saved the other 2 for today for us because I think they're really good and really important questions, and they're somewhat related. So the first question is, if every trader in this room is struggling with the same mistakes months apart, everybody's on their own path, right? We do deal with a lot of the same barriers at different times in our trading career. Is it really a knowledge problem, or is there something deeper none of us are willing to confront? Do we all have demons that we don't want to face? And my answer to that, speaking from where I'm sitting, is 100%. I know I have demons that I have tried to avoid, but in avoiding them, we just extend and increase their power. We're getting some movement here in these equities.
Here we
Equities
go.
just saw a
I knew it was coming.
punch to the upside.
You called it, Anne Marie.
I know.
There it is.
There goes gold.
Oh, son of a gun.
For some sort of headline, I don't think it's the 10-year tips auction that's doing this. There's something
I
else.
was going to say, I don't think the tips auction just put us in overdrive.
No.
Yeah.
Very nice and tidy stop run.
Wow, look at this.
That's one if you had a stop
Still
up there to catch
headline. I don't see anything yet.
Me neither.
Everything was just nice and safe and range bound, and all of a sudden, bam.
Bam. Yep.
Don't you hate it when you see the trade setting up and you just are too cheap? You're just waiting for your price. Daggone it.
So, all right, well,
take
I'll
the
keep an eye out.
retest, Anne Marie.
Yes. What's that?
We take the retest. ES pulls back to 37.
Yeah,
maybe
for
take
sure.
the retest.
Well, I think probably 35 might be a better one.
Yeah.
We'll see. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry, Hogue. Go.
Yeah.
What were you saying?
I saw you had those bids in, and you were hoping to get those bids.
Good heavens.
No.
Because I'm a cheapskate.
When we were working orders in the trading pit, and they wanted to check and see if the order was filled, we'd tell them unable. And that's unable. That's what you got there. Was a big unable on those bids. Unable to fill those.
You.
Customers love that. Love when you tell them that, right, Hogue?
Oh,
mercy.
Yes.
I can only imagine.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
I'm
still not seeing any headline.
No, me neither.
Yeah.
Big volume spike there, though.
Run.
All right, Dan Emmons has in here, U.S.-Iran agreement draft reached.
Oh, gee.
Come on.
And we've heard that before. We're all
not
aware of
holding
how
my breath.
fragile that can be.
Me neither.
Right?
The market doesn't necessarily agree. That...
Not holding my breath.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, that was just, probably enough to rip some faces off. And
no, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, a lot of folks are saying in
Right.
the chat that final draft Iran agreement. Let's see if this holds. I've talked about it before, but one of my biggest demons was self-esteem. I did not have a very high degree of self-esteem. So this was something that kind of rose when I got hired as a proprietary trader in the S&P pit. And I could make money, I would lose it. I could make money, I would lose it. Could make money, I would lose it. And there were a couple of people that I was working with in kind of a psychological or like therapist way. And they kind of dug into it and they said, you know what? I think the best thing that you could do is put on a different suit. Okay. When you put on a new suit, you just feel better. You look better. You feel better. You put on a new suit. So they told me that I had to go to the World Gym across the street from the Mercantile Exchange 2 hours a day, 5 days a week, and that they had spies there, and that spy would tell them if I was not there one day. So I had always been, maybe a little heavy, little back then they used to call it portly. Yikes. So I did. I started working out, and I got myself in the best shape of my life, and I felt better, and certainly my trading got better. And I did take a day off, like just 3 months into it, and I came in the next day, and they said, "Where were you?" Okay, here it is. Here's the news. Final draft of the
Yeah, I
U.S.
got it.
Iran agreement has been reached with the mediation of Pakistan, which is expected to be announced within the next few hours. This draft includes an immediate and comprehensive ceasefire on all fronts. The parties mutually undertake to retain from targeting infrastructure. That would be, I think, part of the ceasefire on all fronts. Freedom of navigation in the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz is guaranteed under a joint monitoring mechanism. Sanctions will be gradually lifted in exchange for Iran's compliance with the terms of the deal. Negotiations on outstanding issues shall begin within a maximum of 7 days. There's your
There we
news.
go.
It is out. The markets are continuing to push higher and higher. We're above yesterday's range and value in the S&Ps and the NASDAQ. This is what it took,
37,
folks.
Anne
Things
Marie.
are a-changing.
Came
Crude
right
oil
to
down to
37.
I saw that.
$98 for crude. Markets are on the move. If you guys find something that you want to take, make sure you call it out so we can see if we can take some profits, make some money on this move. Although it's one of those moves that it's very you got to be in it to catch it.
I did a little TED action there. I plowed into an ES real quick and scalped it out to the long side. I was in and
Nice.
out before you could finish. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. And now I just kind of I just wait the dust out a little bit. That 37 pullback, Amory, was just
Yeah.
it was a good spot to limit risk,
Yeah.
but who knows
Yeah.
where we go
Really
now.
nice.
It just kind of felt like we were going to try and clear the air before tomorrow. If something was going to get done instead of let it hang over a 3-day weekend, market kind of acted like it
That
all
makes
day. It was
sense.
waiting. Yeah, it was just waiting for something. We'll see.
Makes sense.
Yep.
All right. So anyway, that was one of my demons, and I'll never forget the first time I walked on the trading floor with my shiny new badge, and one of the old traders said, "Hey, congratulations! Hope you do well. Remember, you can make anything you think you're worth. Think about that."
Mm.
Mhm.
Anne Marie, I mean, what kind of demons have you denied but ferreted out?
Wow. Self-doubt was mine. Fear of failure. Fear of feeling shame because I tried something and it didn't work. Just I was really riddled with fear. And I never understood that I was a fearful person until I entered the trading space. And, that's the thing about trading. It is going to expose every weakness that you have, every weakness. It's going to find it and exploit it to the nth degree. That's what trading does.
Did you feel that fear like when you first sat down and said, I'm gonna trade and I'm gonna be really good at this, or did that fear come with losses?
Oh, the fear came with losses because when I sat down, listen, I literally felt that because I studied and worked as hard as I did before getting to the charts, I felt certain that I was doing the right thing. And then time after time after time, the market proved me wrong. And then I was filled with tremendous self-doubt. And then as I continually worked at it, it just got worse and worse because I was missing the forest for the trees. And that happens to us sometimes. We try to drill down into these tiny little spaces that go, oh, okay, if this just happens, this one thing just happens, I'm going to be great. I'm going to go long and it's going to be fantastic. And that's just not how the market works. And so I really had to overcome a lot. I've told a lot of folks I was so bad for so long that, anytime a ding that goes order filled or anything like that, it would make me sick to my stomach because I would know from experience that something bad was getting ready to happen. And, I just had to turn all the sound off of all of my machines when I was getting better at the charts until I had to have, the Pavlov extinction.
A little triggering there.
Yeah.
Well, well,
is that why you
thank
got
you
long?
for.
Pardon?
Did you get long?
Is that why you just got long?
No, I didn't get long. I actually got short.
No. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So we'll see. We'll see if
Okay.
it heads past this 65. F 75 as the
overnight
stopping
high,
spot.
right? You're up against the overnight high.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of in that box.
Okay. Hey, look at this.
Rejection. No.
Getting some rejection up here. Thank you for sharing that, Anne Marie. Oop, I'm gonna send the next question to you because it's from the same person and it's kind of similar, but a little bit different way. So, at what point does getting better at trading become less about learning new strategies and more about unlearning the version of yourself that keeps showing up and destroying everything you've built? Again, we all have these little Tasmanian devils of our brain that like to come and stomp on our sandcastles. What do you think of that, Hoop? We have strategies. How do we keep from destroying them?
I've heard a lot of traders here that we trade with. Nice short, Emery.
Very nice.
It just was a top of the box. There's certain things, and I think this is what probably gravitated me to trading is, sports. You learn a lot about, going through the highs and lows of becoming better at anything you do, right? And I used to say, we were talking about this the other day. When I first started playing basketball, I grew pretty fast and my feet couldn't catch up to me. And then later in life, it kind of all started to kind of click and, you started to work and things kind of click together. It's the same thing in trading. You go through a learning process of it and you're going to take your beatings, but there's no business that will, teach you humility. Anne Marie talked about it in terms of becoming humble. That's this industry, and I think the strategies and all of those things are great. You can have the best strategy, the best setup, and I know Anne Marie. I think part of the reason you spend so much time in, we've talked about this pre-market, that hey, once the lights go on, this is all going to play out this way, right? Because I've done my homework, I got my levels, this is going to happen. Where I tend to be a little bit more reactionary of price, and when I'm reading price well, things are good. When I'm not so good, right? Because maybe I don't have enough of those bases covered when I come into the market. So I think we're always evolving as traders. I think the biggest thing for me is just, find those weaknesses like Anne-Marie talked about, put them in front of you. Don't fight a directional market is in my upper left-hand corner of my screen. Thank you, Hogue. So there's certain things that, are, your triggers. We all have them, Hogue. We all have them. I mean, I don't care. Unless you have an API running that's just doing your thing, we all have them. Identifying them and understanding when they're starting to kick in, that's when the self-awareness in your trading is, hey, hit the lockout on Topstep X. Take a walk. You used to say at home, 3 losses in a row. Go take a walk. And that's way before, that's going back to squawk radio days. Hey, man, there was no trigger to get out. Just go take a walk, man. So, yeah, that self-awareness is always going to be there. It's just how you control it.
Go take a walk, man. Oh man, that has I there's no way of knowing, but I can't tell you how much that has saved me. That has saved me because those 3 losses tend to release that Tasmanian devil
The demon
in my head, and I got to get him back in his cage before I can start trading again. Well, thanks for the answers. The thing that strikes me about this question is the unlearning, and I firmly believe that nobody is hardwired to be successful in futures trading. You have to rewire or unlearn what you're already thinking, and that's we get into a loss and we marry it. We're like, you know what? If I just hold on to this, it'll come back and I'll make money on this. And so many times it's just the opposite is going to happen. So we create these big losses. And the other side of that coin is when you get a winner on, you start to become fearful that it's going to be gone. And so the market's going to take it away. So you end up with small wins and big losses. And it is an unlearning and a rewiring of the brain to change that around, to say, I'm cutting my losses at logical places. It's not just because it's a loss. You got to be trading close to points of invalidation for your trades. And I'm gonna work those muscles to try and hold on to those winners longer. Have a good recognition, have good context, have a good idea of where the trade may go, and then see if you can get there. And just keep doing it over and over and see how good you are at it. Like if you did it, you'd probably be better at it than you think. when you started talking about an API or an automated strategy, you can just let those run, but there's a lot of temptation to optimize and to interfere with those at the same time. So it's not the end all be all.
No.
And they can't be perfect.
No.
They just cannot.
And you're going to get one that's going to work for a while, and the market state's going to change, and all of a sudden you're going to go, what happened to my strategy? So you're always in development on those strategies. Here's a quick question for you. Where'd it go? Somebody was asking, what's your favorite trading beverage?
That would be water.
Water.
I try to stay very hydrated during the day.
Yes.
Arnold
Good
Palmer.
for the brain.
Arnold Palmer. There you go.
I love Arnold Palmers.
Florida, iced tea and lemonade, the best.
Oh my goodness, I love them.
I much prefer a John Daly, but you can't do that while you're trading.
Well, I don't know what a John Daly is, but I know who John Daly is, so I've got some ideas.
Probably doesn't
It's an
end
Arnold
good.
Palmer with vodka.
Yeah.
Oh, is that right?
Yes.
Not surprised.
It ain't Diet Coke.
He's alive.
No.
Truly.
So,
And
Martin,
his
thank you very
story
much for your questions. I thought they were very, very good and
Excellent.
important questions for every trader.
Yeah.
Michael B's got a question here, and it's an interesting one. For me and Hoop. But in what ways are trading in a prop firm different than working on the trading floor of an exchange? Obviously, the technology has evolved, but did you have to learn trading all over again when you started with Topstep? By the way, did any of you work with Tom Sosnoff, or though he's the founder of Thinkorswim and Tasty Trade, or Tony Batista at Tasty Trade? Both worked on the floor of the CBOE. I did not. I was at the CME the whole time. But yes, moving from the trading floor to online trading was definitely a new experience. Hoop, do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I mean, for me, and I think Hogue, I went from being a floor trader to a retail broker, and then became a prop trader, right? It became such a different environment of reading people, listening to sound. We're probably, and Anne-Marie, we've talked about this, those two things probably were the biggest adjustment for me, because, you've heard Coach Paul, you've heard Hogue talk about it, you've heard Michael talk about it. You could hear.
All right.
Are you back?
Anne-Marie, did you ever work on a trading floor?
I did not. I did not.
You're probably better off
I
for it.
often say, I often say I would not have survived, because the sensory overload would have been a traumatic experience for me. I don't handle sensory overload very well at all. I'm not very good with crowds. I'm not very good in places where people are shoulder to shoulder. Yeah, it would have been very
I would have
tough.
protected you.
I would have come to you for protection for sure.
Nobody goes near Anne-Marie.
Linda Raschke. Oh,
yeah, to have her.
Yeah.
Anybody?
I mean,
Yeah.
gutsy.
Trust me, it's not one person you wanted to mess with on the floor, right, Hub?
No.
No.
So my transition from trading floor to screen trading was, I was still in the trading pit by and large around 2011, 2012. So I stuck around pretty long. There were a lot of people that had walked out of the trading floor, walked out of the trading pit, and tried to trade on screen long before I did. And a lot of them suffered tremendously. They did not try and change what they were doing. They just believed they could trade the same way on screen. And a lot of them lost a lot of money. And I heard those stories, and stepping out of the trading pit and trying to learn on screen was, I knew, going to be um, a pretty big challenge. I knew I was going to have to change a lot. So I tried to find tools and things that would simulate what I could see in the trading pit, and that was one of the things that I was always looking for in the trading pit was when the local community was too long or too short. I knew that there was opportunity when they started to unfold those positions, and it usually happened later on in the day. But you could see throughout the day, you'd have Goldman sell 3,000, Morgan sell 3,000, Merrill sell 3,000. You'd see all this large order selling coming into the trading pit, and they're not trading with other paper, they're trading with the locals. So you could see as the locals got longer and longer and longer, and if price wasn't going to go their way, they wanted to be flat by the end of the day. So then somebody would say sold, and they all would say sold, because now it's a race to the bottom. Nobody wants to be the last one out of their longs. So that was one way that I was trying to seek a tool that I could see that on screen. And at times I do see that in Delta. It doesn't happen that often. It's much more difficult to recognize these situations on screen because we're not face to face with our competitors. We're not face to face with the paper. We can't tell who's on the other sides of our trade. So it becomes very difficult to do so. So it was definitely an unlearning and relearning process going from pit trade to screen trade. And
Wasn't that
I
where tilt
survived
came
it.
from too? Right?
Yeah, pretty much. Yep. Yeah, that's the
you
idea
know
of
that
the. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I mean that when you just explained tilt, right? I mean,
yep.
You know, when you see, Jay was talking about today, if 80% of the traders are all one way, at some point they're going to unwind, right? I mean, we always
Yep.
used to say, and you look for the pattern. It doesn't happen all the time, but if you start seeing 80% one way or the other in tilt, especially like in a market or crude or something that's not an equity, be careful. You don't want to be the last one out the door, right, Hogue? Because
Yep.
it's not fun. Yeah. So that's kind of where tilt came from, 100%.
And the tilt, I mean, it kind of comes from one of my dad's wisdoms was when everybody's one way, when everybody's long, the high is in. When everybody's short, the low is in. And
goes in.
Not going to continue to get paid. That's when they bail. So, we'd be long the opening range trade in crude oil, and we'd see the tilt go, plus 80%. And we would watch the trade just turn around and head right back towards our entry because the shorter time frame got too long. It's always time frame against time frame because yes, there is a long for every short, but the motivations and time frames and price sensitivity of all of those traders varies infinitely. There's short time frame traders that they don't want to take heat, so they're the first ones out. There's some that'll take more heat. They're the second ones out, and the stubborn ones they're always going to be the last ones out when they're all one way, and the market turns against them. It's like Dalton has he says it's like being at a party, and it's a really good party, but everybody knows that there's a chance of a fire, so everybody hangs around the door. And all it takes is one person even just to run towards the door to make people think that there's a fire and everybody wants to bail out. That's what it's like when our direct competitors, our time frame traders are stuck one way or another. It's everybody trying to get out of that little door and trying to push their way out. And it's kind of what the tilt does, when everybody's long, the highs are in. When everybody's short, the lows are in. In the longer time frame, they're not as sensitive to price. They have much longer time frames. They have much deeper pockets. They're not as concerned with price as us little pea shooters are. I hope that makes sense. Yeah, sometimes you gotta be George Costanza. Fire! He's knocking everybody over to try and get
And
out of
just
that.
knock everyone out of the
Oh
way.
my
I love
goodness.
it.
There's a lot of
What a
Costanzaisms when
character.
it comes to trading, like doing the opposite of what you
Absolutely.
think.
The stanza
100%.
trade.
Yeah.
Yep.
Can't stand you.
Oh. All right.
Crude's believing of this.
We've got some live leaders to check out before we get into the next question here. We can put those in. Sorry, I did not see that. All right, today's live leaders, live money, Pro Ball traders. Julian K up 23,955. Somebody just got in. We have
Yeah,
Lai
that's
C
me.
21,870. Tyler A up $19,388. Gabriel A up 12,465. And we've got Kira G 11,889. This is a great month for all of you today. I suggest you take tomorrow off too. Take a 4-day weekend and enjoy yourself.
Nice.
Take some of that, get a payout,
100%.
have some fun, be kind to yourself, be kind to others. And Anne Marie is short again, up against those highs again. Going back to the well.
Yeah. We'll see.
Oh, the tilt is long 56% in the ES, 58% in the NASDAQ, 52% short in CL, and 59% long in gold. Just putting in new highs here. Market's still kind of reeling from the hopefully good news, but it is fragile news. Hopefully this is going to be the agreement that's going to end the war.
Oh, did you see the super question Cave Manning it?
Yeah, I almost
About
did
how
it.
big, yeah, about how great big trades come in and price doesn't move.
Where did you see this?
It's in the chat. It's a great question.
Oh, Cave Manning. Oh, okay.
Cave
Well, somebody
Manning.
asked a good question the other day. They wanted someone to explain large prints and time and sales and how come they go through without moving things immediately. So, well, you get some, larger bids and offers, big prints. On the dome, you see those time and sales. you- It, they find areas where they're able to kind of execute a lot. There's a bunch of liquidity there. It's kind of like where the zones are where we call them rock
Yeah.
fights, right, Anne Marie?
It's like
How
a
is
sponge just soaking it up.
Yeah.
Right? There's
Yeah.
a big sponge there and it gets soaked up. There are a lot of people ready to take the other side of those positions, so they don't specifically move price action the way that you might think. It's just because there's a sponge up there. It's absorption. Or at least that's what I would say.
Sometimes you get, lots of, iceberg orders or even growler orders. You have somebody that's trying to get an accumulation there and they find the right spot where they have people willing to take the other sides of those and they just keep replenishing them and replenishing them and replenishing them. That's kind of the sponge
Exactly.
you were talking about,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
It's amazing sometimes how much liquidity can get, how many trades, how many transactions can happen in a very short or small price area.
Oh,
It
when
is
stuff
amazing.
wants to get done,
It's
Yeah.
crazy.
it's hold that one, Amory. That one's fascinated me since we've moved to the screens. Like during the carry trade a couple years ago, in the overnight, there were just 1,000 lots, 2,000 lots, 3,000 lots, and I'm just sitting there going, okay, where is all this stuff going to get filled? And it would get hit and taken out, and this wasn't during a day session where we always anticipated the bigger players were, but in that move for a couple days, the overnights were just insane in terms of the amount of volume that was getting pushed through an overnight market.
Yeah, we actually saw that
Hey,
two mornings
folks,
ago.
we got
Yes.
another 213,000 subscriber extravaganza coming up here very shortly, folks.
Oh,
So
nice.
stick around. Hey, and there it is. Here
Worst
you go,
case,
folks. Another opportunity to get into the contest. We've got the form going into the chat here very shortly. Make sure you get in there and get your forms in. As always, there you go. All right, the contest form is in the chat. It is attached to the chat. Get your chances in. As always, we're looking forward to seeing you succeed as wow, equities just continue to push higher and higher.
Yeah.
This is
Crude's creeping lower. It's really putting pressure on the upside, I think, of equities too. Crude's getting there and it's $97.
Crude right at the low from yesterday's range, low of value from yesterday. Might be a little bit of support down here in crude oil as I'm seeing it.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's a good support ledge.
Equities just coming off those highs. Still short, Anne-Marie?
I am. I am. I'm patient.
Oh, I
I
tried
think
to get
they're
in the
stop
long.
running. I think they're running stops and sort of shaking the trees a little.
Yep, 100%. I'm gonna pivot up there at 75 grand green.
Yeah, that's where my last entry was.
Yeah.
Right. Hey, again, make sure you get your forms in here. We are awarding 150K no activation fee trading combines for each entry form. So the link will be live here until 1 o'clock. Make sure you get your chances in. Once again, those are your chances to be awarded one of 150K no activation fee trading combines for each form. We're going to be doing this for a little while here, so get your chances in. This is a new opportunity. If you did enter earlier, enter again. If you didn't get it the first time, you might get it this time. Boy,
It was
these
the old
equities
school way,
fast.
right? Get as many entries as you can into the cereal box drawing, right?
There
I think you can only do
go.
one per session, but you can do one every time.
Exactly.
So
The question is, do we believe all this? Crude does.
a lot of folks really kind of focusing on trading psychology, and it is such a broad subject to try and get into even an hour's worth
I know it.
of time here. I'm trying to think of like step one to understanding your psychology when it comes to trading, and we talked about it a little bit like earlier that nobody's really kind of hardwired to succeed in trading. We all don't want to take losses because that's just going to create pain. We like taking wins. We don't want to lose those wins because that creates pain. So we end up doing everything in trading to avoid pain, and that's not the right thing to do. Your losses, you've got to try and keep them small, even though they do create pain. Some people would say, if you never get out of the loss, it's never a loss until you get out, but you're just going to create bigger losses. So,
Yeah.
If there's one thing I can say about psychology and trading, it's don't trade or don't do things out of the fear of pain, because pain is going to be part of it. It's just the way it is. You've got to have a strategy, and you've got to follow that strategy no matter what the pain is telling you. Dr. Menaker always used to say, you've got to be able to be comfortable being uncomfortable when it comes to trading. So,
No doubt about it.
I mean, what else do you say, Anne Marie? And what's step
I
one to good trading psychology?
So we have to realize that what we want to do is avoid pain and seek pleasure. And what we are very willing to do is put off the eventuality of pain, thinking that it's going to lead to pleasure. But that's like kicking the can down the street. And so, a lot of us come to trading with an investment mindset that says, just hold it. I mean, everything comes back.
Yeah.
It's going to be, and that's not how trading is. Trading is just not like that at all. And so that's the first thing, to realize that we deliberately put off feeling pain by avoiding getting out of a trade. And so the question then becomes, well, what are we doing in that pain management that we might not need to be doing? And that is expanding risk. And my philosophy is, the stronger your strategy, the harder it is for you to fall into the cesspool of overthink. For me, just thinking over and over and over and over and over again and wanting my trades to be exact and blah, 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 it's just not, it's not a good space. And so you have to go build your strategy. But in order to go build your strategy better, you need to sit in the practice field. You need to do homework every night. You need to do review. Why are people afraid to go take a test? Because they didn't study enough. That's the only reason you feel afraid to take an exam. You didn't study enough. And so we get to the charts without studying enough. Now, some of us are great at studying and some of us are not, but we just have to study, because if we don't, we're really going to gum up the works. I mean, we really, really are. And it'll make the psychology a lot harder. Do the work first, and you'll find the psychology is easier to mesh. I had all my psychology wrong because I was learning the wrong strategies. I was focusing on the trees instead of expanding, looking at the forest. And that is very important.
Thank you. It's such a broad subject. It's hard to
It
kind of
is.
pinpoint one thing.
Very hard.
And you did a fine job. Make sure, folks, this is the contest form that you're filling out here. Again, brand new 150K, no activation, trading combines. Make sure you get your entry in. Remember, it's 100 only, but we'll be doing this again tomorrow, a couple of times. Make sure you get your entries in. Look at these S&Ps, man. S&Ps, they are back inside the range, the session range that put in the all-time high already. Here we are. 3 days of pulling back, and here we are. Things are coming back to perhaps all-time highs. We have just closed the session gap, which was Thursday to Friday. We have just closed that session gap in regular trading hours. One more visual target above 75, 26, 75, or weekly kickoff high 25, 75, 25 before we reach all-time highs. I wonder. I don't think we can do it today. Can we do it tomorrow? I mean, it's a holiday coming up here.
Yeah,
Of course we're going to do it.
tomorrow's going to be
right?
interesting. Very interesting.
How about
Tomorrow's
that?
going to be very, very
Anne Marie,
interesting. Yes, sir.
74.37. Holy cow! I can't believe we're at
I know.
74.83 in
I
40
know,
in
it's
literally
amazing.
30 minutes. You know,
Yep.
a market that was stuck in a 30, a 30 handle range
For
forever, and now
hours.
it's rallied. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
rallied 40, 50 handles in 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
The beast has been awoken. Oh,
That's right. That's
Yes.
right.
the equity beast. Yep.
The
That's
beast.
right.
Yep.
Yes. All right. So that form is going to be up till 1 o'clock. Make sure you get your entry in. Anne Marie, as always, really appreciate your knowledge and experience. We didn't get to all the questions today, but we do keep them. We do get through them eventually. So make sure you stick around. Keep watching Topstep TV. Make sure you're here bell to bell. We're giving stuff. Get some contests going. You got great content. You got great traders, group coaching. Blessings to you all.
To you as well.
Well, we've got Trade with Topstep coming up here. Gabe and Vinny Toothpicks. They're going to be here with
Vinny.
VWeb George, our good friend
One of
VWeb
my
George is going to
absolute
be
favorites of George.
All right. Well, folks, stick around. This is Topstep TV. We will be right back. Let's go get it, man. Those S&Ps, those equities are rallying. Let's get it.
All right, what is going on, everybody? Good afternoon. It is time for some trade with Topstep. We got VWAP George in the middle, and Coach Vince off on my far right here. Gents, what's going on? George, welcome. How are you?
Hey, I was lucky enough to just lay off the XFA today. I would have got chopped up real bad. I did trade a little bit at a combine. Lost a couple, won a couple, up $4.68 in this 50K combine. That's about it for me. I would have got chopped up earlier, right around VWAP, just up, down, up, down. If I had taken too many trades, again, glad I stayed out of the XFA. We're moving now, though, looking for this pullback down to maybe 470s. Throw an anchored VWAP on this volume candle here. And if we get down here, maybe I go long MNQ.
Sounds good. Vince, how about you, man? What's going on today?
Now I'm down $51 on the day. Man, I'm a little bit frustrated here, though, Gabe. I was long the Dow, 49,957. I was long 5 micro Dow with a target of 50,200. And, I had about 2 to 1 in the trade, and then I moved my stop to break even. It came down, flushed me out, and then here we are, 400 points higher here. So a little frustrated, but, we're going to try to see if we can find an opportunity here today in this segment. So we'll see what happens. We got a nice little push here, which I like, but I definitely don't want to buy it up here. I want to try to wait for a pullback and maybe we can get an opportunity. George, where's your VWAP sitting at? Is it all the way down?
I anchored a VWAP from the 1223 central candle 1 minute. It also bounced off the previous day high, regular trading hours.
Oh.
Anchored it there, and then we have a little bit of confluence with some other levels right around 470. So,
what made you pick that spot though? Because it was the deepest pullback, or
it's the last swing low of this big move up, okay. And then you did get a little bit of volume, as you can see, right around 1222, 1223. So I anchored it there. Well, and here's the thing: I don't just blast off when it gets there. I see what price does. If it's working, if we're getting a little bit of support in that area, it's coming down right now and touching it. We'll see what price does before we get in. If it flushes through, maybe we'll look for a short. I don't know.
All right. So you're on the 1 minute.
Correct.
Okay. Actually, I'm going to put a 1 minute on mine and see what they look like. So I have an anchored VWAP. Yeah, but I did mine off the open. So you're using it off of the pullback, right? So we're looking at this one here. Okay, so I'm already through it
exactly.
in ES.
I like the buyers. I'm in 2. Not a lot of risk, 21 points. I'm happy with this risk. I mean, it's not a ton. Let's go 2 to 1. Try for 48. I might just because we can blast off here, I might take one off at 519-esque and then have a runner if we get up there.
Okay. I think I'm going to look to get long the ES. Let me see a couple of things here.
Well, by the way, as we got into this hour, we did have Fed Barkin. FOMC member Barkin was barking. So he's got some comments coming across here.
Man, I'm sick of the news.
Everybody just shut up.
I don't think we're ever going to be without.
Come on.
I don't think we're ever going to have a day without anything. I think that's pretty unlikely.
Poly markets ruin the world.
That's right. So many people love listening to themselves talk,
Yeah. Barkin, though, take encouragement from recent job growth. Not hard to imagine possible job losses due to AI. Nervous about the tails on both sides of the mandate. Employers outside of software are not yet reducing headcount due to AI. Longer-term bond market-based inflation expectations do not look like it's broken out. Not leaning towards overly focusing on risks to inflation or employment. Do not feel like today is a time for strong forward guidance. It's hard to reach conclusions on short versus long-term effects of AI. And then finally, last comment was bond yields are still in a reasonable zone. So just rapid fire the first couple minutes of the top of the hour. And now it's been quiet.
All right, we're long.
Let's go.
MES.
Let's go. I like it.
All right.
Need some more good news.
$150 on this trade. Belongs from.
I think I'm going to go for the gusto here, Vince.
25.
Gotcha.
On 5 MES.
Okay. It's got a couple longs.
I zoom out
George
here, go to the
and Vince, both long.
Go to the 5 minute here. I have a regular trading hour gap from Thursday, May 14th, all the way up to 29,707. It's like 220 points away. So I'm in 2. I'll take profit at 518 and then just let the other one just get to liquidation probably. It's possible, right?
Yeah.
Especially today.
As Kevin Garnett would say, anything is possible. All right, Kenny, I don't know if you're trolling in chat. I'm going to assume you are at this point because I've seen like 20 comments asking the same shit. But Kenny, the email, when you fill out those forms, by the way, the email itself is not Topstep's email. It's yours. That's associated with your Topstep account. If I see your comment one more time, I'm timing you out because that's gotta be a troll at this point.
I have an average of 482 and a quarter.
Thanks.
And 4.
All right, thanks, George. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Come on, Kenny. Get your head in the game. Get your head in the game. All right, let's quote some prices. Let's see what the market's trading before I lose my absolute mind here. We got 74.72 half here in the ES trading now. We got 29,490s here in the NASDAQ. Crude oil trading just underneath $97 a barrel, 96.65. We got gold 45.51.4 an ounce. Silver, we got 77.11. And finally, we got micro Bitcoin trading 77.805s. Y'all just, absolutely. You said
you're still on Kenny.
Paul Stone's. You see Paul Stone's comment. Oh no, Gabe killed Kenny. That just reminded me of South Park. But anyway, long story short, markets are rocking though the last hour. We got actually probably the most volatility I've seen through group coaching in quite a while. We got about over 250 points in the NASDAQ in that last hour.
Yeah.
Nice.
Unreal.
Yeah. I don't like that we're sitting at this exponential here. Let's see here. You're using a 1 minute, right, George? 1 minute.
I am. It's kind of looking like a stair step lower, isn't it?
Yeah. I may want to reduce my risk a little bit on this, just in case here. We're sitting right at this VWAP. I anchored it, like you said, here on this pullback in the ES.
Yeah. Pretty neat, huh?
And, we're kind of sitting right on it right now. We're above it.
Not a bounce
right? So
that we need.
I like that. Yeah. No.
Cutting it. Cut a little early there. Minus 87.
I mean, I don't know about early. I mean, it's obviously we're up pretty big the last hour. I mean, any pullback right now, if you're in the mind of longs, any pullback is probably a decent pullback to start looking at, maybe taking on some risk. Obviously, this isn't financial advice, but when,
right,
you start looking for
I
opportunities.
figured I can get back in.
Yeah, there's days where the NASDAQ or just the market doesn't give you many pullback opportunities, and you got to kind of just take advantage. And then there's days where the pullbacks are a lot stronger. Right now, it's just trying to figure out where to build a base. We're obviously breaking above the overnight highs. We had an overnight high in the ES of 74.70. NASDAQ had an overnight high of 467s, like ish, somewhere on that ballpark. And now we got to figure out, are we going to continue to see sustained buying above, or are we going to fall right back into range? That is the question.
Right. I did have a pretty tight stop. I would have got stopped out. I saved a few dollars here. I can always get back in. I saw a comment in chat, reverse to short. You know, I mean, there's a case to be made, right? But it's pretty wicky. I don't know which direction it's going at this point. Where's your stop at, Vince? I know you usually have a little bit more room than I do.
I usually keep it pretty tight. I'm down to 64 and a quarter.
Okay.
Usually keep it pretty tight. I'm not really liking where we're at right now. It's kind of, I would like to see it pump, right? Not just kind of build a little balance here. I might lighten up the position because I'm not in love with the trade right now. Let's see if we can get a little pop here.
Yer says, can you check the YM? Yeah. Actually, my buddy Vince over here would probably be a better.
Yeah, I got the
person to
YM up.
speak on the
YM had
Dow.
a nice little bounce there off the VWAP. So that was the trade. That was a
Yeah.
nice little one based on George's setup there. You know, I have the 1 minute. There's the VWAP. It bounced off pretty nicely. You know, ES has been, I kind of feel like the Dow has been moving a lot better for me than I've been trading the Dow a lot. And I feel like the moves have been just much better than the ES. ES has been very, very choppy. Very choppy.
This looks heavy, Vince.
It does. It does. I'm not loving this right now. This isn't the McDonald's trade. I'm not loving it.
We've had so many big wicks today, though. It could just pop right back up, you know?
It could. That's what I'm saying. It's just so choppy. It's just, you know, it's tough trade, right? Emotionally, if you're trading on emotion, the S&Ps is really tugging at them lately. You know, it gives you a little bit, takes it right back, puts you in the hole a little bit, comes right back. You know, there's definitely a mental warfare out there in this market right now.
It can make for a really frustrating day and a lot of blown
Absolutely.
combines even. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed. Well, we got crude oil kind of retesting the $97 per barrel price level here, which, by the way, was the previous low around noon yesterday. So now that we're under, nice little quick break and retest there on the hourly lows. NASDAQ retesting the previous hourly highs as we speak. Same with the S&P.
Dow's looking good.
Dow's looking a
Dow
little
trade.
bit stronger here. Not as much of a pullback. You know, S&P and NASDAQ both kind of rolling just a little bit here off these highs versus the Dow is kind of holding bid here around the 380s pretty well after retracing to about the 306 level, roughly. Gold also making a little bit of a pullback here off the highs of 45.60. Now kind of retesting the previous 1 hour high of the mid 40s, like 44s. Silver actually didn't end up closing above the previous 1 hour high of 77.30. We're back underneath. That's a little bit of a different story there. Same with gold. Obviously, the previous major kind of 1 hour high, I guess the swing high was 45.70s.
All right, we're out.
Points lower. All
We're
right,
stopped.
Vince flat.
All right.
George flat.
Yeah.
Sit back and reevaluate here. Let this market figure out where it wants to build a base. Chat, what's going on? Y'all long? Y'all short? I see Aman waiting for a pullback in ES to enter. Aman, what's the pullback number? What's the level you're looking at here?
Yeah, I like
Smith
to keep
says
a
buys
pullback
at
myself.
408. Assume we're looking at the NASDAQ there, 408s potentially, unless you're looking for 408s in the ES, which would be about a 60-point move in the ES. That'd be pretty wild.
Hey, I like that 408 in the MNQ. I just marked up a level that I like right in between 400s, 415. Also, we have previous day high at 397.
Nice.
So that's another pretty good support level here. Might look for longs. If we get some support, I'm going to get rid of this anchored VWAP. That didn't work out, did it, Vince? Get out of here. You got to
you know, it is what it is. All right, so
we got some people
I like
short
to
from
flush
the 500s.
ES back down to 55s. I'd like to see it get down to 55s in the ES.
Okay. Another 9 points from where we are right now.
Yeah.
About
Kind
30
of bought it like
points.
really high up there.
And the NASDAQ here away from those 408s.
Good shorts in chat.
I know, man. People holding shorts from 500s. Nice.
Philbin needs to invite some of these people on. That's a hell of a short. TP 408. That'd be cool.
Yep. Shout out to Coach Hoop. We do have settlement here coming up in about 13 minutes. You got crude, natural gas, gasoline, diesel.
Dude, this Dow.
Dan Emmons, he's hilarious.
17th attempt. Oh, Dan.
Are you looking back at the Dow, Vince?
Yeah, I'm looking at the Dow. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dow looks like it's ready for more.
Yeah.
Nice pop here off of
Yeah,
Asia high.
I had a great trade on, just mismanaged it and just trailed that stop up. But look here, the ES is popping a little bit.
Yeah. Getting a little bit of movement here. A little bit of life coming back into these equities.
Mm-hmm.
See if it sustains. Interesting. The NASDAQ, I'm seeing actually a little bit of some gaps and some lightness in the dome here. That's a little interesting. Couple price levels, not a whole lot being bid or offered right now, but definitely looking a little light. Less than 10 essentially contracts. Nothing major for size. Just ones and twos right now.
Yep.
What you got for the Delta there, Vince? What's going on in the Delta world?
Let's take a look here. Let me get that pulled up real quick. I'll be with you in a second on that.
No worries.
Look at the ES. Pop right off the stop zone. Sometimes, like Hope will say, your stop's a better entry, right?
Right.
But these markets can definitely, like I said, it's a mental warfare, right? Because then you start seeing how you'll get stopped out, kind of like ticked out, rather. And then you start to open up your risk more, right? And then you start getting pounded with the bigger losses. So I'm just going to keep doing what I do, right? Because you can always get back in the market. So let's see where this Delta's at. Yes.
It's really good advice, man. A lot of people I've been talking to in Discords, it's all about trying to make your trades more comfortable, right? So if you're sticking to your plan and accept the risk, if you can do so, which means, sizing down, especially like days like today, it makes the next trade a lot easier instead of getting frustrated like you didn't do by missing that trade. A lot of people would have went on tilt and they wouldn't have an account anymore,
Yep, for sure.
Yep.
Got to accept the risk, man. That's it. I don't know if this is 100% accurate. I don't know if Hogue is out there somewhere watching. I'm showing 32,000 to the upside here in Delta in the ES.
Okay. Hogue, if you're back there.
I'd love if he could confirm that for us.
Throw a Delta number in chat when you got some time. Not sure if you're on lunch right now. Shout out to Hogue.
NASDAQ, I have negative 870. Oh, yeah.
870.
Congrats, Hogue.
15 years with
amazing.
Topstep.
That's awesome. Absolute legend.
OG of OGs.
My guy.
Yeah, we'll see what
I missed him while I was in Chicago. He was busy. Next time, Hogue.
There we go.
We're going to hang out.
Delta ES plus 9,000. NQ minus 180.
Wow.
Plus 9,000.
True inspiration to all of us.
That's
all right, we're getting a little
crazy.
pop there.
Such Such a difference in delta.
Yeah, I don't know if it's right, but I'm having negative 835 in the NASDAQ, positive 32,000. Yes.
I really want more of a pullback before I get in. It's tempting me to long here, and it's just not a good idea.
I feel like taking along too, right there.
For those in chat asking, in case y'all missed it, group coaching is when we hit the second contest entry form today. Continue to tune in from now all the way until the 29th of May. We'll be continuing to roll out a couple opportunities each day that we are on air here. Fast markets, and then in another rotating segment each day. So 2 opportunities each day for those participants in this contest. They're the 213,000 subscriber extravaganza. And once again, winners will be awarded and notified at the end of the contest as of the 29th. So you've got some time. Get those entries in. Every entry form is a new opportunity, so you can feel free to fill them out once per opportunity. We'll be back tomorrow to close out the week strong. It is Friday tomorrow, coming into a holiday weekend. Gents, George, what you got planned?
Forgot about
Any
that.
barbecue? Any barbecue plans for Memorial Day weekend? What's going on over there?
Yeah,
Let's go first, George.
I was talking to Vince in the green room a little bit. I might date myself a touch, but Topstep and Topstep TV might be getting another customer here pretty quick. I had a kid graduate from high school and turn 18 within 2 days of each other, so we're gonna get down, get funky this weekend. Maybe maybe he gets a combine. I don't know. We'll see how it works out. But,
I was about to say, how funky you getting your 18-year-old? That's a little. I don't know how much more funky they can get aside from just opening up a combine.
He's pretty
or
reserved,
Topstep.
actually. I
They
think
go
I'm
buy a
doing
pack of
most of the
cigarettes.
dancing,
That's about it.
Yeah.
Pack of smokes is about all you can get.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Thanks. Pretty crazy. Family
Yeah.
VWAPing. There you go, Ryan.
Yeah,
There we go.
Yeah, it's a trip, man, but should be fun watching them trade,
That's what's up. Vinny Two Ticks got some experience with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. My son. Yeah, we battle back and forth a little bit over trade setups, but he's been seeing some pretty good ones that I'm just not seeing. So I'm like, all right, well, I'm always open ears if there's something that's working, but nothing works all the time, right? It's all about your risk management at the end of the day. It doesn't matter what your strategy is, really. It's how you manage the risk.
Yeah,
That's what
man.
keeps
I
in the
mean,
game long-term.
what's real cool is there's a lot of free content out there, like Topstep TV and Topstep Discord. You got coaches like Vince. I mean, that's awesome. With experience, not only coaching, but coaching as his own kid. Have you ever coached your own kid at anything? I mean, it's tough sometimes. It's hard listening to dad, all of the time.
It's very, very difficult. But when it comes down to the risk management side of things, I usually am the one that's right. So,
there you go.
We're like, oh, you see that trade that I just got off of that? I'm like, yeah, I see it. But now you got to keep it, right? That's the trick.
That's right.
It's easy to make money. It's hard to keep it.
That's right.
Got a couple of dads in chat talking about coaching 6-year-old soccer. It's like herding cats, and then also t-ball.
I did a little baseball assistant coaching. Yeah, they never listen to you, right? They go to the other coach.
That's right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But then I hear once they get like 25 to 30, then dad knows stuff again.
Isn't that amazing?
They'll come around.
Isn't it amazing?
They always do.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, there's moments.
For sure.
All right.
Couple questions in chat about my strategy. I can go over it a little bit if you'd like.
Yeah, you go.
I really
a little
like
high
trading
level overview.
on, yeah, like a regular trading hours. It kind of keeps my charts a little cleaner, although they look a little messy right now. I got the pivot points on, which I'm really glad Topstep X started offering that. They work, right? So I'll leave them on most of the time. But I frame out the previous day close, previous day high, previous day low, what happened overnight, like the Asia high, Asia low, and then I go back to regular trading hours. And I like trading these gaps. See, at the open and the close from the previous day, I like watching those get filled. They don't always get filled, but I like that as part of my strategy. I anchor a VWAP to New York Open, and that's my bread and butter. Okay, I see what price does, and I wait for an extension away from that VWAP, and I play bounces. That's just a basic VWAP strategy. You play the bounces, right? Sometimes we break below and we can play the sellers, right? At 9:17 Central, that probably would have been a pretty good sell entry. But you see this chop here from 9:30 Central to like, I don't know, 10, and then again from 10:13 to 10:30. This kills my accounts. So I trade on the 1 minute, and I'm trying to play bounces after this big move up on this volume candle at 10:13, and then instead of launching up, it just chops around VWAP. I consider VWAP like where price is supposed to be. So there's a lot of consolidation, a lot of balanced price action, right? And that can chop you up. So you have to be careful. That's kind of why I want an extension away from VWAP before I play the bounce off of it. Another strategy would be playing back to the VWAP after the extension. That's a completely different strategy. Then you can add anchored VWAPs to swing lows, swing highs, all-time highs, week highs, and play those levels. I usually do it with confluence, though. So I'll have like a level in mind, some support, resistance, and if a VWAP happens to be there and price is cooperating, I'll take the trade. So there's a few things that need to match up, and it's a little bit of discretion there. So it takes a little bit of screen time to get used to it, but they work.
Well, I just
Hope
took
that
one of your
helps.
trades there, George. I just
Nice.
took a VWAP trade. All right,
Nice.
so
Let's
we're
go.
going to give this a shot. All right, we're going to give it a shot.
do it.
So we're going to put our stop at the swing low, like you said, and we have the VWAP anchored to here, the deepest pullback so far. I'm long, and let's see. Let's give it a shot.
Yeah,
I'll put myself in the fire.
Long what? ES? MES?
1 ES. Yep, 1 ES.
You're
One
welcome,
ES
Mindful.
from 70? 71?
I'm long from
71 half?
71.50. 71.50.
All right.
So here's the VWAP right there. We're on the 1 minute. I rarely trade on the
Good
1
move.
minute, so this is a little different. This is out of my wheelhouse a little bit, but here we go. Hey, it worked in the Dow pretty nicely. Look at the Dow. I mean, nice push.
I was about to say,
I mean, it's
Dow
up
just made some new highs of day.
100 points in the Dow. I mean, that would have been a nice trade. I just picked the wrong market.
Yeah, I mean, ES and NASDAQ definitely aren't following suit quite yet, but could potentially still happen. Still kind of hovering and retesting the previous session high. But yeah, Dow and silver both finding a little bit of a bid here. Gold flat, inside bar 45.50 an ounce. Crude oil trying to potentially make an attempt at some new session lows. Last trade 96.29 a barrel. S&P's trading 74.72, just about a half a point in the money on Vince's long. We got 460s trading out here in the NASDAQ. Yeah, not much really happening otherwise. Really, silver and the Dow seem to be catching the most activity right now. The Dow actually leading the charge.
Yeah.
54.66.
Dow's rallying for Memorial Day.
America.
America.
Never bet against America.
That's right.
Well, while we're waiting for this ES to budge, we do have a little bit of news we can hit. I don't know if y'all heard about the headline regarding the IBM. IBM is getting
Nah, I haven't heard.
a little bit of attention surrounding quantum computing. Let's go ahead and hit that, Tim, whenever you got it.
Yeah. Interesting.
The Department of Commerce is giving tech companies $2 billion to develop quantum computing, and half of that is going to IBM. Quantum computers are expected to be much more powerful than the computers that we have today. Experts think they will be able to solve many complex problems. Some analysts believe they will contribute more than $1 trillion to the economy in fewer than 10 years. But they also pose a risk. Quantum computers will likely be able to crack the strongest cybersecurity measures we have today very quickly. IBM is forming a new company called Anduril to concentrate exclusively on quantum computing. All right. I don't know, is that
Stuff's
bullish
scary.
IBM? Is that bullish? I don't know. I can't tell. But obviously not financial advice. Some people
Who
in
knows
chat
these
saying,
days,
"Why
Dave?
IBM?" Yeah.
Who knows these days? It's buy the rumor, sell the news.
Well,
That stuff's scary to me.
50% of the budget for quantum computing. I think that's a pretty decent amount of the budget going out to just one company.
Hey, George, how do you manage around this here? Now, I'm actually below it a VWAP, so should I be cutting it here? Just trying to, or do you
Yeah,
let it
so
just
I mean, is it
work
chopping
together?
around the? Let me. You're on ES, right? Is that what you're looking at?
Yeah, I mean, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're 10 1-minute bars just chopping up around the VWAP.
Yeah, I mean that happens. It's like
Okay.
it
The magnet.
sucks when it consolidates like that. This is really where I get chopped up, man. What I did on the MNQ, I mentioned maybe a support level a little lower, right? And then I anchored a VWAP at this swing low way back at 1150. It's basically a handoff from the New York session VWAP. So 1150 Central, the New York open VWAP, we had a pretty good rejection off that. And that's really when we had that breakout to the upside. So I anchored there, and it's pretty close to where my support level is within 20 points. So I want to see what price does there. So it has a little bit more
29,
extension
yeah,
instead of this
29,
consolidation,
424?
you know? Yeah.
Where is this sitting at? 29, 424? Am I in the right spot?
421 and 3/4.
All right, so it's pretty close.
Yeah.
Okay.
On MNQ. I could take a look
That's
at
right. I have MNQ.
ES if you'd like.
Yeah, why not? Let's take a look at it.
By the way, settlement has taken place here just about 5 minutes ago here over in the energy sector. We've got crude, nat gas, diesel, gasoline, all regular trading hours have settled now. Electronic trading continues, of course.
Same type of deal here. We have the New York Open VWAP. You see all this chop, and price is just right around it, right? This last swing low before this break up, we're going to add an anchor VWAP there at right around 1150.
Okay, so that's where you have it. All right.
Yeah, so I would want it to get down here. Pretty nice that we have R1 sitting there as well, right? For a little confluence.
Why is mine coming up in a different spot though? Mine's
sometimes when you anchor it, it doesn't go exactly. Let me see.
Is it open, high, low, close, or what's the
That's true. Yes, it is open, high, low, close. Yeah.
Standard.
Let me verify.
Yeah.
It's a great question.
Yeah, my VWAP.
Nope, I was just on high, low, close. I'm at 7,458 on the 1 minute, and it's anchored to this bottom candle here at 1150.
Yeah, mine's totally off here. Let me try it again. 1150, so 1250. Right there. There we go. Oh, so your view up's here. I got you. So it's way down here. So I should be looking for longs down there.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, I get what you're seeing. And if you anchor it, you know, obviously closer, you know, you could get some plays off of it. It's just this consolidation drives me crazy. Really, it used to chop me up real bad.
Off this low. I took it off this low here, the biggest pullback in the last, 30 minutes or whatever. I anchored it there. So we'll see what happens.
At 117 Central?
Yep.
Yeah.
See if we could
push away from very well. Might work. Yeah.
All right, let's take a quick trip. We got the Dow looking like we want to hold above some session highs here. 50,440 is trading still in the Dow. Silver holding bid at 77.12. Gold kind of hanging out right around 45, 47. Crude oil just still basing around the lower 96s. What up, Vince?
The Dow's like, look at me, look at me. Everybody forgot about the Dow. Look at me. I'm pushing away here. Everybody's messing with the chop.
Those in chat asking, the 213,000 subscriber extravaganza will be back tomorrow during fast markets. Make sure to tune in. That's when the next opportunity will be for an entry form. Nothing really coming across the wire here. The last little, I'd say, news piece was OpenAI. OpenAI quarter held $1 billion of revenue over Anthropic in the first quarter. So a pretty big differential there between OpenAI and Anthropic in Q1. Joel, you can enter once per form. So there will be 2 forms per day that we are live on TV. One will be during fast markets and one will be in a mystery segment somewhere spread across the rest of the day. You can enter once per form. So 2 times per day. And of course, as always, make sure you read the rules and the disclaimers and everything to be able to participate and know all the great important details about how this will work. All right, so Vince, you got to stop. You said just around the previous little pivot low here in the 1 minute.
Yeah, it is on a 1 minute chart. Okay. I'm not too used to trading off of a 1 minute chart, but I might cut it and then wait for that pullback to that VWAP that George is talking about, the 74.58 level. I kind of like that better, right? It's a little bit more of a more defined pullback. We'll see. I'll give this a couple minutes. If we don't get anywhere, I'm probably going to cut this and then see if we can get, a little deeper pullback to maybe try another long.
Not to give too much away, but go ahead and anchor a VWAP to today's high too. And then if we break that, then you're in business.
I got you. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're kind of just like
that's an actual pinch, right? So
Yep. That's what I usually call the VWAP pinch. I use a moving average and the VWAP.
Okay.
The intraday VWAP. Yeah, and when it gets stuck between the two, you kind of
it's gonna go somewhere, right?
Yeah,
just
there's a
coiling up.
Point. Yeah,
that's right.
Ready to do something.
Oh, you're back just above entry now. Couple ticks.
Oh yeah.
Seeing a little bit of life come back in, hovering just north
you need
of
to
that
take out these highs
there.
I mean, look at this 1 minute. 74.74 is sellers, right? You can see it here. Like I really rarely look at a 1 minute, but you can kind of see some stuff here. Look, every time it gets up here, 74.74, seller. Let's see if we can pop it. And then they're going to cover, right? And then they're just going to push us higher. So this little consolidation point. Also have a little bit of a reverse head and shoulders right here too. that I was kind of looking at. Let me see if I can find my little tool to draw. Where'd it go? There we go. All right, so we have a little like mini head and shoulders growing right here. And if we get the measured move, we're looking to get somewhere up here.
Nice.
Which is around the 74.84-ish level. But we need to take out these 74.74s.
I really like the 1 minute, but I do need to be careful. It's more information, right? And so sometimes I get stuck on the 1 minute. And I really need to go back to the 5 minute and look at the bigger picture. And you look at the 5 minute wicks and you're like, why am I in this trade? It's just
what though?
Really choppy.
But if you think about the 1 minute though, you might get cheaper entries, because you might be able to limit your risk a little bit because it's a shorter time frame. So, you might get stopped out, but it'll be probably a little slice instead of a bigger loss. So it's maybe not a bad thing. And I like to take small risk.
Same.
Let's see if we get this push here. It doesn't want to break 74s, right? It's like, where's Trump when you need him?
I know,
right?
Another headline.
Give us some good news.
War's over. Let's go.
That's right.
War's over. We're done.
Cats and dogs living together.
That's what I was just gonna say. That's it. Fire up the grill. Come on, peace treaty. Let's do it.
That's right. It's going. Come on. Let's go.
Isn't it all about the uranium for the chips, though? Isn't that the true meaning behind what's going on?
Probably.
It's not about nuclear war. It's about
It's
AI
all-time
chips.
highs for Memorial Day. I like it.
That's an interesting call.
Who knows?
We got one more day to do it.
Yeah.
Well, one more full regular trading hours day, I should say. Because Monday, there is no regular trading hours.
All right, there's 74.74. Let's see if we can get a little stop run. The guys that have been shorting up there got to have some stops sitting up there somewhere.
Pop it.
Let's go.
Just go. Do the same thing. I put an anchored VWAP at today's high on MES, or I'm sorry, MNQ.
Mm-hmm.
And it's sitting at 475, so about 10 points from here.
Okay.
Just move. My Lord.
Yeah, it's
5-point ranges, man.
I mean, look, we have how many bars here? I mean, this is going on. I'm going to throw the average true range on here real quick. Let's throw the ATR on here. ATR in the 1 minute, 2.6 points.
Love it.
All right.
Love
we got a
it.
3-point range. Come on, let's get up. Oh, back below 74s.
Didn't get much of a little stop run there, Vince, on those 1 minute highs.
No.
Yeah. A couple ticks
It
above.
stops probably at the high. It stops probably
right
at the
back
highs.
into range.
Yeah.
A little more volume.
74.88. Yeah.
Need a bit more volume.
Gabe, what are you doing this weekend?
That's a good question. I think I volunteer
nothing
in the morning.
Sounds awesome.
I volunteer in the morning at church as per usual. Outside of that, though, I think I'm just chilling. Oh, I'm hitting the range. We already talked about this a couple days ago, but yeah, hitting the range.
It's going to be a washout here. Usually we have a cookout, but
yeah,
it's going to be a washout weekend cold. So.
Yeah, we're going to get probably some thunderstorms down here in Tampa, but at least that's what it says every day over the next 10 days.
Yeah, every day. That's your weather every day. Thunderstorms.
Yeah.
And it's like, wow, it's beautiful. What's going on? Every time I go to Florida, I see the weather. I'm like, oh, man, we're going to have such a terrible week, and it's sunny every day. it'll rain at like 2 o'clock. And then it'll be
Pushing
done
down
by
a
like
bit
2:30.
here on MNQ.
Yeah, seeing a
Yeah,
little
I'm
bit
not
of selling here. Interesting. Crude's not really seeing any sort of a budge to the north side for equities to be selling. NASDAQ is retesting the 430 level, which is kind of the 1 hour low right now. S&P's kind of getting back under 70 again, as we said. Crude oil still trading right around 96.45. Gold kind of taking the peak lower as well, near the 1 hour lows, 45.44 an ounce here in gold. Silver kind of holding just slightly near the highs of day, 77.14 half. And then we got the Dow, still trading in those 50,400s, trying to figure out what the heck it wants to do above the session highs.
Mm-hmm.
A whole lot of size on the ladder right now here in the NASDAQ. Let's see what the tilt's up to. Oh, wow. What do you know?
Now. I'm not liking it.
About a 50-50 flat tilt in the ES. Nothing going on there. We got about a 53% short tilt in the NASDAQ. The biggest tilt is actually crude oil, and it's building to the long side pretty heavy. You got about a 68% long tilt in crude. That's the heaviest tilt across the board, and then a 55% short tilt in gold. But yeah, we are needing a little bit of volatility here.
Anybody confirm the delta? I have 32,000 positive in the ES, and we're not going anywhere. I kind of feel like there's a lot of buyers coming in, and the sellers are just absorbing all the buy orders because we're not going higher, right? And delta keeps on increasing, which means that there's market order buys coming into the market, and it's not pushing it higher. So there could be a big short position maybe building up here if the delta's correct. Hopefully Hoag's out there and he can, there we go.
There's a 40 point flush there in the NASDAQ. Just trade below 400. S&P's just made a low of 74.58 half.
Right back up. Look at that.
Crude oil just popped above $97 a barrel.
There's your VWAP there, George. Look, there it is.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. I might get long again. Let's see.
I think I'm gonna. Fill me. There we go.
You long?
I am. I'm long too.
Bake a little bit.
From
that
420.
news or what was that?
I'm waiting for the headline. Waiting for news. Yeah, looks like Iran's president says won't back down in talks. That's per the state TV.
Oh my God.
Kind of want to get flat now. After actually listening to the news.
I'm so numb to the news at this point, guys. I mean,
right?
I don't care what they're saying, to be honest with you. I'm numb to it. I'm just numb. Really.
I'm just trying to do my best to not have too much size on nowadays, just because at any moment you could see that. It's like,
good advice.
Man, you know what? If I just had a micro or two on, I could probably weather this storm, regardless of what type of headline it is. But boy, you got a mini or two on, you can get cooked pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
100%.
Nate says, just trade the chart or attempt to.
Right.
I don't know, George. What do you think? Should we get long here? I mean,
I'm long too from 420. I've thought about adding, but
I'm thinking
was that little support area I had marked off?
Let's see here. All right, so I'm gonna work some longs. Let's see.
Crude holding above $97 a barrel right now.
Where are you at?
97.10 last trade. Yeah, long from 420.
Yeah. Long 2 MNQ from 420 and a half. I have take profit at 460 and 538. Stop is below this support and previous day high at 388 half. We actually close above this anchored VWAP. It'd be nice.
You're just using that previous little tape bomb low.
Yeah.
As the invalidation. Got it.
Exactly.
Quick out.
All right, so we're 25. We're gonna risk 9. I'm gonna get 2 MES.
Iran president is speaking.
Yeah, we're probably gonna get some more comments, I would imagine, as we get into the last hour of regular trading hours. Power hour
All right,
coming up.
we're
We
long.
got Braden
go.
in the house for power hour.
Let's go, George.
Dolby.
You're long too, right?
Let's do it.
Long America.
That's
everybody.
right.
All right, I'm long 2 MES 74.66 quarter. I'm looking for new highs for the day. I'm looking maybe get up to like 7,500. We're gonna make it worth it. Down a little bit today, so. Oh,
Another
here
bomb.
comes some more news, huh? Oh, we're out, guys. Wow.
Another bomb here.
Yeah,
That
we're
was
done.
fast.
I'm done.
About a
Yeah, I'm
You're
done.
going the wrong way.
70 cent
Nah.
pop in crude there. 97.70,
That's ridiculous.
97.90s now trading in crude.
Wait a minute. Did I get slippage on that?
Just made a low of 48 and 3/4
Made it
here in the
little.
S&P.
Wait a
Made a
minute.
low of about 335 half here in the NASDAQ. Crude just made a high of about 97.96 a barrel. Gold kind of finding a little bit of selling as well. Trading 45.34s. Silver 76.68. Dow also coming off highs a day there. 50,300s trading right now in the Dow.
See what we
Not
got here
seeing
in the
anything new.
Interesting. Interesting. All right, let's look for another trade.
I think that's
As the
right off
fly
Ivy
says,
High.
Long now.
I think I caught
Go, go,
slippage
go.
on that. 'Cause I only had 2 micros on that one. Yeah.
I would imagine. Probably.
Yeah,
slippage.
man cave.
Yeah, I had 2
No
micros.
longs while Iran is talking. Right.
All right.
Nade says it's
Try
got
it
to
again,
chap your
guys.
ass there, Vince. It almost sends me on tilt. Just
No,
watch
it's
it.
all right. It's all right.
We
Gotta
chopped
build
in a
some thick
3
skin.
range on MES and then
I'm probably
melted
going to
down.
try it long again because Trump's going to come on and say that the war is over in 5 minutes.
Right?
Well, the longer we see this market stay under this, the overnight highs and the current session highs, I think it's looking a little bit ugly, but we'll see. Crude back into range.
I am
Equities back into range.
I'm actually thinking about getting long. Thinking about getting long Dow. And maybe ES. Maybe I'll do one of each. What do you
That
think?
looks to be the stronger of
What's
the
the
two
chat
so
thinking?
far.
Yeah. What's the chat thinking?
I'll get long at 291 in M&Q if we get down there and see some buyers.
All right, let's see.
Didn't really expect to say that on this stream, but
We're really starting to push, huh?
yeah.
We got some excess at the high here, so.
I mean, at what point do I switch bias? A close under this New York Open VWAP, and then maybe like a retest, then we go short, or just hit the button.
Yeah, I mean, it's pulled back a pretty good amount, though. Like, if it pulls back a certain amount, I kind of then start to look the other direction. You know, the deeper the pullback. Like right now, the ES is back. It reclaimed its initial bounce. So we're inside of range.
Same with MES or MNQ rather.
Well, gents, that hour went by pretty quick. We do have to hand it over to Jack, Dolby, and Braden for a little bit of power hour.
All right, let's see if they have some better luck here.
This Thursday. Yeah, absolutely. Well, we appreciate the both of you guys spending some time with us. Happy Memorial Day weekend. If we don't see either of you, I don't think we have either of you on tomorrow, right?
I'm around tomorrow. I think I'm around
Are you?
tomorrow.
Are you? Okay.
Yeah, I think
Awesome.
I think so. I got to check.
Always fun.
Absolutely. Well, you guys
Hey, enjoy
the
your
rest
time
of
with your son
day.
there.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Vince. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, you got it. Congrats.
All right. We'll
Thanks.
be right back with Power Hour. This is
Bye,
Topstep
guys.
TV. Let's go.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the final countdown, the power hour, the cream of the crop. Things are going nutty, but we have the right person with us. Braden, the one, the only. What are you up to today, Braden? How's it going?
Not up to much, to be honest, but these markets are set up nicely right around the VWAP, and I was thinking about potentially getting long here for a VWAP bounce, but I wouldn't have minded if price wants to kind of just slip under the VWAP and then we bounce, but we're at that awkward spot where we didn't quite get into it. But anyways, there's a 50-point bounce off the VWAP. We'll see, right? If buyers continue defending the trend, then we'll see more upside. But yeah, hopefully it'll be a good segment. I think there's definitely the range is now widening out a little bit, so there should be some good opportunities here, man. What about you, Dolby and Jack?
I'm doing just fine. And yeah, we are joined by one more individual. Dolby Time, aka Mr. Hat, Mr. Big Headphones, is here to help us out. What have you been up to, Dolby?
Just getting washed out by news releases, Jack. You shared that lovely picture during fast markets about Trump tweeting and sinking the markets, but apparently this time it was a different news agency. We were trying to get long the hundreds, and then they came out and said the Iran deal was going pretty smooth, and it sold off $4. We got caught in the wash. This is also the second time in a row I've been on today in which we are trading at almost the exact middle of the range. So as a range trader, it's not great location, but we're going to maybe just follow Braden here. Braden's a good momentum trader. So if he sees something that's good, we trust Braden. Braden we trust for good.
Yeah, I see George trades in the chat already talking about he got long off the VWAP. It's incredible, man. What obviously no indicator is perfect, but the amount of times that price comes in the VWAP, nothing in trading is certain, but you can be pretty confident that there's going to be at least some reaction at the VWAP almost every time. Of course, not financial advice, but yeah, I mean, that's a beautiful bounce. We're just traded up 70 points off the lows.
Yeah,
so
nothing here
we'll see what happens.
Nothing here is financial advice, but here's some advice. If you have something cool to share, go on Twitter, X, now part of SpaceX, I guess, and post your hashtag Power Hour content. Give us your wins, your losses, pictures of yourself standing in front of something of note. If we like it, we'll show it at the end of this hour. If we don't like it, we may also show it at the end of this hour. With that, Braden, you know the game that we like to play called Above Below. You're trading the NQ mostly right now. Where do you imagine the NQ will close today at 3 p.m. Central?
Well, with about an hour to go, I'm going to say honestly, probably like 29,440.
29,440 is what Braden has chosen for the Above Below today. We'll get that poll up and you can vote at home or whatever you might be. Looking at the news, I don't see anything in red on the juice since Iran's president saying won't back down in talks. That's from Slate TV, I guess. Also seeing that the Pakistani army chief will not go to Tehran tonight. That's from Al Arabia, citing a high-level source. Now we see how this shakes out.
Slate
TV. Is that different? Is Slate TV different than like Slate? Like did Slate sit down with the president of Iran?
I got $1 billion idea, Jack. What if we start our own news agency and then claim we have sources and then we just start moving the markets? Is that legal or is that illegal?
Well, the problem is you got to build the following. We've applied for press credentials with Topstep TV. We tried to get a pass to both the White House and the Federal Reserve meetings, I think, and they both got shot down.
Can we just pay for followers? Isn't that what most streams do anyways? Just bots?
That's a dangerous game, and we are people of integrity.
That's
and
true.
President Trump, if you're listening, we love you, and we'll only ask patriotic questions if we get a press credential.
I want Rotten Tomatoes to start doing press releases on the Iran war. That's what
Why
I want.
not? Why not?
Sure.
Little bounce here. We're trading 74.55 in the ES. Crude oil's at 97.70 a barrel. Got all the way down to under $96. Bitcoin 77,366 in the spot. Nothing besides Walmart, which is paired a little bit of loss, is down 6.8%. Pretty quiet in the Mag 7. Nvidia's down 1.9%. Broadcom's down 1.4%. SanDisk is up 10%.
Crushing it.
Why not?
Yeah, why not? How are those Nvidia earnings, Jack? I didn't get to take a look underneath the hood there, but they're down 1.9%. Were the earnings good at least?
Yeah, I mean, they beat on both earnings and revenue. It's a tale as old as time. Let me see, pull up an Nvidia chart real quick.
Was it not good enough?
Here we go. I mean, at the end of the day, yeah, they went down a little bit in earnings, but they went up a whole lot. These are day candles into earnings, so you got to be really good. Basically, they just crushed the options. Next week is really what I'd expect for it to make whatever move it makes off those earnings. We'll go back to the futures here.
We're moving
off there. Yeah.
Well, now we're in an interesting spot because we have bounced off of the VWAP. So now as we come back into it, you think maybe there's another buy opportunity. The thing is, really for me, I feel like the best probability is the initial test of the VWAP. I want to take that trade. Now that we're coming back into it to test it again, maybe speaks to kind of the strength of buyers, right? Like we have to retest it twice. You don't have enough strength to kind of retrace back up to that previous structure. But I would try to get the most important thing here is the ranges are starting to widen out a little bit and we're seeing some volatility. So I'm kind of just going to wait till things get maybe a little bit overextended on either side, whether it's long or short, and look just for like kind of quick little scalp trade opportunities, but not seeing anything yet.
We're going to get a bid in here. It's going to be kind of far away. We're going to bid one at 29,300, one at 290, and one at 280. See if we can get down to kind of the middle of the range here. Also kind of buy the VWAP as well. See if we can kind of just run the lows right below those 300s there. But also might just go to the moon and leave us behind.
Yeah.
That's a very NASDAQ thing to do. And off it goes. Just like that, we're up 40 points.
Nice.
Yep.
Sellers almost had it. Almost had it, sellers.
The options for the zero dates are a complete mess. I don't know how much I'm gonna glean from that. Maybe 74.45. Yeah, so that's kind of like a round VWAP, a little under there.
What are you seeing? What makes a messy zero DTE day?
I can't show you what I'm looking at.
Wish you could. Would be nice.
For reasons, but basically it's just kind of there's not a lot of activity at various strike prices, and they're kind of like all over, like between positive and negative gamma, just kind of like all over the place. There's not some big target I'm looking at. If we started really selling off, which seems unlikely, the 7400's down there. This 74.25, like 74.45 could be support if we're looking to buy. But we may not get the chance.
We are cruising right now.
Are you still in that, Dolby?
No, it never got filled. We bid 300, and as soon as we put our orders in, it shot up 40 points. So, I'm not much of a momentum trader. I mean, I guess if you go down to like a smaller time frame, like maybe the 1 minute, you can make an argument that we formed a nice range, like the 1 minute VWAP, and then formed another nice range, maybe potential to get long at like 350s, like the range over range play. But I would at least want to get long like the midpoint of kind of the daily range. But no, we're just cruising here, cruising to the upside.
I kind of like getting short here, kind of on the retest of
That I
that
like.
prior range high, like around the mid to low 400s.
Yep.
I'm
I
assuming
would
we
like
don't just fly
440s.
right back through that. Yeah, 30s, 40s, pretty tight
Yeah, I
stop
like
on
that.
it.
I'm in for that. Let's do a short at 430 core 430s. Do 440s. And
Brad
450.
Sims. Need to lose 2,300 now? There's ways to do that.
What's your trick for losing money when you have to lose money?
Well, I mean, really, this is only could ever happen, I guess, if you overwent your consistency rule. But you find a market with the largest contract size possible that's the widest. A simple, easy way is to go to the ZB or the UB. Hopefully I get trolled for saying this. And then just start buying your full size at the offer and then sell it right back at the bid. And you can lose as much as you want.
There you go. Pro tips.
It's $30 a tip too. So if you have 15, you could lose $450 for every 2 clicks.
Boom, boom, boom. There you go.
Silver's probably a good option too. And let's see, is that a wide? This is a ridiculous thing to be talking about. Yeah, silver's wide. What is the tick value on silver?
Which contract?
The big one. You want to do the big one for this?
I think it's like 25. I think.
I just load up a whole bunch of micros and just
shoot up in commissions,
take them off. Yeah,
it was one of my favorite things in Discord when people would be above their consistency target and then they could not put on a losing trade for like the life of them. Just everything they did just made them money when they needed to lose money. It was so funny.
But
everyone
that shows a lack of imagination. I don't have bonds pulled up here, but you can literally guarantee yourself to lose money doing what I just said. For every one contract you flip the ticket on, you will lose $30.
Well,
there's plenty of liquidity. Anyway, enough about that. It's kind of cool. I just saw that the contract for silver is just SIN 26.
Nice, baby. I'm gonna get a tattoo of that. Yeah. Maybe right in my lower back.
You don't already have one there, Dolby?
No, I gotta erase the old one. Put on the new one. All right, we got an offer in 430s.
Yeah. I mean, I like this, assuming this 5-minute chart doesn't just from the low just go vertical back to the highs. We get a pullback in here somewhere, we'll be okay. That's probably the most normal, probably the most normal move, right?
Yep. I mean, we got a hell of a megaphone today. We've made higher highs by a couple points, and then some lower lows by a couple points. Very megaphone post in video. Difficult market to trade. Breakout traders certainly struggle trying to buy the highs or sell the lows, only for it to just end up range bound at the end of the day. It's kind of why I like these orders in here, though. These shorts. Maybe this ends up just kind of consolidating between like 250s, 400s. Oh, we got it. Don't know till you bet.
Quick shout out to someone I know for a fact's not watching, but Dolby. I am in all likelihood getting a new nephew today. My brother and his wife are at the hospital right now, so that's exciting. You have updates on that. Hope they're doing well.
They're not watching Topstep TV right now.
Should be.
It should be. Like and subscribe. That means you get an extra subscriber there, Jack.
There you go.
A couple hours. I'll take it.
Baby's first YouTube.
Right. Out of the womb, straight to an influencer.
Brad Sims. Yeah, there you go. I'm the ICT of losing the exact amount of money you need.
Yep. You're a genius. Or a genius.
That is a oh my gosh, man! What a VWAP bounce trade. I wish I got in there.
You have George printing right now, just printing.
Yeah.
Well, getting up to these 430s here.
Well, 62% in the above below said we would close above 29,440.
Yeah, I still like this.
Damn.
Well, with NVIDIA
Guys,
out of the
I'm
way, what else? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, nothing. I was just saying, I'm getting reamed today in the personal.
Uh-oh, just close
These
it.
days happens. What do you mean?
Just close the screen. Or hit Alt-I, then everything's going the right direction.
I haven't even opened the screen today yet. It's just one of those days where
You
like
already know.
everything, no matter what position, is going against me. But that's okay. It's been a good year so far.
The game we play.
Yep.
Is it Quantum or is it Carvana? Which one's beating you up right now?
Quantum for sure. But then it's just like one of those statistical anomalies where seemingly a bunch of uncorrelated things are just all being bad. But that's okay. I ain't scared.
What's your favorite Quantum stock? Which one should I be watching? Is there like an ETF of Quantum?
Probably. What's my favorite? Google.
Yeah. What even is the play? What's the play with Quantum? What are they selling?
I mean, what are they selling now? Not much of anything. I mean, the idea is there's certain things you can do on quantum computing that you can't do with traditional computers. All very theoretical.
I mean, if it can't play Minecraft, is it really worth anything, Jack?
No, probably not.
Probably not. Braden, do you have offers in?
Yeah, same as you. I'm waiting for these 40s, being nice and patient. We're just bidding into it.
Yeah. 440 waiting room right now. Time travel. Chat, what do you think Quantum is going to make that's going to make the world better? Someone says time travel.
Well, it's just going to make any sort of like password cryptography a mess.
Yeah, it's okay. It's going to destroy passwords. That's dope. Dope. Love that.
It could kill Bitcoin.
That's right. Two things at the same time, Brad Sims.
Uh-huh.
Getting close up here. Oh man, we got some Q-Day doomers. That's sick, actually. If you're gonna be a doomer, I think a quantum doomer is probably one of the more hipster doomers you could be. Kind of going under the radar.
I'm fine with it. Like, I'm not against. I think that it's interesting technology. I just think that it's going to get cracked by, say, a Google and not a former beverage company that changed into a quantum company. Just my 2 cents.
Open up a storage locker somewhere. Quantum Inc. At the U-Haul depot.
Pulling Allbirds.
Yep. We're short 430s.
Okay.
I'm getting a little worried how one-sided this bid. Like, we're just bidding. It's like persistent. I'm a little spooked. I'm gonna let it work. I'm gonna give it a shot, but something about this price action is a little sketchy.
It's a little spooky. It's a little bit spooky. But you don't know till you bet. do like that we have a nice little range up here that we're kind of shorting up against. Pretty good. Stop up just a hair. What do we think is going to be pushing the market here, right? Is it going to be like news? You think news is going to push it? Is it going to be just general optimism in tech? I mean, Nvidia's down 1.5. Maybe Nvidia bouncing could be a catalyst to push us back up again.
I mean, Nvidia being down really has nothing to do with the quality of their earnings or anything else. I mean, the music is still very much going, everything there. Like, no one's had troubling earnings in anything involving that stuff.
What about Apple? Apple all-time highs today? Trading at 305. It just hit all-time highs actually recently. About 3 minutes ago. Good job, Apple. I'm kind of excited to see what the new CEO comes up with. That should be a good time. If I was Ted, I would take profit right now. Book this $30. Go back to the well. I think there's something good about that. I like how he scalps. NASDAQ is a dangerous mistress. Take your money away real fast. Okay, decent price action.
Yeah. The problem with looking for any, like, you're talking like, what's the catalyst? It's pretty much everything's up, and then if something's down, it'll happen all at once. Like, no one ever knows when it's going to happen, but like, y'all in the chat are old enough to remember, what was it, like last year, like that DeepSeek day on Nvidia?
Incredible.
Like something like that you can imagine happening any day, but no one's going to be short for it, so why try?
A little bid here again. Crude selling off. Give me the heebie-jeebies a little bit.
Coda's cooking in
I just
chat.
scalped.
Yeah,
I just scalped 13 to 25 right there and got out. So off
nice.
of 20. So nice.
We're gonna work this little 1 minute range here. If we can get below 405s, that would be excellent. I like the little scalp though. Wouldn't mind kind of working back some of this red P&L, but I also don't want to trade the P&L. Cat's awake. Coming over
VIX
shortly.
17. We're in sort of
That's
normal
not good.
territory there. 1685 right now in the VIX.
Mm-hmm. One tick a day. You don't even have to ask me to ask Jack. You can just ask Jack directly because he's here.
Yeah,
Jack, did you
I read the chat.
Yeah, we'll have the chat open. And just ask him directly.
Oh yeah, I mean the Copsy's insane. Is anyone from Korea in the chat? If so, it's interesting. I never would have pegged Koreans as like the height of sort of like degenerate gambling on things. If you could explain kind of what like the local mindset is there, because they are taking swings that I could only dream of right now.
Jack, what is the story here with the Korean markets?
I mean, like, you think these markets are crazy?
I do.
Let me see if I can.
Are they even more crazy?
They are significantly more crazy. Here we go. Here's the COPSI. So, for instance, the COPSI is up. This is their index is up 8.4% today.
Whoa!
You can see here that since Friday, so since the beginning of the year, so Like their index is almost doubled. And these moves here are like much like look at this crazy battle going on right here, right now.
Nice little range. We got
Yeah.
a couple comments in chat. Dan Emmons, look at the Korean won versus the dollar. They're basically borrowing everything they can to gamble on any asset price they can. Tristan Trout, Koreans are selling their insurance policies early to buy equities at these highs at record rates.
Well, that sounds durable.
Sounds highly dangerous. Okay, well, entry is acting as resistance here, which is nice because we're shorts. A nice little 1 minute range up against our entry. I'm having a hard time at these 430s. Don't want to jinx it though. Kind of wish we just took that $50. That's kind of how it is trading NASDAQ. Braden, you have a trade on right now or no?
No, I took a scalp. I'm waiting for the 40s. I want a little bit better position, but
better, yeah.
Oil's come off a little bit, 27.25.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing new coming across the news. Well,
bottom of the hour coming up. That's exciting. Yep. Still some resistance here. Okay, looking good. Looking good. We can get below, let's say 400s. That would be excellent. A big if. Braden, have you found yourself shorting NASDAQ at all, or are you mostly just on the long side?
Yeah, no, I've been shorting NASDAQ a lot, which is why I wasn't performing that well, like for the past couple months. So yeah, that's one of the reasons why I closed a live account and restarting, and now I'm kind of stuck in the evals. Like, I got an account funded, then that didn't go so hot. But no, I've probably been shorting more than I should be. So no, I've probably been shorting more than half of my trades are probably short. I'd have to go in. I haven't been able to use the performance tab in a while, so I'm gonna be excited to get back into looking at that, kind of figure out some of the statistics on these accounts. Yeah, I was waiting for the live accounts to get them, but then never got put on the live accounts.
I don't have the performance stats on the live accounts quite yet. But if you're great at coding, you can make your own using the Topstep X API. Oh, now we're in the red. We are offering 440s as well for a second contract. Crude's still selling. It's making me a little bit nervous. And then right back down again. We missed that by half a point.
Very persistent move, like off of that VWAP. This is
no kidding.
I don't even know how confident I am. Well, maybe I don't know.
Crude bidding. Crude just caught about a 20, 30 cent bid right there. Maybe there's something coming back in. Maybe they know something. The mechanisms that could be at play.
Always.
I know. Maybe we're due for a headline here. Maybe we are due. I wouldn't mind trying to short more if we can catch a bid in crude. Crude also kind of Doritoed out here, stuck between 96 and 98. Just kind of wait and see mode. Oh, maybe it was the bottom of the hour. That could have been it. Just a little bit of volatility coming in there.
Once again, the headline that got this all kicked off was the final draft of the U.S.-Iran agreement has been reached with the mediation of Pakistan, which is expected to be announced within the next few hours. That was at 12:10 Central. I guess it depends on the definition of a few hours here. Been a couple hours.
Wait, is that just to clarify, is that like a proposal from Iran?
Braden, I don't know. No one knows.
No one knows. Okay, well, hanging in there still. This little short. My target for this short is 29,298.
Nice.
It's a ways down there, but I think
do you kind of sway like the confidence? Do you kind of sway the belief that that's going to happen as much whenever like the clock is? You got 30 minutes to close, or do you expect? Like, is there something in you that's like, okay, well, because for me, I tend to think, man, if we only have 30 minutes, the current direction probably just kind of, I don't know. It can also be pretty crazy, so I understand that too. But I tend to think, whatever the price action is, this is generally what's going to happen. Because the probability you're going to get a huge swing with 30 minutes to go, kind of. I want to say is less, but at the same time, you do have the volatility.
I mean, 340s would be fine. I just think that's like a really interesting level, right? Because that's VWAP. So,
yeah,
kind of run back down there. I mean, it does seem like a lot of points, but then also NASDAQ has already done this, what, 3 times today? 1, 2, 3. So that would be a 4th time of moving over 100 points, maybe even 200 points in a single move. And honestly, with how many headlines are coming back and forth, like, why not? Why not?
Yeah.
Well, as we're in a little tighter range here, we got a little news story
to
share with you for all our podcasters in the chat.
Spotify is introducing AI-generated personal podcasts. The new feature lets users create custom audio episodes based on their interests and listening habits. Users can type in prompts like asking for local updates, concert recommendations, or quick explainers on topics they want to learn about. Spotify then generates a personalized audio briefing and links users to related content. Episodes can be scheduled to repeat daily or weekly and customized with added context. The feature rolls out to eligible premium users in the US next month.
Straight trash.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm out.
Yep. I can't with AI. I feel like, when it comes to art and AI, I've said this before, but like humans have to connect with the artist when it comes to art. And it's like, if I know AI made the art or made the podcast, then I know there wasn't any effort put into it, so I just don't care about it. Like, if AI made a beautiful marble sculpture, would anyone care? Like, I really don't think so. It's just AI slop garbage. A little sell off here in NASDAQ.
Yeah. I just think for me, it's more that the idea of someone that like makes their own AI generated podcast is makes me sad, like on a visceral level. Like there's a deep sadness within that individual. It's a cry for help. Nicole and her Italy trip.
We go up to Barnes and Noble, the bookstore, like every weekend, and we were talking about that. I was like, man, I bet books are probably like the most AI polluted. I'm sure a good handful of those books in there are written by AI.
Especially on
I mean,
Amazon, especially like the digital books, like people are pumping them out by the
straight garbage.
It just seems like the easiest thing to kind of let AI kind of handle. Just write a book. Write an essay, write a book.
I mean, AI is good as a tool, but I don't think it's good as like a medium for art, unless you're like using it for like maybe inspiration. But then even then, I feel like as soon as you know it was AI generated, I lose all interest in whatever it was. I know a human didn't make it. There wasn't any love or care. It's just AI slop. People appreciate the time put into art, unless it's like live performance art. That's real weird. I don't get that stuff. Can AI put a banana on a wall? Just saying.
Mm-hmm.
Still stuck in this range.
Yeah, I'm starting to lose interest a little bit more here.
Pretty resilient. Pretty
Yeah, I think I would have
resilient.
liked to see a pullback before 20 minutes to close, and we're just hanging out.
I mean, Apple sold off a little bit. Nvidia selling off a little bit. I mean, Apple just hit all-time highs 5 minutes ago, 305.54. Maybe there's going to be a little bit of a sell-off into close for some profit taking.
Possibly.
I'm just worried about like a flash move to the upside, and then it sells off. Like we're just right, but it's like the wrong timing or wrong location.
I mean, are they waiting
We'll see.
until after the close to follow up on whatever that article from earlier was about the agreement?
Which news source? The Blaze TV, is that the one?
Yeah. BuzzFeed.
That's right. TMZ Iran war coverage. Okay. Mario Lopez in Iran. Right. You'd love it. Building volume up here because they love it so much. Yeah, we'll see. Crude oil still selling a little bit. 97.22s. Braden, this feels like one of those trades where, like, as soon as you get flat, that's when it sells off. So now I'm just kind of stuck here because the trade location is so good.
Yeah, I mean, the way I'm reading it is like that was a really strong bounce off the VWAP, and now we're just kind of seeing acceptance right here, and we got 20 minutes to close.
Crude's starting to break a little bit, though. Is that going to be a problem?
For what it's worth, we are right at, in the ES at least, right at the high end of the implied straddle from the open at 8:30.
Okay.
I'm grasping at straws here, man.
Okay.
Pretty mid right now.
Ooh. Big sell-off in Apple.
I got long here. I'm going to try to take a scalp into these 40s.
Okay.
There's a really strong push off VWAP. Now we're just holding it. So I'm going to look for continuation a little bit higher. Then I'll look to get into that short that we were talking about.
Nice. High five on the way. Apple sold off and bid back up. Nvidia doing? Are you flat or add?
Nope. Yeah, I added just one.
Nice.
So Braden, we were having a little like fact-finding mission earlier. Might ask you too. Have you ever been to a Piggly Wiggly?
I have no clue what that is, so no.
Okay, so you're on my team too.
What is that?
I guess it's like a store,
Like
a grocery store, convenience store.
Yes, it's a
no.
yeah.
Maybe they don't have those in Texas. I've never heard of that.
All right.
Got our answer then.
Braden's on team no Piggly Wiggly.
No Piggly Wiggly. We are short 2 at 29,435. We're going to see if we can take one at 410s. Offering 450s as well.
James is blowing up my earpiece right now. Braden, in case you're wondering, there's only one Piggly Wiggly in Texas, and it's in some place called Athens, Texas, which I don't know.
This is very
where that
important
is either.
information. I'll tell the whole show if you want me to.
Go for it, James.
Get in there.
Man, I was up $500. I didn't take a dime out of that, but
So
I also like
NASDAQ.
the idea of breaking a little bit higher. Yeah, that's just.
We're going to pull our second one here, or sorry, pull our third and just run with these two. Short 2,
I
29.
gotta get better at identifying when the. Sorry to cut you off there. I got to get better at identifying when the market conditions are. Like maybe we are at the point where we're so extended that any break is just going to pull back and break and pull back. Like, yeah, I don't know.
Crude a little bit back. I mean, honestly, it's kind of why I like how Ted trades. You know, he's not going for big swings. If he sees some green, he just takes it and just scalps it up. I mean, NASDAQ is so finicky when it comes to its price action that it can reward you so fast, but you just got to be able to take it. And oftentimes, it seems like it'll just give you multiple chances at the same trade. Like, I could have scalped these 435s probably 4 or 5 times for $50. Ooh. Okay, out one.
Nice.
Now we're short 1 at 29,440s. Nvidia's about to break a 1-minute range here to the downside. We'll just let this cook.
The better question is, have you ever been to a Buc-ee's?
Yes.
I'm familiar with it. I don't think that I have been to one.
Very impressive establishment. Very impressive.
Yeah, just looking at my charts from open to close on the ES. Basically on Friday, like this previous Friday, I guess we're down 1.3%. 1.3% from open to close, the most we've been down since Friday, March 27th.
Ooh, big bit in oil. Crude's up about 40 cents from its lows, so maybe that's helping a little bit. Almost at break even? Yeah, break even doesn't matter. I don't want to trade the P&L. Braden, is there ever a good reason to trade the P&L? Like maybe there's some sort of like, you know, metagaming in a trading combine where getting back to break even is beneficial, but I mean, outside of that, like what's kind of your stance on trading the P&L?
I mean, dude, I'm no saint to like not going on tilt and trading P&L. I think every trader does that. So yeah, no, I mean, I trade the P&L for sure. You're not supposed to, but you slip up and you do. Actually, last night, I went on a little bit of tilt because I had an account so close to blowing up, and then I brought it back. Like I had so little drawdown, and then I brought it back, and then I got up in profit. Then I was almost at the profit target to just pass it flat out, and I was like, I've got to pass it. Like I've got to pass it. I've saved this thing, and I brought it all the way back from the brink of death. I've got to pass it. So I was trading the P&L hard, and ended up blowing it. Oh my gosh, I ended up blowing it. Then I went on tilt, blew a couple others. It was horrible. But yeah, I mean, the goal is not to do that. But of course, as humans and traders, you're going to make those mistakes. And I suffer from making those mistakes too. But yeah, try not to do it. But of course, you're going to do it every once in a while.
I mean,
I can think of
yeah,
a couple instances in which it's okay. One, if you were really disciplined, I suppose you could have some strategy that involved, you know, pulling at the break even. Like say you figured out that your strategy revolves somehow about having a certain number or percent of free trades you get to take. That's technically trading your P&L, right? The other is more in, I guess, the type of, it's not really day trading, but like if you're have rules about trimming exposure to things at a certain point, like if they make up too large a percentage of your portfolio. It's kind of trading to P&L.
No. I mean, I could add a third one too. It would be if you're like the type of trader that it just you're in such a better mental capital state at being at break even that it's worth it for you to go to break even versus trading from a red P&L. I can see that being a thing. But Jack, to your first point, when I was trading combines in the way back time, so like if you trade like say for example 2-to-1 and you have a rule where you only take like maybe 2 losing trades a day, you have 1 winning trade. So you have 1 losing trade and then 1 winner. Now you're up basically a trade and then you lose another one. Then you're at break even. Maybe you just stop there for the day. Like it's kind of like that 2-to-1 ratio that kind of works out. And I don't mind it. Being break even, there's nothing wrong with going for break even. I think it's nice for mental capital. But then there's always that one trade that runs like 4-to-1 in your favor. The one day you decide to just keep on sticking to break even, but you just got to stick to whatever makes you feel comfortable. I'd probably be better if I was trading break even.
Break even is going to work for different strategies too. Like as a range trader, Dolby, you probably wouldn't benefit as much from going break even because you can have price come test your level a couple times and it doesn't necessarily invalidate it. Now, if you're trying to catch like a very kind of quick scalp counter trend reversal where there's very dramatic move, then if you buy you catch the knife and you get a nice reaction off of that low, then I think most of the time going break even there makes sense, right? You're trying to fight the trend, you want to get protected as soon as you get a reaction. That's kind of how I do it. But yeah, I mean, if you're a momentum trader where you're trading a directional move where it's just pure buying or pure selling, the market's moving from A to B, there's not going to be a lot of pullbacks. I think it makes sense to try to go break even there as well. So different strategies, different systems kind of benefit from going break even.
Yeah, I think Hogue is a break even guy. Like he likes getting back to break even if he's out on the day, and then you can kind of trade from a clean slate. I mean, it makes sense to me just from like a mental capital standpoint. But I think it's just I think kind of taught to just never go break even and just let the trade play instead of managing the P&L. But I don't know. Fun conversation. Chat, what's your opinion? You trade the P&L, try to get back to break even? Let us know.
With that, we got 1:20 until MOC on this Thursday.
I thought we would break down from here. Nvidia's selling. I mean, it shot down to 219s. Not like super enjoyable.
I didn't read this at the beginning. To give you an idea of where we are, this was earlier. The headline, it was intense mediation is underway with Pakistan and Iran. A senior Iranian official told Al Jazeera that negotiators are very close to reaching a deal and are currently working on a draft text. At the same time, another source told Al Jazeera that it's too early to judge whether a serious final agreement is within reach. So there you have it. No one knows.
No one knows anything.
The people involved don't know.
No.
We'll know when we get an oil move right before an Axios article. 15 seconds till MOC.
Nah, I'm looking forward to the Rolling Stone article when they start leaking stuff. We're going to go break even into MOC. So basically, sell side or bust.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea too.
Wasn't sell side.
Break even into where you expect volatility.
Just like a 50-page Matt Taibbi article.
Yep.
All right, MOC. The whole thing's 3 sentences.
Pretty aggressive.
See the quick one. Yeah, pretty aggressive bid there. Oop, if you're in there, you want to throw Looks like it's buy side. You got the quick juice on you.
Mm-hmm. Hey, where do we get long? We're just gonna zombie rally into close. It is
1.2 billion buy side S&P 500, 781 million buy side NASDAQ, 460 million buy side Dow, 29 million Mag 7.
good enough for me.
I got
I'm
a
gonna
scalp
bid.
here. If we break back above 47, I'm going to try to take 47 to 60s.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can
we
get
get some momentum run
424s
above this high.
on a pullback. We're lucky, but sometimes you can kind of get that little whip to the downside. Yeah, what's up, Cat? Oh my goodness. Dude, please stop.
Dolby, I told you, you got to feed that cat.
Dude, it is well
Eat
fed.
food.
He just wants to
Okay.
go outside. That's all he wants. He just wants to go outside. All right, we're going to get a stack going here. We're going to go from 404s to 424s. He's got a lot of opinions. A lot of opinions. Let's see if we can bid the bottom of this range. Chat, what's cuter, a dog barking on stream or a cat meowing on stream? This is a hot debate topic. One's better. They're both. Andre hates both of them, just for the record. He's not here.
Well, Andre ain't here today.
That'd be his vote.
Dolby.
That'd be
Let's
his
put my
vote.
mic right in my dog's face.
Just hear a pug breathe.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
Well, the movement's less than inspiring right now.
Yeah. Crude's kind of selling here.
Uh-oh.
Cat is more annoying or less annoying? Wait.
Braden, another connoisseur of the battery-operated camera, it seems.
Get out of here. That was like maybe one of the most Dakota things ever, was him using a battery-powered camera. Like, I don't even know that they exist.
Yeah.
Dakota, where do you get a battery-powered camera? Five Below? Do they have them?
Well, with that, we're going to hit the hashtag power hour real quick so we can catch this close. Maybe we'll get some action at the end. James, you ready?
That's right. I am ready. Sorry, our production box is breaking down today. But what's up, guys? I'm here with your Power Hour submissions. Earlier today, we asked you to tag us on X using hashtag Fast Markets or hashtag Power Hour. And don't worry, I've had my hamster running the wheel all day, so I should have enough juice in the camera to last us to the end of the show. Now, starting with Power Hour, your submissions. Here we go. From Deswal Trades. May so far up $5,068 across 5 accounts at Topstep. But the most important number on the calendar isn't the green, it's the negative $1,200 day. I broke my own rules, took a loss, didn't accept it, chased the recovery. 3 trades, all emotional, all red. That single red day taught me more than any green week ever has. Ain't that the way it always goes? But you know what? You are realizing what's working, you're realizing what's not working, and you are moving forward because of it. So keep up the good work. Don't let your red days define you. Moving on from malls, ES shorts, 1 break even, 1 win, up $1,888 on Topstep. No emotions, just pure execution of the plan. Sometimes you just got to take emotions out of the game, and then you might start finding success. But, don't take it from me. I love to cry over all of my mistakes. But who knows? Maybe it'll work for you. Next up from Stephanie. Opened my first futures account in July 2025. Started with a firm with real-time drawdown. Terrible experience. Took me a while to find my way to Topstep, but I instantly became a fan of Project X, which led me to trade more consistently. Whew. You know what? Topstep X really is out here doing the heavy lifting for a lot of us, and there's a good reason why. If you haven't checked it out yet, maybe you should, because like Stephanie, you might also find that the last 30 days or so came out to be $2,300 across the funded accounts. So yeah, definitely check it out if you haven't. And Stephanie, thanks for the share and keep tagging us on X. Speaking of sharing on X from Travis, let's go. Travis is sharing his pop card of 2K. That's right. If you guys didn't know, pop, also known as proof of payouts, check your dashboard, check your account, check under your payouts, and you can now share your pops across all social media. Travis here netting a cool 2K. And last but not least, from Eric, finished the day here up $629. Sometimes that's all it takes, especially when you're in an Express funded account, because you're jabbing your way towards that next payout. Also, shout out to hashtag Drake. I love it. Anyway, that's your hashtag fast markets, hashtag power hour submissions. We still have 1 day left in the week, so keep tagging us and tune back in tomorrow to see if your content makes the cut. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, James. We had a little sell off there, and then
that was insane.
Not so much.
So much just happened. We were at one point in time long 5 micros. Got break even. That was wild.
I got long off the bounce of the bottom of the range, looking for wow, holy crap!
Oh my goodness!
I'm looking.
Oh my goodness! Should have just managed the risk.
Yep, I'm break even now, so I'm 20 points. Let's go.
Wow, this is crazy.
Just go that way.
What happened to you, Dolby? Who hurt you?
NASDAQ obviously hurt me. We were long like 405s, 410s, 415s, 420s. And then it bid up, went to break even, got stopped out. It might have stopped us out actually at our stop if we hadn't gone to break even. And now it's just rallying. So probably just should have traded structure instead. Traded P&L.
All right, 3 minutes to go.
Like it might be breaking out to the upside here. Yeah, that would have been
all right, I'm out of that bad boy.
That was awesome. That was the trade I had in my palm. But you traded it better. Pro, nice job. Nice job.
What's the beverage you're working with there, Braden?
You know what? I try to cover it because I don't know if y'all want me like with.
No, it's all good.
Okay, it's Alani.
Okay,
it's Alani.
That's fine.
They say they have.
I'm drinking a Coke Zero.
My girlfriend's always says that there's people post about them. Well, never mind. I can't say because that might be. No, I don't want to say anything. I don't know. I don't know what I can say.
Oh, there it is. No deal has been reached yet.
Yeah, no deal has been reached yet, but we're rallying. Why not? Braden, I was afraid when you said like, I don't know if you want me doing that. I thought you were going to pull up a can of Steel Reserve or something.
Yeah, right.
Give me a little bit of a
all the way Modelo
pause there. Why is oil selling off?
Because it was who knows? Who knows? Does it need a reason?
Like,
I mean, can we look at this hourly structure and just say, hey, like all-time highs are still like we're just going to continue going that way? We held the dip from the earlier in the week, like we held that, bounced off demand at 28,700s, and now we're just probably just going to continue, right? Unless something drastic happens.
Probably. You up, George? Great to see you. Have a great evening yourself. We got 1 minute left here till the bell.
I kind of want a short one. A real tight stop.
Yeah, I don't get this. So last piece, no deal has been reached yet. Oh, I see. No deals have been reached yet, but gaps have been narrow, according to a senior Iranian source.
And the algos love that. Narrowing gaps. I want a range in Crude.
30 seconds.
And I got to trade faster with NASDAQ. You just take the profit when you see it. It's just
Let's
an
see,
opportunity
do we have any
generating machine.
Seriously.
Yeah, right.
There's just
earnings
so many
today,
little
down.
Yeah.
Always get
Zoom
a
and
second
work day. Maybe that's something interesting. But we got 3 seconds. 2, 1. There you go. Braden, way to go catching that long.
Yeah, that was good stuff.
Nice.
All right. Well, we'll see you back soon, Braden. Thanks for joining us. Dolby, way to go 10 rounds in about 4 minutes with the NQ.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll be back for one more day tomorrow. Then hope everyone enjoys their 3-day weekend in the United States, at least. James, feel free to take it away. Thank you for watching. We'll see you soon.
Absolutely, chat. Guys, it's the end of the day. You guys made it. We did it. Give it up one more time for Jack, Dolby, and Braden for one incredible power hour. Things happened. We were all there. We traded it up. We laughed. We cried. We talked about Piggly Wiggly a lot. And we genuinely had a good time. But don't worry, the trading talk doesn't have to stop now, because coming up next is At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. And it kicks off at 3:15 p.m. Central Time. So just enough time for you to get up, stretch your legs, grab some water, coffee, soda, nicotine, illicit, illegal drugs. I'm not judging. Just get whatever you need to do and then get back in your seat at 3:15 p.m. Central Time for At the Buzzer. Then later tonight, come back because Coach Dakota is kicking off Slow Markets at 7 p.m. sharp tonight right here on Topstep TV. We talk about it all week long, but if you haven't caught Slow Markets yet, tonight's a great night to start because Coach Dakota will be showing you how it's done at night. Again, that kicks off at 7 p.m. Central Time. Then, tomorrow morning at 1:30 a.m. Central Time, it's a very special episode of the London Open with Aaron Trades because it is the final episode of the London Open with Aaron Trades. If you've never caught an episode of the London Open with Aaron Trades before, please, this is your last chance to do so live. You can always go back and catch any single episode on demand, but show up, shower Aaron in the love I know you all give to him every single day, and we will send him off right. But don't worry, Aaron's not going anywhere because he will be back on Topstep TV for Fast Markets next Tuesday. But that still, show up, show our boy some love. And then that's it. We'll be back on air at 7:15 a.m. tomorrow morning because there is no Metal Markets with Deanna on Fridays. So we'll see you bright and early to finish off the week strong here on Topstep TV. But enough from me. Let's go ahead and get you guys on over to At the Buzzer. As always, I've been James Harden. You've been the chat. This has been Topstep TV, and we'll see you tomorrow. Let's go.
Most people won't see it. Not the wake-ups, not the weight of repetition, not the days that start cold and quiet. They'll see the win, the 1 second that worked, not the hundreds that didn't. This isn't about hype, it's about habits. I write it down, every run, every trade. Not to remember, to refine. I've missed, I've fallen, I've lost, but I've always come back sharper. I don't train for motivation. I train for execution, over and over. Whether I'm in the pipe or in the market, I'm chasing the same thing.